ESL 1 is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus, and PaySafeCard.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 2. It is ESL 1 Katowice. We are not in Poland. We are in the Cologne studios in Germany, but you can see these wonderful, snowy, bright, beautiful pictures from the stadium over there in Poland. And I've got some wonderful, bright, beautiful gentlemen next to me as well. Lacoste and Bay Skip, how you two doing this morning?
Thank you, sir. I'm doing good. I'm ready for some Dota already. Yeah. There's 24/7 Dota happening right now, so you can see the
good time to be a Dota fan.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm very excited for it. It feels like you can sort of hop on at any given time. You get to watch yourself some great Dota. There's qualifiers that are going to be going on afterwards once the minors are done as well, I'm sure. But you can keep on following this tournament as well if you see all of these wonderful things now right here. Underneath me, where you can keep track of the Dota that's going on here at ESL 1 Katowice. And we've got a bunch of great games that are coming up for you all day today, which we'll talk about in just a few. But just a quick little recap from you guys, how you felt about yesterday, any standout performers, people that you want to watch, maybe some surprises that you saw along the way?
I would say Chaos. I'm both surprised and not at the same time, because I know that they can play this good. They're 4-0 right now, and it feels like they've found their game the way that they are playing right now. Fits.
Yeah.
What the players can bring to the table.
Yeah. I'm interested to see how they do today, though, because I feel like they played against relatively easy opponents yesterday.
They're playing against NIP and Fnatic today.
Yeah, so today is going to be a little bit more of a test, and I guess we'll see whether or not they're going to be. I feel like Group B is looking like Fnatic probably coming out number 1, but probably Chaos or NIP are fighting for that number 2 spot to make it straight into the upper bracket.
Well, let's take a look real quickly at the standings, because we do have them available for us as well. It was a lot of action, so be forgiven if you didn't keep up with all of the stuff that was happening. But we can see in Group A, at least, 3 points for Gambit, 3 points for Secret, 3 points for OG. There are some really good tiebreakers that this tournament uses, which we talked a little bit about yesterday. Yeah. So even though everybody's looking a little bit like they're on the same pack there at the top, there's still going to be a lot of Dota to be played and a lot of things to still be decided. And then on the bottom half of the bracket, Mineski, Forward, and For the Dream. For the Dream definitely have not looked like they're in the same league as anybody else in this group. I think Forward and Mineski, you guys could maybe say, showed signs of life at certain points, but also were definitely disappointing as well.
Yeah, I would agree. I didn't get to watch too many of the Mineski games, but I know that this team has the star power. They just haven't quite seemed to put everything together 100%. So we'll see a little bit more of them over the course of this tournament. I don't think we're casting any Mineski games today. But we do have Gambit versus OG today, so that tie at the top of the group is going to get split up a little bit as we go along.
Something's wrong with Forward Gaming, man. I expect them to do way better. If you look at the players that they have on the team, they need to play better than this. Something's off with this team for 2-3 months already.
Yeah, something's not clicking, right? The supports are running around at 15 minutes with no items at all. Doesn't seem to be a whole lot of synergy, really. UR is doing his best to run around and find kills, but often it just feels like the enemy team just know exactly what he's doing at all times. Something's not clicking. And I don't even think it looks like their drafts are that bad. They had some, I would say that the drafts yesterday that we saw from them were okay. But then, they had that triple Midas, right? And it was what are you doing?
Yeah, they picked a draft with Strength Heroes and
Luna support
Luna,
and
never
then
went
they bought
together
the
as 5. Yeah, they just got picked
It just seemed like nobody
times.
was really playing together. They didn't look like a team, which is not a good look.
Well, and I think that it's definitely tough too when you have a team like that with very high expectations because of the individual talents of all the players, and then you don't get those results at the big tournaments. Because I think that can create some friction just inherently. It's got to, even if you feel like you might have been able to put on a better performance just because of maybe some bad luck at the draw. Eventually, that stuff starts to grate against you, regardless of whatever excuses are being put out. But regardless of that, we do also have another group that we can talk about a little bit, Group B, where there was also some very one-sided affairs. In this group, it was only 2-0s. That's all that happened all day long. And we can see right now as well that Fnatic, Chaos, and Ninjas in Pajamas, nope, that's not what I was looking at. I'm looking at something different. Excuse me. NIP was able to trade it off 2-1. So, yeah, they went 1-1 against Complexity. A little bit of a surprise there for me, at least.
Oh, man, they pulled off carry Naga Siren in that game.
I forgot. We had left by that point. That's why.
I forgot that hero exists in Dota 2.
Miracle hasn't. It's like a Miracle exclusive hero at this point. Very, very different from how it's been in the past. The beginning of the patch, it saw a little bit of play. I saw people trying the new SNY, just going like the max farm build, and then very quickly got overtaken by a lot of the other carries that got changed and buffed. I don't know if it's going to find much of a foothold, but it seems like Complexity have something there. And if you can make that hero viable, I feel like one thing that you've been complaining about, Gabe, is that there isn't really a whole lot of 5-on-5 team fight happening. But Naga is such an amazing hero to, like, if you do want to escalate the team fight a little bit more, you pick your Naga, then you've got Jakiro or Disruptor, get those easy combos, and you can win a team fight all by yourself. Yeah, Enigma as well.
Totally.
Another great hero to have.
I mean, that's the thing, is that these heroes that in some cases have occasionally shown good form, you think about that Jakiro, it was Gambit that was picking it earlier. They're a team that could potentially make it work as well, but I think that it does need that extra specialist hero on it because, like I guess I was talking with Scriff about it when we were playing Dota. We're not going to talk about the game that we played earlier because I went 2-19 on Shadow Shaman, but he was saying that Pangolier...
You didn't have to admit that on camera, Gabe. It's okay.
It's okay.
You could say that you had 10-0. No
That's a good
biggie. I
point.
would back you up.
Sure, he killed it. But the thing that I was saying is that he was mentioning like this hero, Pangolier, and I think also with Naga Siren, the skill cap of like understanding the specifics of that hero, where you need to send each and every illusion to cut the waves, how you need to position them and like micro the individual ones to make sure that you're not taking damage but still getting the riptides off. Because it's been changed so many times, it makes it a little bit tougher where you have to have that specialist, I think.
Yeah, the illusion duration is significantly shorter now, I think, as well, so it's not so easy to just build a Radiance and send it at creep waves. You really have to be in the right position on the map to maximize farm on that hero, so it's going to take some practice for people to really get good at it. And it'll probably get a few more buffs if it doesn't get any play.
It feels like we discussed it during the breakfast. It feels like this hero can't really be played as position 4 and 5.
It's completely dead.
Maybe as 5 in certain situations if you're playing against, let's say, a Dead Prophet, Faceless Wood, where you just want them to use their ultis and
like
then
the song
fall
is
back.
just a win.
Just the song. And welcome back to Naga Siren TV show. Anything else we want to add on this hero?
I mean, no. I'm fine not talking about that hero for a little while. As much as it's great to talk about new heroes coming back into Dota, that's one that could probably die, and I think not too many people would be upset. We also have a schedule for today, as we talk about things dying. And I don't know what that transition is, but we're just going there.
Segway Gabe at it again.
We're just doing it, man. Gambit versus OG. That should be a very solid game. Secret versus FTD and NIP versus Aster. Those are probably two of the ones where it's maybe more one-sided, but who knows? Anything can happen. Anything's possible. And then NIP versus Chaos, which is another one I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah. We got some nice games there.
This is a point where you guys talk about the team that you're most excited for, the match you're most excited for.
I think I can't quite decide between Gambit, OG, and NIP Chaos. I'm probably more excited for our first series, actually. I want to see how that shakes out. Gambit have been looking good. OG also looking quite good. To me, this is where OG really have to show their form, right? If they still want to be making that claim for like even, I guess, top 4 team in the world, that kind of thing. That this tournament's going to be a really important stepping stone for them. Though things still seem to maybe be a little bit up in the air. Like it doesn't seem clear if ILTW is a permanent member
He is.
for the team. I guess he is
He
now.
is, yeah.
Have they made an actual announcement or anything? I know that
Their
initially
website is still not
Yeah,
online.
yeah,
It's coming
website's
soon.
still a work in progress.
Yeah. Gambit against OG, that's going to be probably the most interesting matchup that we have besides NIP and Aster. I think this is the last chance for Aster to prove if they have something else prepared or if they're just a punching bag in this tournament, because they're not looking good. Their decision-making, their drafts, everything's out of control. It seems so chaotic.
If they go out in the group stage here, I feel like we'll see some changes from Aster. There's no way that they're going to keep this team limping along the way that it is right now.
The thing that's crazy about it is, like, in the promo video that we have for this tournament, they're still talking about a player mid that's not even playing for them mid. They were talking about love me, love you, and he kicked them before, like, in the middle of this tournament happening.
And it's also really weird that, like, Mushi is on the roster now, but just a few weeks ago he was announced for Tigers. So it just seems like everything's up in the air. And
you know what it
Aster
is?
grasping at straws a little bit.
You know what it is? Chaos is back in the Dota scene, and Chaos is in the Dota scene. You guys get it?
I mean, Chaos Knight's also a viable hero at the moment, so there you go.
Hey, Mr. Knight. That's right. Well, we are going to go to a quick little break before things fully fall off the rails here and chaos ensues in the clone offices. But we will be back in just a little bit with our first series of the day. Stay tuned, everybody. Gambit versus OG is going to be happening right after this.
Previously on ESL 1 Birmingham.
What a dream way to begin the day.
And now we continue. Get ready for the Birmingham Brawl.
It's time! There is no place like home. Universe goes down. Look at the swing.
Asher coming in with the combo. GG is gone.
ESL 1 Birmingham 2019.
Think he can't shine through the dark? Stream a Roshan Steele in high resolution? And record a play for the history books? Watch this. Think he can't make a victory go viral? Watch this. Think a support can't be in the spotlight? Watch this. On Intel Core i7, a legend can rewrite his own legacy. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. Remember where you came from. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
No matter what your passion is, soccer, rugby, racing, or esports, become a part of the experience with the moments we deliver.
ESL 1 is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus, and Pay Safeguard. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes indeed, welcome to the Vodafone pre-match as we get ready to hop into our first series of the day, first game of the day. Another look at lovely Poland right now. Brisk, beautiful, as I said earlier, but not here. That's not where we are. We are in Germany, and that's actually pretty nice because I'm warm and toasty, and I feel all cozy inside as we get ready to hop into this OG versus Gambit. My lovely friends, how are you feeling about this match coming up? You excited for it?
I feel like this is the series that could go 1-1. Both of these teams kind of showed equal terms of skill, even though OG has been on the rise. If you look at how they performed, let's say in the minor qualifiers that we cast, they did extremely well. It feels like everything's gelling together, and there's not too many mistakes that they make.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I'm interested to see how the drafts go. I feel like both of these teams have the potential to pull out some slightly interesting heroes, and the sub patch have shaken things up a little bit. MDL, we've been seeing some interesting picks. We literally just watched Vici pick Ricky. So there is some interesting stuff going on. And I feel like OG yesterday, they've been bringing out this Enchantress, they've been picking Enigma, the Ember Spirit started coming back in a little bit. I feel like OG are actually kind of, at least for this tournament, at the front of innovating a little bit more for this patch, which is a good look for them.
I feel like their picks are kind of consistent. It's mostly position 5 opener for No Tail, either Enchantress or Nature's Prophet, where he gets a Blightstone, keeps harassing the lane, just secures the lane for himself. We see Monkey King, they tend to get a good matchup for the mid lane. If not, then they put Monkey King on position 4. Jerex plays it. It's pretty simple for them. I think they might need to consider getting more heroes into their hero pool, especially in this patch where little things changed and more heroes became viable.
Well, we do have a quick look at the other team that we're going to be looking at. It's going to be Gambit, who, of course, have looked pretty hot, I would say, throughout the past couple of qualifiers. I think this is a team that's sort of been built up in the style of everybody playing together. To me, at least, it's always looked like Afro Ninja's been one of the heroes that they either live or they die by him. Yeah. I don't know, is there any other standout players for either of you that you feel like is sort of the most important on this team?
Afterlife's been looking really good this event. His Doom was really, really good. The one game where I feel like Afro Ninja really dropped the ball. Afterlife was kind of there to pick things up. They ended up losing that game, but I was really impressed by his Doom performance, and looking forward to seeing what he's playing today.
Name a more iconic duo. Gambit and finishing the game around 30-minute mark. Like, their drafts are always centered around, we're going to get the good early game, try to snowball from there, get the Roche, and try to finish the game. But the thing is, with their recent style of picking, position 4 and 5, they don't have too much synergy together, and I feel they need to change it. We saw in yesterday's games where it was not very effective. Even some of the games that they won, it was not the greatest position 4 and 5 together.
Well, and it's interesting too because you talk about Gambit and being the team that just finishes the game early. On the other side of things, we got another team here, OG, that we can take a look at as well. And that was a team that all throughout TI was known for the comeback, the big, sort of lose the early game, but then come back later and able to do it off the back of Ana. Now you've got ILTW that's playing a different role, and they have looked a little bit different. They've just been stomping through the qualifiers, and sometimes they've been ending the game at 17 minutes or something. So where do you see?
The minor qualifiers.
That's fair, right? Of course.
The major qualifiers didn't do quite as.
They beat the same team that they lost to in the major qualifiers in Vega, and they stomped them out of the tournament.
That's
so
true.
It does feel like they've turned over a new leaf. Do you feel like this is a team that's sort of going to be able to keep that momentum going?
They have the potential, right? It's impossible to argue with OG's potential now that they're the TI champions.
Right.
So I think they just need to find their form, find their confidence again, And I think they can keep this momentum going. We'll have to see what happens.
You can't expect them to win TI again. No one has ever done that.
No.
Somebody has to eventually, right? Eventually.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. It's a pretty Herculean task winning it even just the once. So
Eventually there will be enough players that, somebody's got to do it. I feel like. Does TI die before somebody wins it twice? I don't know.
Shut up, Gabe.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's going to happen.
Are you trying to curse TI right now, Gabe?
Literally, I'm saying that
So what
somebody
you're
is
doing?
going to win it twice before that happens. That's the exact opposite of what I'm saying.
Sure.
It's not going to happen ever. We're just going to transition to Dota 2, from Dota 2 to Dota 3.
3, yeah.
Our
Alright.
kids are going to play Dota 4 probably.
Yeah.
Dota 322.
Yeah.
Jeez. It's happening. Well, a very interesting match we got going here. It looks like the teams are about ready to get started. And as far as what you talked about, it seems like both teams are going to be prioritizing getting those early supports. Or at least you feel like that Gambit are going to need to maybe re-establish what the correct 4-position player is for themselves.
I think the bans are going to be weird. I'm interested to see if the Nyx Assassin gets banned, if OG are even worried about that in the slightest. They do, some of their heroes that they quite like are pretty annoying to play against the Nyx. They don't want to necessarily pick the Pugna or the Ember or anything like that into the Nyx Assassin. So if they really want those heroes, they might have to ban Nyx Assassin. That's going to adjust things. I think Gambit's bans are also going to be a little bit unique just because OG's drafting is also being a little bit unique. So maybe Enchantress gets banned
Nature's
or
Prophet
something
needs
like
to
that.
get out.
Yeah.
Also, Visage is going to get contested. It's one of the Gambit's most picked heroes and most successful ones. So I don't expect him to actually go through the first phase of bans. Also, they've been playing a lot of Ursa. And they itemize differently, considering that Ursa does not have any kind of a farm capability. He doesn't farm that fast as other carries, so he gets a Midas. We saw in the game yesterday where he gets Phase Boots, Hand of Midas, Blink, 12 minutes in. That's insane.
Yeah. Well, he was also finding a lot of kills with that too. So some of that could be getting enabled by his other heroes as well, and that's something we might look for in the various supports and whatever have you. Is initiation coming from far away. Maybe somebody being able to sort of make something happen early on, like the Doom in that one game. It was just running at people constantly, and with so much movement speed. I don't know. Did he go drums in that also, or was it Vlad's? It was an early fighting item, regardless.
In which game?
The Doom game where he owned, and he just ran at people, and he kept killing them.
He went Midas. Midas Vlad.
Yeah, he went Midas.
Vlad's. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. The interesting thing for me about Ursa is that he got so much move speed that he doesn't even need to skill Earthshock anymore.
Right.
People aren't even skilling it. They're just maxing out the right click skills and just running at people with face boots, and it works fine. You only need a very minor slow from a support, and even in some cases you don't even need that.
I mean, he got nerfed so hard before. Now they even nerfed 2 of his spells, and because of the move speed, he's still a viable hero. Sometimes it's hard to get the right balance. You just give him extra movement speed, bam.
And his
back
whole
in meta.
game is better, right? Because it's 15 move speed from the very beginning of the game.
Right.
You don't have to spend any money. You don't have to get any experience. It's completely.
But I wouldn't say he's broken either. I wouldn't say that this is a hero that is out of control at this point. He just feels like he's a lot better.
He's just relevant again.
And it fits with what you want to do. You win lanes hards, and then afterwards you can go in and take the objectives and steal in a Roche or what have you. And he's not even necessarily the worst pusher for tier 1 towers. You can overpower and punch it a bunch. It's not terrible at the very least.
It's not ideal.
No,
but,
it's not awful. Should I not be overpowering to hit towers? Is that what you're telling me here?
No, you should.
Okay.
But I'm not going to classify it as good push. That's what I take issue with.
The other thing too is that I think there's a whole subset of heroes that are comfortable tanking tier 1 towers to keep their catapults alive. And I think Ursa fits within that mentality of just in rage, you take a couple shots and then that waits for the next creep wave to get in. And then you can secure taking it.
And the thing about Ursa is you don't want to rotate early on because you want to get your items, so you expect other people to rotate to Ursa's lane to grab kills and maybe grab a tower.
A little bit of an update as to what's going on. We are waiting. They had to make a new lobby because the old one was not loading into it.
Yes, Kriff was not loading. I'm just kidding.
Classic Scriff.
Yeah, causing trouble. The English production.
He's a real troublemaker.
Always
yeah.
us. So we are waiting for the last of them to get into that one, and then we'll be underway very shortly. Both of the teams anxious to start the battle. I think this is also two teams that they're very friendly with each other. If you look at what Dahak's name is right now, it's LTW fan. They were talking to each other beforehand at the very beginning of this and being like, we went out last night. How many drinks did you have? Little jokey things like that. It's fun. You like to see that.
Yeah, that's good. It's always good to see some friendly rivalry between the teams or just some camaraderie. I don't know. Dota's one big family. Dota players have some respect for each other, at least most of them.
Until you don't.
Until you're in pubs. And then some guy wants to take mid from you, and then you roll and you win, but he takes mid anyway.
Of
and
course.
then
How's that thing still happening in 2019? That just blows my mind.
What, people
just
stealing?
Just
stealing
your
lanes?
lane. Just move to another lane. Play a different. Sorry, I play only mid.
I only play mid. I don't play support. I can't buy wards. My mouse won't let me. I try and click.
That keyboard, Scriff was playing on it. It wasn't working. He couldn't click the same button twice, so he couldn't buy, wards.
He couldn't double tap TP to go
No.
home. That was the worst.
That was really sad. But
Is that the only reason why you lost?
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. That's the only reason.
Yeah.
It definitely wasn't just
Shadow
walking
Shaman
down lane.
performance 117. What?
No, it was 2-18.
Oh,
Do we credit?
sorry.
Do we credit here, man? But yeah, that's sort of the situation we find ourselves in.
Show me the math. Let's go to Lyrical's Dota buff. Not his Dota buff, his Dota profile real
It's
fast.
Can we cut? Just cut away from that one.
Immortal with no number.
Yeah.
Feels good, man. That's definitely what that is. So a little bit more about these teams, though. We wait for the game to get ready. You talked yesterday about immersion, playing on Mr. Bounty Hunter. We saw Ricky coming out from Vici Gaming and MDL just a little while ago. They owned with it.
Did they play position 4, Ricky, or was it the core Ricky?
I think they played it core.
I think it was position 4 because he was running around the map chasing crit and messing up his Enigma play. So he just
that's a classic counter.
Yeah.
So immersion, he's the assassin of the couriers, man. He killed so many couriers, especially when he played Bounty Hunter. Now they're first picking Nyx Assassin, and in one of those games, he basically didn't do anything but try to chase for a courier, provide vision for his team. At one point, he had 1 kill participation, 6 deaths. Basically, if you look at it, he's not doing anything, but he's providing his team with crucial information where enemy is. Also, in one of those games, he managed to delay Lifestealer's Radiance, which was
It's a big
pretty
deal.
much game winning.
So my question
Until they
is,
lost.
Until they lost the game, yeah. But
It was a game-winning play. But,
Yes.
Yeah.
if they decide to ban out the Nyx Assassin, does he take a bounty or a Ricky? What do you think?
I don't think so.
Because that's one of those heroes that, the Invis heroes providing that vision, that's a whole play style that you play around as a team, right?
It's hard to play Invis heroes in this
That's true.
patch because
6-minute
sentries last
sentries.
for 6
Yeah.
minutes. It's just too long.
I don't think they're picking it. I still maintain that they're not picking the Nyx Assassin for that whole invis
No, you're not
scouting
thinking
kind
that.
of aspect. I still think it's really a lot about the draft pressure and having it against some of these heroes that just
especially
have a miserable time.
Especially what OG likes to play.
Yeah.
Both ILTW and Thompson, they love to play Ember Spirit, and they play it so well. And
But it's so hard
this
to
hero
play
just
against
shuts
Nyx
down
Assassin.
Ember Spirit completely.
I haven't seen as much of Ember Spirit recently. I was surprised. We watched
Well,
the
we were
qualifiers. He
casting-
was owning.
Yeah, that's why. We were casting the qualifiers every single time Ember Spirit was available. They even first phased it a couple of times.
And the other thing, too, is that across multiple different teams, every single day he was getting rampages. That was the other thing. Every day, it was an Ember Spirit rampage.
Okay.
There were 2 a day. There was one
Dang.
day where it was Thompson that got a rampage, and then LTW in the game after that one got a rampage too. And maybe that's just OG that was owning, but then it was other teams that were getting it too. But we do finally, ladies and gentlemen, have a draft that we can hop into. So let's take a look at that one as we get ready to go underway. OG facing off against Gambit in game number 1 here of day 2 of ESL 1 Katowice group stages. And I am so excited. I just can't hide it. I'm about to lose control, and I think I like it.
All right, continue, but with the singing voice.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
Enough. So back to the game. OG has a first pick. Gambit chose to have a second pick. All right, Shadowfin first ban. There you go. Ember Spirit banned out. Are you convinced yet, Baseskip?
That Ember is a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't that I didn't believe you about the rampages. I was just like, oh, that's really interesting that would kind of happen, that one hero would have multiple rampages in one little event. Okay.
They know they're targeting. I think
Yeah,
Enchantress.
this
They might
is
even
good.
ban Enchantress as their last pick.
I like
we
these
already
bans.
discussed that we are gonna see some different approach towards banning phase in the first stage. There it is, Visage. Kind of expected.
Yeah.
If you just try to do some research, watch the games, it makes a lot of sense.
The other thing about this patch is that it doesn't necessarily feel like there are too many heroes that are must pick, must ban, right? It totally depends on the team. And some of that is because that this is still a comparatively young patch. So I think it's much better to just target ban your opponents and what they've actually been playing and what you know they're good at, as opposed to trying to interpret the meta too much. And because that's when you end up in a situation where you're banning what you think is good, but you want to play. You're like, we think Visage is awesome and we love first picking it, but we don't have first pick, so we're going to ban it. And then you're playing against a team that doesn't really want to play it anyway, and all you've done is completely wasted a ban and made your own hero pool smaller.
And I think that part of that is because there's no clear hero that is just completely busted right now. That hero has not arisen. And
I would argue that Lifestealer looked like that before the recent nerfs. But
we have seen some answers to it too, so it's not been completely awful playing against it.
People have tried.
People have lost with Lifestealer.
People have doomed him and he's run away. People have static linked him and he's run away. So they're figuring it out.
And so I will say that the thing that sort of sticks out to me is a little bit interesting is Gambit banning out the troll, and I think that's because they wanted to take CK early on. The blind kind of causing some issues with him early is maybe one of the things, because that's not a hero that OG have been playing over and over and over again. They've played it a couple of times, but that to me is the standout hero that's a little bit strange from their bans.
Yeah, I do think it's by and large that they wanted the Chaos Knight. They're going to grab themselves a Lich as well.
That's a good pairing, CK Lich, a lot of kill potential. OG, most of the time, they open up with No Tails hero. So it's either Enchantress, Nature's Prophet, Chen. I saw them playing with Chen. They're doing it really well, executing it. It's so easy to gank with Chen these days.
I'm interested to see if they bother trying for the Chen Tusk, or if they're going to feel like that's not enough solid lockdown in this situation. That might leave them open to Gambit picking some hyper-mobile hero. And
they just love their monkey.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been picking this a lot.
And you think about it, Divine Favor with Wukong's command sounds kind of nice. Like keeping him alive, that extra regen that you get there, a little bit of bonus damage too.
Divine Favor on his crit.
Yeah. And then, of course, the other big thing is being able to pull him into a fight in a side lane if this is going to be the mid Monkey King. But they don't have to do that. We've also seen Jerax play it, most recently in the qualifiers, too.
5 seconds remaining.
I do feel like if you're OG now, you have to at least think about banning out that Doom, because you've seen it as a pretty good answer to Chen in the laning stage. Although, just because of both taking over the creep that he might summon and try and harass you, but also because he can out-regen the harassment that you get from Divine Favor.
That's true. Interesting that the Nyx Assassin gets completely ignored this time around. Maybe Gambit are shying away from it a little bit. They also banned 2 heroes that Nyx would have been good again. Yeah. So they did just, instead of picking the Nyx, they just banned the Ember and the Prophet instead and just go from there. Strath's still very open for both teams, and we're still just continuing to see bans on stuff that they've been comfortable picking.
This is a great ban, because if you think about it, Monkey King does well against most of the melee heroes, but not against Ursa.
No.
You can't really trade hits with him.
Yeah, they have to do a little bit of legwork on the bans just to protect their Monkey King pick a little bit, because they have to at least keep the option open of it being a core, right? If they make it too obvious that the Monkey King is going to be a support, then they kind of lose the opportunity, or they lose that fear factor of Gambit not wanting to pick a mid that the Monkey King is really good against. Like, because the Monkey King is on the board and he could still be a core right now, they don't necessarily want to pick like a Dragon Knight or what are the mid heroes that Monkey King do pretty well against? He's also pretty good against Kunkka.
Monkey King is not that great against Dragon Knight if Dragon Knight plays well. It's not a Monkey King favorite matchup.
You don't think
more
so?
Than 60%, no.
Well, okay. I mean,
You just need to breathe
it's still
fire and
Monkey
pull
King
back.
favored, but
Depends where your lane is standing, but the
yeah.
Monkey King doesn't do that well against.
I've heard mixed things about it from various people because I remember that this was an issue that they talked about at the Chongqing Major. Was like Fogged was saying that he wasn't sure which way it went.
Yeah,
and then
we talked to Sumail after that about this matchup and that he should not win this matchup this hard against the Dragon Knight. If he gets Orb of Venom, his skill potential rises, but he shouldn't dominate the lane that
it's really
that
weird.
hard for sure.
So the Brewmaster ban out to defend the CK, sort of the same thing that you were talking about, where you have to defend the Monkey King. Granted, not that we're thinking this is going to be a 4 CK or anything, but just that you need to make sure that you protect that core that you've taken this early. But they do take the Lifestealer afterwards. So revealing a lot of their cores early. I guess hypothetically they could run a CK support if they wanted to.
It could be CK5. FNG ran it a couple of times, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, if they had the CK as a support, they actually have a pretty lethal tri-lane at the moment. Lifestealer CK Lich is pretty...
But it's not going to be 5 considering that they have Lich. Lich really doesn't scale with items. All right. Steal their money.
This could be Seb. This feels like a Seb hero in a way. You know what I'm talking about? Like sort of get in there, mess around with people. And it's going to be Gambit that take the Earth Spirit. Okay.
So it's an offlane CK with... probably Lich, Lifestealer. Depends. I don't know. You can't really leave Lifestealer alone against Bounty Hunter because he's just going to steal his gold. We saw yesterday when Ice was playing it. He was really annoying the first couple of minutes, but after that, he was just dying. You pop a dust, you attack him with Earth Spirit, he's dead.
The total gold steal for Bounty Hunter in that Ice, it was like a 50-minute game, and he stole 1,300 gold. It just... was not, to me, it did not feel like a super relevant amount. It's cute and Bounty Hunter is nice for the scouting and whatnot, but I'm still just not at all convinced by this hero. Do you guys think is it better position 3 than say position 4? Like my gut says that you do actually kind of want to have him as a core instead of a support because support Bounty Hunter is so dead now. Like what he provides. If he's not actually right-clicking himself, is just so little because your team gets way less out of track than they used to.
I'm not sure what I feel about this Jug pick, to be honest.
This feels
they
really
have
weird.
no lockdown. They have 0 stuns.
Yeah, what the heck?
Yeah.
This could be a game where you even, well, I was going to say you could think about going Storm, but now that I think about that, it's actually not
when
that
great.
great.
When I say 0 stuns, Monkey King stun isn't really that good. It's high cooldown. You need something shorter.
I mean, the biggest thing is that they don't really have an answer for Lifestealer to keep him under control at all. He just runs away from people. Yeah. And also the Juggernaut pick, it's like you don't really like Jug, I think, if you're not getting like the full value out of that healing ward. And is this going to be a lineup that tries to sort of push behind the healing ward? I don't think so. I guess that they're taking this because it's a survivable lane and there's not anything that goes through BKB right now for either team, really.
They might even grab Storm Spirit for mid. They're going to have last pick for Gambit, and
depends on the
considering
matchup.
that OG doesn't have any kind of lockdown, they could go for it.
This is such an interesting draft. I feel like it's definitely going to be ILTW Jug. That's almost for certain. And then No Tail playing the Chen.
But it feels like they're, I don't know, are they still waiting to pick Seb's hero, or is it
either of these?
I think it's Thompson's hero. Maybe it might be. For some reason, I think it's like Seb, Bounty Hunter, Jerax, Monkey King, and then we're still waiting on Thompson's
It depends on the matchup. They're gonna pick a hero that can be played at probably multiple roles, and with the Monkey King, and then they're just gonna swap around until they see what Gambit wants to go for.
It's true. I think that actually is probably the best bet for them to still keep it open even with this last pick because Gambit have the ultimate last pick. But either of these could be, the Monkey King and the Bounty Hunter could either be Thompson playing it could be Jerax playing it. No, I don't think that it could be a Thompson Bounty actually.
Well, that doesn't answer any questions.
Exactly, yeah, it's the same thing. So you just keep it open for all 3 of them and then you pick the matchup that you want best mid. because Gambit does not have that same flexibility. So OG are going to know who their matchup is mid, even though Gambit have last pick.
So they have 4 melee heroes against the Lich. I don't know. I can't make that much sense of OG's draft.
Yeah, I don't like
At
it.
the moment.
I gotta say, there's 4 melee heroes, not too much synergy. Tiny's the only one with the lockdown.
Yeah, their team fight is average. Their initiation is okay, but like Gambit are also pretty tanky. So once they get to a certain point, I don't think that the Tiny combo is going to be too scary. I mean, even the Earth Spirit's pretty tanky. Strength growth is pretty solid.
I think the big thought here for OG is just win the lanes, and they've taken one person that doesn't lose it in Juggernaut, and then they have Monkey King or Tiny that can win the lane, and then they're just going to pick the matchup that's best for those heroes.
Gambit's lanes are good too, though. So I don't know if it's 100% clear that OG have the lane wins here. Though they should struggle to deal with the Monkey King a little bit. So
I'm thinking about either like a Pugna, Death Prophet, or if they want to go for something like a Storm Spirit. All right, this is good. 4 melee heroes, Razor, a bit of a different approach. So let's see the roles. No Tail taking Chen, ILTW on Jug, and then
The two that we talked about.
discuss.
It's like these are the ones that they know for sure, and then they're just going to try and figure it out from there.
yeah, I think you ask Thompson which hero he wants to play this game, and then you figure it out.
I mean, it kind of is a cool strategy because the idea behind this is Gambit took second pick, OG took Radiant. So their thought is we're going to mitigate the detriment that we get by having you take second pick because we're going to make sure we get a good matchup mid, or at least have it open where we can get the least bad matchup mid. So they mitigate that advantage that you have of having last pick.
Kind of, but none of these heroes have winning matchups against Razor.
No.
So they haven't completely solved it. Just because that they have weaknesses in common.
Right.
I would agree that if they'd picked like, if they had like a Lina floating around that they were considering having as a support, and then they've covered multiple angles to the point where they're like, maybe they couldn't get Timbersawed or but this Razor picks.
All right, the game is paused. That's why screen is off.
Apparently.
Jarek says, and
but you can see the theory at least behind it. What I'm talking about.
They need more
there.
time to discuss.
Exactly.
Play what? So.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that it does feel like that's the whole idea behind it. Is you sort of leave yourself as open as possible, even up to that last pick. But maybe they went a little bit too crazy with the theory crafting, and now they're in that tough situation where, as you said, they all have the same weaknesses against a Razor, which is just such a good last pick from Gambit.
I just think Bounty Hunter is a bad hero as well. straight up. I don't like Bounty Hunter. I have not been convinced by this hero in the slightest. I kind of missed the old Bounty Hunter where he was like a viable support and you could just build like 1 or 2 aura items maybe, and the track was super useful for your team. Track these days just doesn't feel all that useful for your team. He's supposed to be a right-click hero, kind of, but he doesn't have the stats or the skills to actually go toe-to-toe with pretty much any melee hero or any carry in the game.
I'm not convinced, but I think we're going to see more of a
You
bounty.
think so?
Yeah, I think hero's kind of unexplored and has some strengths. As you mentioned, his stats are really bad, so he might need to go for some stat items. Definitely needs phase boots for chasing. Drums feels good.
But what's his niche? Like what's he for? What's the circumstances for a perfect bounty hunter game? Like, what 5 heroes do you look at on the enemy team and say this is the ultimate bounty hunter game?
You have a good heroes who can chase, have a good kill potential. You have extra movement speed to chase
Like
them
Tinker.
down. Tinker, I was talking about
Disruptor.
Tinker yesterday, where you just give vision for rockets.
Okay.
It feels like the hero falls off after the laning stage.
So it's the same
especially if team is
synergies
not
as
doing well.
the same synergies as the old bounty hunter. That's
Yeah.
not
Right.
really you're not really utilizing the new parts of
No.
his kit necessarily. Because that's the direction that he seems to be going in, right? He gets this crit on track and he's got the bonus damage and all this kind of stuff, and they're trying to emphasize on you actually hitting people as bounty hunter more, but I feel like that idea has still not been realized. Or maybe people just haven't figured out the correct build for it? Like
I told you yesterday,
what if you
blink,
just- what if
four
you-
step. You go in, steal gold, go back, repeat it.
You gotta buy like an Aeon disc and a and a Yules and a blink, and then you walk in and you hit him a bit. And
Blade mail, just blink in, blade mail. They can't do anything. Repeat, steal the gold.
I think the big thing too is like that you're playing this hero that, as you said, the old way is still the way that everybody is thinking about playing him. But
kind of.
Well, I mean,
people aren't maxing Shuriken anymore.
No, they're not. They're not. But what I'm saying though is that it's all of these people that are still playing the same style. That even though you're not maxing Shuriken, you're maxing Janata instead. You're still playing him where he goes and gets scouting information and stuff like that. And that style has been nerfed a bunch. So
somewhat, yeah.
Just by virtue of the centuries, that style.
Yeah, for sure.
Like that's a huge nerf. So it does feel like there needs to be more exploration in this other way, where maybe you can leverage the extra gold that you get from kills into items that make up for his stat deficiencies.
Yeah, he might just need better talents or something as well. Like I can't think of any. What are Bounty Hunter's standout talents?
The 90
the
steel,
plus 90
Janata gold.
Janata gold
at
steel.
level 20.
All right, name one other talent that Bounty Hunter has.
He has 25% XP gain.
Yep,
that's pretty fancy.
That's pretty good.
Hey,
I don't know what that's up
Does
against.
he have Shuriken toss damage still? Like I
yes, he does,
25?
but it's against the 90 Janata gold
Oh, it's
steel.
a 20. Okay.
Yeah. Attack speed, like that's the thing, right? There's a couple of these that look cool, like the 50 attack speed.
75 Shuriken toss damage, level 20 talent. If you someone has, I mean, all heroes have 25 magic. So they're gonna have more as the game progresses. You're gonna deal
But if you buy
30 damage.
Wait,
wow.
is the Ag still the double bounce?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this hero is all over the place.
I know it's nuts.
They can't figure out if they want him to do like magical damage or right click or. Do you remember when he had the huge multiplier for Janata at 25? The cooldown was like minus cooldown on Janata at 25. You basically a Janata every auto attack.
That was cool. I like that thing.
It was very strange.
All right, OG, what is happening? Let's go, buddies.
People are disconnecting. People are reconnecting.
All right, Thompson has picked Monkey King. Jarek's Tiny, and it's going to be a Seb bounty. What we kind of thought was going to be the way that this was set up. I mean, it still feels strange to me, but I think you're right, Basekip, that this is the way that you have to try and do the hero, because otherwise it just ain't happening.
Yeah, it feels similar to other position 4s, heroes that used to be position 4, and now they've kind of nerfed them in such a way that they can't really be position 4 anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like Clockwork feels that way, though he's just kind of dead. In general, Naga, they've changed away from being a support, and I think Bounty Hunter is one of those heroes that they're trying to push in the direction of being a core. But I don't know. I don't like Bounty Hunter, so I'm going for Gambit this game.
Right.
That's
fair.
my extremely deep analysis on this situation.
I'll go with Gambit as well. Not convinced by these 4 melee heroes on side of OG. Not too much synergy between them. Lack of lockdown.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I've been loving on OG this whole time. I can't not back him now after all the stuff that I was saying. And also, the real synergy that's going to happen later on this game, you're going to have Seb invis underneath this tower, and then Jarex is going to toss them into the Bounty Hunter. That's going to happen.
That's a cool play. One play that they did during minor qualifiers is have a Tiny and Mag. So Mag, he tosses a hero to a Mag, and then Mag skewers him to a tower. So you can basically do it from tier 1 tower to
like
tier
2,000
1
range
tower.
out in the lane. Yeah, it's pretty
great.
All right, on pausing, seems like we are ready to roll.
Wonderful stuff, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be OG facing off against Gambit. Game number 1, ESL 1 Katowice group stage qualifiers, day number 2. Did I say game series number 1, game number 1? It's all happening today for day number 2.
Yeah.
And we're actually into it now. So let's hop right into this game so we get ready to go underway. And the chat wheel is something we're definitely going to be seeing a lot of. Tips is something we're going to be seeing a lot of. I'm loving it. So as we get underway, we're going to have to sign punches. Going to have another gold steal in just a second. Get over here, FNG. I'm tossing you to him. And he finds the kill. Seb, what a baller.
What's happening in this game?
He has 900 GPM. You can't handle this man. 900 GPM at 40 seconds.
All right, get Boots of Speed. All right, that's it. Now just keep stealing Lifestealer's gold. They have a sentry ward. Are you convinced yet?
This is
Basically,
happening.
I can't hear you over here. He's shaking his head.
That was amazing. So first blood, stealing gold. He doesn't even need to last it at this point. And on the other side, No Tail taking the pendants early, so not opting for the early points in Divine Favor that we've seen other Chens go for. Another toss back, get over here, give me the gold, give me some punches. And the Bounty Hunter is working.
This
Look at him go, he just keeps taking it.
This probably has to be the most annoying thing in Dota right now. Someone is stealing your gold at early game. How's mid doing? Mid, Razor. Okay, I have a net worth chart for some reason. I just wanted to see how much gold does Bounty Hunter have. Razor 4-2, Monkey King 7-2. So Monkey King not doing as bad as expected.
Yeah. He is having a very nice time so far, definitely. And just going to need to try and last hit to the best of his abilities. Has the boots early against the Razor, who does not have them. So that's probably some of the reason behind it. And also, the other thing that's going to be sort of scary about this is, you know, Seb can basically keep stealing gold here and delay these initial items that are giving him the advantage. Since he has the boots. And Thompson making the rotation at 2 minutes with a haste rune onto Afterlife, who's completely caught out of position here and is just going to go down. Maybe he can find more as Immersion. Oh no, it's just going to be a TP away instead. So he goes back to lane and he can go for the Boundless Strike to heal back up if he wants to. As Seb is going to take some more gold from FNG, throw out the Shuriken, causing trouble, but Immersion rolls into play and now going to try to find Jarex. They toss back onto FNG, and that does look like they will find the kill onto that Tiny.
Lifestealer's had enough. He's asking for help. He's losing too much gold.
And it's about to happen more and more often as Seb does get level 3 there on the Bounty Hunter and is not taking another point yet as the No Tail denies himself to neutrals. He decides to go for the 2 points in Janata now. And we'll see if Jarex is going to be able to pull him in. Takes the early raindrops there as well to deal with the harass that FNG is laying out onto him.
You need to time it right when you're playing a Bounty Hunter for Janata, if you want to use it to get the last hits, or you want to use it to steal the gold.
Yeah. Oh, body blocks from No Tail there. Was trying to make the play with the Juggernaut moving in and possibly spinning onto him, but it doesn't happen. So early laning stage is the 1,000 gold lead for OG. Even though the lanes have not looked completely out of control, it's mainly, I think, off the back of the difference that you're getting for that Bounty Hunter, getting a lot in comparison to the CK. See if they can leverage that into more farm for themselves later, and of course, stronger laning. Illusion Rune picked up as well as ILTW back there with Afterlife, just trying to zone him out while No Tail is going to hold the creep wave in position here, and they're able to get the side pull off as well on a double range creep actually, so it's pretty nice for them.
Jarex, this is his specialty. He wants to steal the creeps, steal the stacks. Every time he's just being annoying, and FNG using Frost Blast to secure the last hit.
Yeah. Now stealing some more gold again. He just keeps it happening and able to throw down those sentry wards as well to try and take away some of the vision. Steals away another bit of gold from FNG. Can only steal so much gold though.
Runes in 5 seconds.
Oh, little tip there. Something happening on the other side. And Jarex ready to go for it. The toss with the kickback. Nice play from Aversion there. Will secure himself that rune, but it's also going to be Seb getting his chunk of change as Immersion tries to roll away, but interrupted there. Still was able to walk out.
Can they grab a kill on the bottom lane? No Tail approaching.
Going to find it. LTW is somewhat low on HP, but they're still going to be able to find Afterlife here. Goes for the stun. 3 seconds, actually. And Spin was still on cooldown. So Afterlife gets out. While Thompson trying to get away. It will not get caught by the roll, but will find the slow and a lot of damage, but they can't find the kill. Jarex, toss back maybe? No.
Oh, Seb in a lot of trouble.
Steal that gold, turn and steal the gold, or just walk away. Does he live? Oh, he doesn't go down. He's not able to steal the gold.
It's the most satisfying kill you can get. Someone stole your gold, or you dropped an item to refill more and he destroyed it, then you get a kill on him.
Topson gets a lot of that damage stolen away. Still has the bonus working though, so he can go for the lifesteal with the Boundless Strike if he wants to. Ninja could get wrapped on here. They also reveal that there is a regen rune bottom, which it looks like No-Tail is going to pick up for himself, is going to bring in these creeps as well, and they might decide to go onto this Razor, who does get clapped on. Hellbear Smasher, they're thinking about chasing. They have the wraparound coming, but they can't quite get into range, and Ninja still getting punched on. And they find this kill. They ran out of stacks of the Jingu, and now No-Tail in trouble. Topson also going to fall, and No-Tail can't find the kill on the Razor. So Ninja gets out.
Really sloppy execution from OG. Tiny was not close enough to use any of his spells, and they just couldn't finish the Razor fast enough. I mean, you're diving tier 1 tower, a gank that's supposed to last a couple of seconds. It's prolonged to 15 seconds. Of course, there's going to be a reaction coming out from Gambit.
Kind of interesting here. We see the early crown picked up for the bounty. So we'll see if that goes into Drum's build that we've seen a couple of times. There's always the old classic of Bounty Hunter Dagon. Don't know if that's going to be happening, but it is going to be a kill onto Afterlife. The rotation coming from Topson and Omni Slash used.
I feel like Hero needs phase boots and drums to be effective. You can chase, boost your team with the speed, with either track or drums.
Yeah. He does have track online right now. The phase boots there for Dahak as well. But they've brought No-Tail up to the top lane. Also 2 heroes from Gambit sitting behind this Lifestealer. We'll see if Immersion can make anything happen, as they might want to open up onto Seb here, and secondary track Immersion moving in. Just going to turn and steal his gold, because why not? And now, the rest of OG showing up in numbers. Do they have anything to catch on to these heroes? If they can find a good kickback from Immersion, that's going to save his life, but only for a second, as Seb is also on top of them. With all these track kills, if they can find him, it's a huge injection of gold going on to OG. No-Tail is going to die underneath that tower, and likewise, ILTW is going to fall. So it ends up going terribly again for OG.
These trades are really not worth it. They're losing their carry for a support, even though they got some gold from that track, but in the end, I don't think that's worth it.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, you know, normally trades are something that you're happy getting as Bounty Hunter, but if it's a couple of cores for that support, it feels a lot less good. And Afterlife, running away from Topson here. Gonna see if he can get up to the 4 count. Oh, chasing, running. Wraps around, gets the 1 second stun. Topson, have you gone too far? He's going to switch over to the ulti and almost a full heal up, but Dahak shows up, and with the open wounds, the chase down, the run away. Topson trying to live through it, but he got baited so hard into this. Is Topson going to be able to get out? They got him in the sights, eyes forward, and they take down the mid from OG. The tip feels real bad.
Man, Topson tends to be too aggressive for my taste, even though I like CIS Dota mentality. Sometimes you could see him playing between tier 1 and tier 2 tower 5 minutes into the game.
Wow. They kill off Immersion there, but are they going to be able to get out with the rest of these heroes? Stealing damage from ILTW, and he's going to be forced to try and spin TP away. Does look like he will get out. So OG able to escape from that one after finding the kill, and now Bounty runes picked up. Topson does come back and claim a return kill onto Afterlife, but it's going to be Gambit picking up 4 bounty run runes.
Aye.
Seb, this is the big question mark, is what do you do at this point as in the game as a bounty hunter? How do you help contribute to your team winning?
Delay their items by stealing their gold. I don't.
That's true.
They need to play aggressive. They need to use this track, try to get ahead of them with the extra gold coming out from that track. Earth Spirit is level 6. He has the dust.
Find favor. They take down that healing ward. Seb, on top of FNG, needs to run away as they roll in with Immersion 2. Not going to connect onto anybody there. So still sitting around this mid-tier 1 tower and holding onto it. OG, you can see, really want to keep a hold of this. They toss away the Lifestealer yet again, but Immersion on top of Jerax, who does not have any other abilities to throw out, but we'll just TP back home.
Just TP out.
Thompson again diving. Seb is there. You gotta be careful. Able to bait out the jump through, and, well, Immersion wasn't quite able to catch on to the Monkey King there. So OG force some rotations bottom. They head back, get their farm on, and it's going to be the Monkey King going for a Solar Crest early.
Yeah, we saw this kind of a build on him in the minor qualifiers. He even went for Deso and... was it one more Blightstone, or am I dreaming?
I think that was what it was, yeah. Just max minus armor. I do feel like, though, there's this kind of sense that Gambit have been able to get away with a somewhat greedy offlaner in this CK, and if he can get towards some decent farm, it's going to be a big problem for OG. Jerax wanting to toss away Ninja, but they're keeping their distance really well. Get the full damage stolen away, but at the same time, OG is able to take the top tier 1 tower.
Yeah, so this is the time where I think Bounty Hunter's not contributing anything, especially if your team fight is not as strong as other teams.
Oh my god, Immersion, what a player! He kicks away Ninja, who is going to get Omni'd now, but lives through all of it with the Frost Shield on him. The chase horde come from Thompson. They want this kill desperately, and they will find it, but can they get any more? All of OG is here, and they're able to kill off the Lich as well as the Razor, both dead, both done, and just streaming forward. They buy back on the Razor. OG need to get out of here potentially, as everybody's going to start running back into this fight. They have their eyes now on to ILTW, but the Boundless Strike from the high ground, enough to get him out. And OG able to escape with murder and a buyback.
But they have no stuns. They're just deeping out. And they're playing well with the Bounty Hunter. I just said that he's not doing anything, and then suddenly 5 OG players show up on mid. They get the 3 track kills plus a buyback from a Razor.
I mean, that's big. This has been one of the issues that we've seen with Gambit in the past, is looking good through the early stages and then a quick crumble, and then things start to fall apart from there. So we'll see if they can get themselves righted, because if these trades happen like that, we saw over a 2,000 gold lead, exchange in that last fight. Pops drums, chasing forward, but a rage TP away is going to keep the Hawk alive, but was able to get a couple of good solid steals with the right click there.
Gambit just needs to chill for a couple of minutes. They need that Radiance on a Lifestealer. Razor needs to get his item. He's building towards Yule Scepter. That's great to get rid of the track. He can also control Monkey King in a team fight.
Oh, Thompson dodging away, but might still be not long for this world, but he turns around with the Wukong's command, trying to live through it. They have the Divine Favor on him also, so he's getting that regen up. Needs to get the lifesteal. Can he count up? He does, but it's not going to be enough afterwards. Is Ninja able to claim his kill, and ILTW needing to run away now from this lifestealer. Seb still looking. They no longer get that bonus track speed on ILTW, but Seb's moving forward. Now they can see if they can kill off that Razor possibly. Although Jerax also under fire, they're going to toss Dahak towards No-Tail. He doesn't want him either, but they kill off the Tiny. So OG giveth, OG taketh away, and Gambit able to clean up in that fight.
I feel like OG's lineup is gonna fall off, especially if they fight like this. They're way stronger right now. You're fighting into a Lifestealer who basically has no items right now. Once he gets the Radiance, it's gonna be tough.
Well, they have Immersion here, the kick, but he's still sticking around and trying to take down this Earth Spirit, but everywhere that they look, FNG is making plays to keep them in this game and keep heroes alive. That Frost Shield is so nuts. So Thompson switching into the tree, the Centaur getting involved in this one as well. Boundless Strike comes out, Thompson trying to run, trying to hide. Does he get out of here in time? No, not happening.
Yule Scepter is such a great item on Razor. He can dispel a lot of things, buy himself some time during Omni Slash. And they kind of lack control. They have CK stun, they have Earth Spirit stun. Other than that, they have none, considering that Lich doesn't even have a point in Sinister Gaze.
That would be helpful, wouldn't it?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, that Radiance is very close to coming online. Meanwhile, the Jug is going to be going for the Battle Fury.
And you have a CK who has his Hand of Midas finish, so his items are gonna come quickly after that. Also, he's gonna get a lot of levels with it. Hand of Midas plus GPM talent.
I know, it's really nice if you can get there. I do wonder if Reality Rift Pierce's spell immunity might be worth it this game for the Jug. Just getting all those illusions onto him. I don't know.
And Monkey King is gonna get BKB at one point.
Yeah.
So that's a full Solar Crest on Monkey.
And they still can't take that mid-tier 1 tower. Both of the safe lane towers have been taken. Thompson moving up to the high ground here. Immersion is going to spot him, able to dodge away from the roll. And now just going to be stunned before he can get off the Wukong's command. This Monkey King is dead. And Jane Frost bouncing back and forth between the catapult and No Tail. He goes down, going to lose his creeps.
What?
Well, tries to roll to break that TP, but it doesn't quite happen in time.
Lifestealer is gonna finish his Radiance in the...
What is Jurix doing there?
Next couple of minutes.
What the hell? He's gonna be found out and doesn't have enough mana yet for a TP, so this is gonna be a dead Tiny. But they did get the kill on the Lich at least.
That's really not worth it. You just gave gold to Razor, who's extremely farmed right now, and I love the item build. Straight into Heaven's Halberd. Against the Monkey King, against Jug, it's so effective.
Dude, look at Seb. He keeps on stealing away the gold so the Daha can't get his Radiance. He's like taking it away, but I think that with this kill, it's probably going to be enough given back to the Lifestealer that it's not worth it. I don't know, maybe not. It looks like LTW pulled back in, gonna get the tower denied as well. Hand of God, seeing if they can turn this fight back around. LTW goes for the Bad Fairy, try and walk away, and it is happening good enough. The toss away also. Jerax saving his core, but he does lose his life as well.
This looks like tier 1 tower is gonna go down. Can they defend it? Monkey King has Boundless Strike.
Now it's gonna be tough. Seb moves into position, seeing if he can steal a little bit of gold in a second here, but it's gonna just be pulled back in and mauled to death. They don't have any heals. The silence coming out from Immersion. Omni Slash with the Battle Fury. I'm not sure if it's gonna be quite enough. Everybody from Gambit is still looking very healthy and able to dodge away from that stun. Thompson living, but they pull him back in with the Reality Rift, and LTW still under fire. Ninja does not go down to the Juggernaut, who's disarmed and eventually going to be killed off. A big Boundless Strike with the Avalanche toss. Is he going to kill all of them? They're live on nothing, 25 HP.
Oh, that's only level 2 toss. That's why.
Oh, no. And then they get away. 6,000 gold lead. Gambit recognizing their moment, and now they've got that Radiance online, which you're talking about.
It feels almost impossible for OG to win this game right now. They had their chance. Bounty Hunter was strong at one point where they needed to play aggressive, try to get their items online with the track gold. Jerax, that's gonna get rewarded.
Caught yet again. Does have mana for TP away as well as stick charges.
The old Scepter, he can't TP out.
Yeah, it's too much. And he can do Ring Around the Rosie all he wants, but will eventually go down. And you can see heavily into the favor. OG going for a desperation play here to see if they can maybe turn the tides of this. This is a big play for them. Solar Crest on Roche means that this goes down very quickly, and Gambit does not appear aware that this is happening.
They know now because they didn't show on any runes.
Roll in. Immersion, he gets the silence, he gets the magnetized out. Roche is still alive. They need to finish this off and climb in. Are they going to be able to get it? They are able to, but it was a Roche kill by Gambit, and now they're in the den. Can they get out of here in time? Oh, Monkey King is going to go down in just a second, but they got out with the Aegis at the very least.
It's looking tough for OG. At least they managed to snatch the Aegis with Jug.
Man. But yeah, that they would have loved to get that extra injection of gold, because this is, again, the type of hero and bounty hunter that just doesn't do that much at this stage in the game. Like, he's providing soon a pipe aura to the rest of his team, but it needs to be a little bit more, it feels like.
The problem is Tiny doesn't have an item. He's building towards Force Staff, which is great against the Lifestealer, good against Razor. But who's going to be their frontliner? That's the problem.
Yeah, there isn't really a great hero for it. At times, it's looked like maybe Monkey King is the option, but he hasn't been able to get the Wukong's command off often, which would give him that extra armor. And as you were talking about, the strength that you had of the Razor and what he was doing, he has really good itemization, also going for that Heaven's Halberd. And now you've also got a CK going for an Aghanim, so just going to try and buff somebody up that much more.
What Aghanims are we talking? CK, what?
Oh, wait, he had it queued up for a second. Maybe I was looking at somebody else. Regardless, he's going to go for a heart instead, because why not? You can just destroy people. Speaking of which, Thompson, dead again. And man, Gambit is looking quite good at this point. OG Draft may be going a little bit too crazy here.
Their team fight is so much worse. Even with the Aegis, I don't think they can team fight them.
No. This is like an Aegis to not end the game when Gambit get it.
This is going to be a second tier 2 tower gone.
Jump in immediately. They find Seb. Dust comes out, and he is going to hit the dirt. Bounty Hunter does not live for very long at all. Jarek's also trying to save his buddy, but it was far too late. He will also go down. An Avalanche connecting on a lot, but it's only tickling Gambit, who are going to walk up onto high ground. Boundless Strike barely stopping them, and I think Afterlife is saying it all.
They're going for high ground right now.
Why not? There's absolutely nothing to stop him.
Monkey King has ulti if he wants to try to stall.
23 minutes on high ground, taking down this tier 3 tower, and it looks like Gambit are not going to attempt Fate, as all his OG is going to be coming back up again. So they need to try and wait this out, it feels like, and get their Jug online. I mean, really, it's like get your bounty online too, but how does this hero catch back up? It's by virtue of fighting, but you don't really have heroes that can fight that much, and Seb is just going to walk uphill immediately, get initiated on. He does manage to walk away as that Force Staff came out from Jarek's, keeping his life alive, but will eventually be able to track down the Bounty Hunter. They take down No Tail. ILTW also in some trouble as he is just getting pummeled. Loses his Aegis. Thompson was completely controlled as well. A 3-second stun. They pull him back in, take down the Monkey King. Nobody has buyback right now as ILTW has to TP back to base underneath a tier 3 tower. And yeah, they are going to take this building and probably at least a set of racks.
Yeah, this is looking all Gambit right now. There's no comeback potential with the heroes that OG has. He can try to creep skip, maybe delay the game a little bit, but it's not looking good.
LTW is underneath the ward there too, so they know that he's out here in the jungle. Afterlife has the Blink Dagger in a second if you want to try and chase him down, but it looks like they're just going to back up after taking that initial racks and head on over to the side and sort of secure the rest of these towers, because there's still a tier 1 up in the top lane, which will eventually get taken out now. But yeah, this is looking like a spanking.
With the Shiva's Guard finished on Razor, he's sitting on 27, 28 armor when he has agility power treads. The vision that he provides for his teammates with Plasma Field and Shiva's Guard is just too good.
Well, Omni Slash, it's a bold play, and that's not going to happen. You got to do something, I guess. Oh, this is definitely tough, and they do have Sinister Gaze here. They're going to be able to find it, but LTW wisely is going to TP away. So 25 minutes, 18,000 net worth lead. OG need to hold out if they at least have a chance, but I mean, it really feels like at this point it's dependent upon Gambit going too deep and then overextending in like 5 track kills
Yeah,
or
if
something.
Gambit decides to dive Fountain twice, it's definitely OG's game. Other than that, I don't see them winning this game. I'm always trying to find something positive, but I don't know. Maybe if they overextend in Monkey King's ulti, their vision is non-existent at this point.
Dude, they're stealing that Afterlife money. Avalanche toss. Look at all this money. It's the comeback right there. That's all they need. Oh, run away. Get me out of here. They have the dust. They pull Seb back in, and this is a dead bounty hunter.
The only one who shoves the wave fast is Juggernaut because of the Battle Fury. Monkey King does to some extent.
Oh, God. Do they get him? FNG, Sinister Gaze, the turnaround. Dahak is here. FNG is living through it all, and now Thompson is going to get ran down. Gambit. Oh, they dropped their ulti on the position 5, and they can't kill him.
Sometimes it's better just to call the game and go the next one instead of them basically humiliating you for the next 10, 15 minutes because you feel so useless you can't do anything and it can get into your head.
Yeah. It's fair enough. I mean, it really does feel like you look at it and position 5, no tail on the Chen. This hero does not team fight to come back into the game. Bounty Hunter doesn't really team fight to come back into the game. So it's all on the Monkey King and the Jug and, well, Jerax, but it's just not enough at this point, and they're just getting completely obliterated. Buy back into the game for the Tiny. They pull in Seb, 1 round of Reality Rift, and he is almost dead. Immersion is not going down here either, and they just have to walk away for the moment. Boundless Strike coming out. Jerax, buy back. He needs to walk away from this one, but will be a godlike streak for Dahak. The chase down. Thompson is also going to the grave. ILTW soon to fall, and this is finally going to be GG as Gambit will take game number 1.
And it felt like OG had a chance to get so much advantage in 15 minutes. I guess that was the plan, just try to run at Gambit, get a lot of gold with track kills, get some items online, but it never worked out. Also, Thompson got caught way too many times. And let me check the most important thing about this game. How much
Show
gold,
me the money.
How much gold
Welcome back,
Bounty
Base
Hunter
Kid.
has stolen?
Oh, where's it at?
It's
1,043.
Yeah, just 1,000 gold. That's not that much.
At the end of the day, it was, what was it, the lead. A lot more than that, certainly. But yeah, you guys are talking about it. I think one of the biggest things, Afro Ninja 18, 1, and 12 on this Razor. He went off. He had a hell of a game.
Yeah, and then Thompson completely fell flat on his face as well. Like, we saw him diving the CK bottom. There was nobody else around. It was just him versus CK, plus the tier 1 tower, and there was just ring around the Rosie. Lifestealer TP's in. It's a completely free kill. Like,
their decision-making to dive the towers was not the greatest, and even the execution was failing.
Yeah. Well, a very tough one for OG. I think that maybe you chalk this one up to the draft, possibly. There were definitely problems with it, but like you said, there are also some decision-making things.
You can win with this kind of a draft for sure.
Right.
Just snowball so hard with the Bounty Hunter, but it was not the greatest draft, and what the Gambit had in this kind of a game is it's hard to crack a nut like this.
yeah. And the Razor last pick was so killer.
Yeah,
right?
Razor last pick blocked all of their heroes in terms of having a good laning stage. They were trying to have an upper hand by having 3 heroes who can be played at multiple roles, and Razor just blocked that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in just a little bit with game number 2. Stick around. We'll see if OG can pull it back or if Gambit are going to take a 2-0 lead in group number A. See you guys in a few.
This arena is about ready to explode. Welcome to ESL 1. Let's get this started. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go.
Grabbing up the epicenter comes in. Oh, it's a big one as well. Look at this damage. The BKB, the Black are ready to go. GG.
Think he can't shine through the dark? Stream a Roshan steal in high resolution? And record a play for the history books? Watch this. Think he can't make a victory go viral? Watch this. Think a support can't be in the spotlight? Watch this. On Intel Core i7, a legend can rewrite his own legacy. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
Absolutely stunning! They are the champions!
You're not weak. Your mind is always racing. It never rests. So let the earth quake as you break through.
ESL 1 is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus, and Pay Safeguard.
Why, hello and welcome back again, all you fabulous ladies and gentlemen out there in the Dota 2 world. All over the world, we're able to sit back and watch some great Dota 2 happening for ESL 1 Katowice, as well as the other tournaments that are going on all over the world. You can see these nice shots coming in from Poland direct, where all of the action is happening. Not on the street in particular, but probably a couple blocks away at the arena.
We need an event that's going to be played
Outside?
on the streets, like Ghetto Dota.
Ghetto Dota.
Get out, Ghetto Dota.
You know, that's probably how they should brand it, too. I like that idea. But hello and welcome back, my wonderful people. Basekip, Lacoste, Lyrical, 3 commentators here on the B stream. We're casting from the ESL 1 studios in Cologne, Germany. And we've got some great Dota happening. OG versus Gambit. How you two feeling after that game number 1?
Were OG playing great Dota? Were they, guys?
Nah, not really.
I don't think so.
You could see the weaknesses of OG in this kind of a game, that when they were known as comeback kings, but they had the drafts to do so. In a games like this, you lose. They didn't necessarily lose the early game. They were even, I would say. But after that, if you're playing from behind with the draft like this, you're losing a game 100%.
Yeah, it's really tough. And you guys might think that I'm about to flame Bounty Hunter, but I'm about to flame Chen. I am not necessarily convinced by. I know that I want to ask. Well, I wanted to talk to you guys about it a little bit because I can see that OG have been playing it. I haven't gotten to watch those games necessarily. You guys have cast them a little bit. What about this Chen is looking convincing to you guys? Because to me, I'm looking at that previous game, and they get maybe 1 or 2 little cute ganks off, but then you look at his skill set in a team fight, and it just feels so difficult to get full use out of everything. Like, let's say you cast Divine Favor on somebody, and then everyone just focuses that hero and they get stunned, so they don't really get to use the damage, or they're forced to run away, so they're not using the damage. It feels like there's so many different ways that Chen's abilities end up being really difficult to use in a fight. Like if you have a hero like Earthshaker with a Fissure, right? Fissure's always going to have at least some value in a fight, but Chen's abilities feel like a lot of the time you're only going to get like 20% out of what the ability is actually capable of doing, because you rely on somebody being able to get auto attacks off, or let's say you're saving someone with Hand of God. Maybe you're only healing one person instead of your whole team, and it feels like he's not really having a whole lot of impact on these fights.
Well, I can understand your point of view, because you saw when Chen is not doing great, but in the games where he is, you outnumber your opponent so easy with the recall. You can't really recall and dive into tower because you can react to that.
Okay.
So try to make a play when either tower is down. The strength of a Chen is when you use Divine Favor on a catapult.
Yeah.
You push towers so quickly. So maybe this is not the greatest Chen game that we witnessed, but definitely a hero in my book that is worth first picking.
And I think that also it goes back to what you were talking about earlier, which is the Bounty Hunter, which is that you need that other hero that you can pull in that can stand in front of a tower and make sure that they can get it with the Divine Favor catapult. Because take over the catapult level 5 or minute 5, and then you just Divine Favor it. You just keep going at those towers and they drop really quickly, and then the momentum just naturally carries you to the next one. So to me, that was the thing that looked really good when they did it before.
But your heroes need to be alive.
Yes.
And you need to make a rotation to grab a kill, then you get 2 catapults, you push, suddenly the game's looking so good. It's about the timings and movement around the map also.
They also
you need to
often
not get
played
outnumbered.
it with Prophet, which was the other way to make sure that they always had numbers.
So is Chen just less of a 5-man hero now than he used to be? Is that part of it? Because to me, the identity of old Chen, right? Like super old Chen, when you're just getting 4 creeps and you're buying a mech, that was all about staying together as 5 and playing as a team, using the send back, very 5-man oriented. death ball lineup. And
You don't
the way
get
that you
level
guys are
2.
talking to me about him now is that, well, you want to be running around and using the map mobility and split pushing a tower here with the catapult and that kind of stuff.
Also, so many times I saw Divine Favor being used where hero actually survives because of it, and then the whole team fight turns, and suddenly you have 5 against 2, and it's so easy to fight after.
Yeah.
Use Divine Favor again, just keep repeating it. And
Okay.
I think it worked well for them with the Monkey King. It synergized as well with his critical strike. You buff the damage.
Yeah. I'm a fan of the hero. I'm
Right.
just asking to be convinced, I suppose. I'll keep
think-
an open mind.
I think that, this is also... We saw a lot of them. The other team saw a lot of OG. They saw a lot of them through those qualifiers, and this is the same type of Dota that OG is attempting to play, but the difference is that now they're getting that Nature's Prophet taken away from them. They're getting the Ember Spirit taken away from them. These heroes that were kind of integral to the earlier strategies are no longer there, and OG need to react now. So I'm curious to see what they're going to do, and speaking of which, we do have the draft for game number 2. We're getting ready to hop into it right now, and it's looking like so far... pretty much the same bans. We'll see if they decide to ban out the troll again. They do. Yeah. OG, first pick Chen. No, they take the Coddle.
Okay.
And Gambit feel like they are still confident in their style of play, and they're going to take the Chen. Oh, man.
What is
the life
this
stealer?
draft is going so fast.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
You know what this reminds me of? It's like, did you ever play chess? And you have like a long
Dota
series.
auto chess or
No. Like regular chess.
All right.
Yeah.
Like you have a long series of moves that you can see far in advance, and then you like are thinking out in your head, and then you and the other person, you start taking pieces really fast back and forth, and then there's one thing that you weren't thinking about, and then you're like, oh crap, I didn't see that move.
You autopiloted
Exactly
what you thought was the sequence. Yeah.
And this is feeling like it's maybe a similar thing.
Yeah, it could be. It's very, very similar to the previous draft, and now we've stopped for a second. The Meepo ban has gotten bumped up in priority, which is a little bit interesting to me because I look at OG's lineup and I don't see them having too many problems with Meepo. Like they're both of their heroes that they have so far are actually, I would say, decent against Meepo. So
they just don't want to get cheesed. Like
Yeah.
it's so easy to lose a game when enemy has Meepo. This is a good ban. Pugna against CK works miracles, and it's one of the Thompson's most played and most comfortable heroes. I feel like you need to have something that goes through BKB, through his rage, if you want to win against the Lifestealer. We saw yesterday Gambit picking Doom. I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to go for it. Ursa is one of the few heroes that can man fight against Lifestealer.
yeah, that's the other thing about the new Lifestealers. It feels like a bunch of heroes that used to be really solid Lifestealer counters aren't necessarily. It's not necessarily the same matchup anymore. Like take Troll Warlord for example, right? Like old Troll versus old Lifestealer. Troll wins that man fight every single time because of the bash and just because of the nature of the hero. But it feels like with the new Lifestealer, and especially the build that he's going for, it's not necessarily the case where Troll is as much of a problem for Nakes. So
I think also here in this one, Gambit might hold off on taking something like the Doom, because we've also seen Afterlife play Legion Commander, and that's something also that could fit the bill for what they might want.
That's true.
And they could just leave that for last pick and just take one or the other.
I feel like Juggernaut is overpicked. In my opinion, that this hero, I just see this hero lose a lot of games. It's good in this game against Keeper of the Light, against Blinding Light, against the Lifestealer, can just spin away. They still don't have anything that goes through the BKB. This is one of the reasons why they banned out Beastmaster. Also, he can spin and kill Ignis Fadis.
It's nice. I can dig it. So where do OG want to go? Things they need to deal with. Somebody that can kill the healing ward likely. A vehicle for Lifestealer.
Yeah, so far they don't have any lockdown. So hero like a Puck seems good. You still don't want to pick it right away, but they could save this kind of a pick for later stages.
if they picked a Puck, is Puck really a Thompson hero, or do you think they would just put like Seb on it?
They could do either. I'm sure that he can play Puck, but he's going to be playing Monkey King.
OGs, they seem one-dimensional to me. Every single time they're picking, it's the same picks all over again.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the heal synergy on Gambit is going to be crazy here. Like we've been talking about the damage on Divine Favor, but the heal amplification, combine that with even a little bit of healing ward or the Sunray coming in, whoever's got that buff on them is going to be so difficult to kill. This is a little bit, I guess, a little bit of a lockdown problem potentially for Gambit, but I think they'll do okay, and I get the feeling that they might get just a little bit more catch or a little bit of disable. Even just a slow, I think, would be good for them coming in for their last pick.
Well, they have the damage. That's one of the things I kind of wonder about. Oftentimes,
on Gambit?
Yeah.
I think they're okay. Jug and CK.
It's kind of weird. Like, CK does need those, like, 1 or 2 items, right?
Yeah.
So there might be a window there that OG could try and exploit.
That's true. They could still full Tricore if they wanted to. The Razor's still in the pool. So that's probably worth banning if you're OG, unless they feel like there's something else that's super worrying. And OG just, okay, I like seeing this because we've got some team fight escalation. I've been hankering for some team fight, and Gambit throw in the Phoenix, and OG just fire right back with the Enigma.
And I think, as Lacoste said one time, they have the black hole and also the white hole. In
oh yeah, that's the synergy in universe that we're looking for.
And the other thing is, it's very similar to what happened last time, where this could be a Seb Enigma, it could be a Jarek's Enigma, it could be a Jarek's Monkey King, it could be a Thompson Monkey King.
So everything's still open, but from what I saw, Jarek's most of the time plays Enigma, just denies the off lane and farms the jungle. So it's basically jungle Enigma with trying to deny a range creep from enemies, so the lane goes back to his off laner. And
it's a very passive laning setup for OG.
They don't have any...
They're not going to be ganking at all. Keeper of the Light and Enigma are not ganking heroes, so they're not going to be making any plays. Maybe if the Monkey King is mid, he can run around and team up with one of the other cores, but if it's Enigma and Keeper of the Light as their 2 supports, they are not getting any kills in the early game.
I wonder if they just want to push for OG, because they ban out that Storm Spirit, which is the annoying combo with Chen. I'm wondering if you like try and switch up the draft here and play like a push timing and take like something else for Jerax here and run like Enigma off lane, Monkey King mid.
Yeah, they rounded up one of their lineups with Lycan, if I'm not mistaken, during the qualifiers, where suddenly they're pushing into your bit. They killed the throne in 18 minutes. They had a Beastmaster though, but Beastmaster, like, Enigma.
Gambit don't have great D push here, so that could be an option. All right, they're gonna take the puck.
Just that puck. So I guess it's Seb Puck, Thompson Monkey King, Jarek's Enigma.
That's most likely, but I think you could still switch it up depending on the lane matchup.
Yeah.
They could go for Dragonite. They lack reliable stun. Yeah, Pucks makes a lot of sense. I already mentioned why, but he can split push. They have nothing to catch him with. So it's a free puck game. Whoever's going to be playing the puck, it's going to be Thompson, actually.
Okay, Thompson puck. And it is going to be the Jarek's Monkey King.
Unless he overextends, we could see Puck not dying this game.
How's that matchup, Razor versus Puck on mid?
You're really not affected by static link if you just keep your orb. But knowing Thompson, he tends to play aggressive. He's going to be using those orbs to try to harass, maybe even get a kill, maybe not even a point in a phase shift, try to surprise him with the 2 points in Vanning Rift.
So as a little bit of background to everybody out there before we hop into this game as to the state of this qualifier, or rather this group stage, right now Gambit, Secret, and OG are all tied at 3-1 apiece. The big difference maker here, and this is kind of important, is that OG and Secret went 1-1 against each other, whereas Gambit lost a forward. And that means because of the way that tiebreakers are working, this is really important that Gambit win this game. Because if they don't, they would naturally get knocked down to the lower side of it, which means they wouldn't get into the upper bracket afterwards if they all win out the rest of their games. So that's going to be the important thing to watch for is how this works out, because if Gambit don't win this, then suddenly OG have a way that they could tie them in score going in through the rest of these qualifiers, and then they would still not be able to win in the upper bracket, even though they win the head-to-head potentially. It sort of depends on how that all works out. So very interesting stuff. Any thoughts going into this? A team that you like more rather one over the other?
I feel like OG has way better draft, and I think this could be 1-1 actually. Gambit, they lack lockdown. This is going to be the problem. It's a free puck game. If they can delay it enough with Hand of Midas on Lifestealer plus a Radiance, I think puck can buy enough time in this game for OG to have a good mid and late game, because their laning stage is not the greatest.
Yeah. I really like OG's team fight. I think I'm actually going to go for OG this time around.
Okay. Well, dropping eggs. Got couriers running around the top lane. And we will see how this all works out, and we will see Base Kip on the other side of the panel segment as well.
Oh, that's the most beautiful view in the world.
What's that one? You looking at me again?
No, I'm looking at Base Kip, watching Dota, eating some chips, picking his nose, the classic.
God dang it, Lacoste. What are you even saying? What's happening? All right, well, Jerex, Mr. Monkey King, gonna jump down onto FNG Chub Teasy. And FNG a little bit quicker on the fingers there. Jerek's gonna have to walk away from that one. Gambit 4 bounty runes. Oh no, OG, what has happened? That's not what we want to see.
Well, at least their courier didn't die.
That's true.
Remember that game when OG picked up 4 bounties and got a courier snipe?
Yeah, that was real rough for Alliance. That was a tough time. And then Alliance tried to do the courier snipe thing the next day, so that was pretty funny. All right, well, regardless, does look like Jerex is not taking those points in Jingu since he went up into the trees, and because of that, can't really trade hits against FNG. FNG hits really hard.
It's hard to trade against Chen with this build. Divine Favor gets regen, gets more damage, so you need to go back once he uses it. Seb is gonna get his lane back. He just needs to be careful about not dying mid matchup. That's gonna be interesting to see how Thompson decides to play it.
The other thing too about this is that he just chases into a tree and he baits out a tango. Or that probably was just the Quelling Blade, wasn't it? Anyways, but the thing to watch for is that you've got FNG here hitting so hard, and Jerex actually doesn't have a stout shield right now. He's just gone all for straight regen, so doesn't even get the procs there to help mitigate the damage. And Dahak, bottom lane, you get punched a little bit there as well by No Tail. And ILTW, while Immersion sees if he can hit lucky on these Fire Spirits.
This is really not a strong lane coming out from Gambit. You have Jug and Phoenix. There's no real stun, no real slow. Dive does some slow, 19%, but I don't think that's enough. Lifestealer can just rage away, so there's no kill potential on Lifestealer, and Keeper of the Light is way too fast.
Is Immersion dead? He's going to charge up his laser, shoots it out at Immersion, and almost able to find him. That does mean that Dahak is going to be forced to use the spin afterwards. Man, oh man, that is a hurt little Firebird.
They don't have the best laning stage in terms of putting aggression with OG's heroes, but their lanes are kind of in a good position. They're static, and they're just going to out-CS them. But I think the bottom lane is going to do really good for OG. Top lane, a lot of XP is going to get denied. Seb's going to get farmed. Jerex, once he gets Boots of Speed, he can try to rotate.
Thompson Courier! Afro Ninja saw him there the whole time. So they get the kill onto Thompson, but they're able to kill off the Courier.
It's classic Thompson.
It really is, isn't it? Well, Afterlife up in the top lane. Gonna get pummeled a little bit there. Not able to mischief the stun. And Jerex just gonna back out afterwards. He's burned through a lot of his regen trying to live in that lane. Oh, and they've got the Harpy Stormcrafter. That creep. Yeah, they brought in FNG for this one, and LTW, he's got to be kind of careful. He actually doesn't have any more regen right now in this lane, so he's going to need to feast off of some stuff. While No-Tail gets caught there, they're diving under with the creep, and No-Tail in some trouble, gets pummeled down to death. LTW also kind of in no man's land. They have another Chain Lightning if they wanted to use it, but it looks like LTW will hide and live through it.
Dude, how is this creep balanced? 50 mana for 140 initial damage.
Isn't
you
that
can use
insane?
it 8 times, and the cooldown is 4 seconds.
Yeah, it's kind of broken. Looks like Jarex fell out of his treehouse. Oh, good dodge of the stun there. He's only been able to count to 2 for Afterlife, and so he does have to back out. Seb, in the meantime, 15 and 14 on this Enigma. Not sure how many of those have been denying of his own creeps, but they're going to see if they can get the slowdown now onto Afterlife. Some decent damage, the Primal Spring, but they can't really do all that much more. But as we sort of said, even though it's a slight lead right now for Gambit, this is a lineup from OG that can fight very well in the mid game.
Yeah, they need to have levels on Puck to try to initiate. Once he gets a Blink Dagger, they're gonna have a vehicle for a Life Stealer, and Enigma's gonna have a lot of farm.
Dude, they raged to try and get the creep, and now they're just Divine Favoring it to heal it back up again.
Divine Favor plus Healing Ward to save Harpy Stormcrafter.
Oh my god, this thing is a monster. This has done the most damage in the game right now, I'm sure. They just can't kill it. It's living forever. Uh-oh. Seb? He should be fine. We'll chase down there on Afterlife. But Jarex and Seb trying to keep away the Phoenix and CK as the lanes have been switched up.
Thompson is getting dived on the mid lane.
And a quick dive there from Afro Ninja is going to TP to the shrine, heal back up afterwards. And as soon as you've got those raindrops, it's just so impossibly hard to play this lane as the Puck.
He got a solo kill because Thompson dived for a courier kill, which gave Razor a full level advantage and one more item. So it's hard to play into this. They're going to need to rotate one more hero to try to grab a kill on Razor.
FNG caught by the open wounds, and No-Tail will secure that kill. Right now, Lifestealer has definitely been hampered in this laning stage. I guess sort of still on par with where the Juggernaut is, but the big difference is that on the other 2 lanes, the CK and Razor are kind of owning. And, well, turn around here. Could go for the stun, trying to pump fake it out. Jarex not going to bite. Very confident in his ability to dodge away from it afterwards. So it will be a 3-1 lead and 1,000 gold into the favor of Gambit in these first couple of minutes of the laning stage. As we get closer to level 6s for some of these heroes, could see some rotations to try and find kills possibly. But this Harpy Stormcrafter, man, it's been the MVP so far.
It's the 6th player on the side of Gambit.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Look at it.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see much action happening in this game unless Puck decides to rotate. Lifestealer is going to continue to farm up, try to get his Midas online, then farm for another 6-7 minutes to get the Radiance up. Even Seb has Midas queued up.
Yeah. I mean, and this is one of the nice things that you've got about Thompson in this game playing on the Puck, is that it's an answer for like the spin TP away. So it's not going to be as easy for the Jug to get his split pushing going on. And you can see right here as well, No-Tail just hiding off in the trees. Going to go for the Illuminate spam. And now Divine Favor with the Catapult. This is what OG were missing in their game. And LTW not level 6 yet, can't go for the Infest kill on it yet. But it will eventually go down. They just glyphed up, able to live through it. Need to be careful. Omni Slash is available, but it doesn't look like Gambit are going to attempt to do that anytime soon. Oh my goodness.
Man, Jarex, he blinks in, steals the region rune, and TPs immediately and barely survives.
Oh, Alpha Ninja got it though. He got the regen.
Did he?
Yeah, but I think it was broken still. But yeah, he's doing what he's doing. He's trying. It's a desperate attempt. Oh, and now he's farming his side of the map too. Oh, he's tempted fate there with the Omni. Not doing it yet. Killing off creeps, and this is probably going to be No-Tail's life for the next rest of the game, I would imagine. Just hide off in the corners, cut creeps whenever possible. Looks like FNG might have recalled somebody. Yep. Oh, it's the Stormcrafter. And then he steals the last hit as well.
Surprise, surprise.
Oh my god. What a monster. They've kept this creep the entire time. This is the most value creep ever. LTW's like, I've had enough. As soon as he gets level 6.
Kill him. Like, they need to use Open Wounds, Rage, plus Illuminate to get a kill on this creep.
Just infest it when he gets there. It's going to be the real goal. All right, Jarex trying to pull the creep wave back so that way Alpha Ninja can't get the tower, but it is going to be a CK Midas at these early stages. No-Tail able to take down that ward, but looks like the blinding light catch on to him. FNG is here. Divine Favor, Alpha Ninja, ILTW, Rages, trying to chase. They have the Primal Spring as well, catching on to this Razor. A lot of damage out as they have the coil already out as well. Able to get the break, but they bring in yet another. That's the Juggernaut who drops the healing ward to keep Razor alive.
Man, this Divine Favor, just keeping him alive. He stands his ground, has full hood, just needs to use the courier, and this Razor is going to be unkillable.
Already a hard hero to deal with, but when you add into that the heal increase that you get, 25%, plus the regen that you get just from it naturally, this is a big old problem, and it feels like Gambit are in a position to just steamroll this one. Again, this is their play style. End of the game early. They have a 4,000 gold lead, and this is with a Midas on the CK.
Midas CK, Juggernaut has Hand of Midas queued up as well. You see two of them going for Hand of Midas, you instantly react with double Hand of Midas on your side. How do you like this, Gabe?
I mean, you know what? It's fine. Just keep going Midases. Why not? As long as I can do it in my games, I'm happy with it. All right, they want immersion. They want him bad, and they got him. Thompson picks up the kill. Much needed for that man, so he can get his Midas.
Oh, I'm not sure this is a good trade for them.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure they can take this tier 1 tower. No-Tail already TPing bottom, charging Illuminate, but they have 2 siege creeps. Healing ward already dropped.
Divine Favor. Look at
Alright.
the damage on this cat. This tier 2 tower is going to take so much damage. He has Blinding Light at least, but he didn't hit on the catapults there. And they are, look at the damage. It's just going to be dead. And there's really no great way to deal with this. I mean, LTW is moving in. He can infest the catapults, but this tier 2 tower is gone. And if they're not careful, I mean, you're just going to lose all map control. LTW runs into FNG, realizes he does not want to be here anymore, but pops the rage. Actually, he was able to pump fake that one, so LTW immediately going to TP away from there, and we'll get out okay. But this is the pressure from Gambit that OG don't have great ways to deal with.
This is a free tier 1 tower for them, so it's going to open up entrance to OG's jungle.
You know, I actually like the Midases in this game because you can use it on the catapults at least. It's like their best D-push. At least for those. So FNG running around, only level 5, but having a huge amount of impact in this game. Jarex scouting things out here as well, has already run into FNG. He's going to recall in one hero. They immediately take down the Ignis Fatis as the Will-O-Wisp is out, but the Black Hole, they got him caught, able to control that Juggernaut, but there's no follow-up afterwards. And the rest of OG is just out of here. Seb is going to get Omni Slash. That Black Hole did nothing.
Man, they used White and Black Hole, and they didn't manage to kill the Jug. This is... It feels like OG is in a position where they don't know if they want to fight or not. Hand of Midas on puck.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? Is that you've got all of these Hand of Midases, so they're building for the late game, but then they're still attempting to take these fights. And naturally, if Chen gets jumped on, he can just recall in people, and then they're there immediately.
Plus, you use Divine Favor on yourself to keep yourself alive for a longer time.
Yeah.
And he's going to be level 6 pretty soon.
How many Midases do we have in this game?
3 on OG, 2 on Gambit.
Okay. We'll see what they can do. Thompson just going to TP away from the menacing Chen. And bottom lane, LTW going to rage TP out also. So that is something pretty good, at least for the side of OG. There isn't anything that breaks BKB TP away.
Gotta stay positive.
Hey. It is a pretty substantial lead, though, and it feels like Gambit kind of have a free path towards Roche if they want to take it. Because, I mean, granted, the Black Hole wasn't necessarily the greatest coming out from OG last time. I guess that if you have a couple other heroes in the area, that might look a lot better.
I'm looking at this tech boy named Razor. Dude feels unkillable at this point.
Yeah. Yasha, double Wraithband. Gonna have the Sanj here again in a second as well. And it's not just the items that he's got, but like we've been talking about, that Divine Favor. What it brings to him. Even just comboing that together with his stick. In the meantime, Coddle trying to do some guerrilla warfare, clearing through these creep waves whenever possible. Cuts him down a little bit, but it is still feeling like they just need to delay this game as much as possible. Hard thing to do.
Oh, he misses the coil.
Yeah, a little bit bad. Immersion saw it. Unfortunate. That would have been nice.
What happened with Dota? Monkey King has Hand of Midas queued up. That's gonna be 4th Midas. I mean,
why not, right?
This is anti-hype. The most anti-hype item in the game.
No, we got it. The problem is that we're not doing our job hyping it up well enough. That's the problem.
The only hype that I like to see about Hand of Midas is when I'm flaming someone for not using Midas efficiently.
Speaking of which, Thompson right here. He's got 4 seconds left. Let's see if the man can do it. He's invis. He's going to sneak up on the creeps to see if he can get it in time. Look at this inefficiency. It's not happening. The Boundless Strike getting set up for the Midas usage. Midas usage. Use your Midas. Oh, he got it. What a player. In the meantime, they lose Jerix. And Thompson, TP away. He's out.
They're just stalling. They need to try to stall this game for another 40 minutes for these Midases to become efficient, because right now they can't really fight. Enigma has a Blink Dagger, so this might turn things around. If they get a good Will-O-Wisp, they gather around it. Midnight Pulse into a Black Hole.
Oh no, Tail. Run away. Drops down the Will-O-Wisp to escape. Oh my goodness, the damage coming out from that Phoenix. And, well, this is feeling like the chokehold getting clamped onto OG is getting tighter and tighter. See if they can get that Midas online for Jerix. Maybe then, in 20 minutes, they can make something happen. But yeah, it does feel like it's a losing proposition, sort of, right? Like, I don't know, I guess that your only hope is that you're going to win later because you lost the lane so badly, but...
They didn't necessarily lose their lanes, it's just their heroes can't rotate.
Oh my god.
They can't initiate.
Fairy Fire by there. Might have kept him alive. Yeah, they need to initiate with like a Boundless Strike. The silence... able to keep him alive right there. I'm not sure if Thompson realizes it. Goes for the stun, the turnaround, phase shift. Doesn't have any way out of this, as he's just gonna die afterwards. Dreamcoil tries to get out. Thompson actually making his way out of here. Does he live through it though? The illusions are chasing, and the quick coil and the jaunt away keeps him alive. All right.
This is exactly what he needs to do. He needs to try to play as aggressive as possible, buy time, love the build, Hand of Midas into Boots of Travel. Usually, I'm not being sarcastic right now. This is what they need to win this game. Even though it looks stupid, they can't really fight them right now.
And this is big, finding these pickoffs. If you can stall the push and find pickoffs on core heroes, very important.
They don't have the best siege for tier 3 towers.
Yeah. Immersion takes down the ward, might be signaling that Roche is going down. Now, can OG get there in time to come and contest? Topson throws out the illusory orb. FNG is in the area. They're charging up the Illuminate. Topson walking in. They find the 3-second stun. That's pretty big, but the Boundless Strike's trying to interrupt. They kill off Topson. Does have buyback available, but oh, the jump in Jarek's not able to get it. And now it's gone terribly awry. They have the Supernova up on the high ground, and Will of Wisp down is not going to do enough. So they lose 3. And used a couple big ultis for it as well.
Now it's time to go. They need to try to push out the waves on side of Gambit, ILTW. Look at his positioning. He's in Dire's triangle.
And Seb going to be dead. So yeah, ILTW doing what he can, but OG are just looking like they're falling further and further behind at this point. 11,000 net worth lead, 19 minutes in, and you know, they might not have the best high ground siege, but if you have this significant of an advantage, it does kind of feel like you can do whatever the heck you want. Oh, Afo Ninja, he spots out Jarek's. Primal Spring, Boundless Strike, needs to jump away, and we'll be able to make it to a tree.
Chaos Knight still chasing.
Afterlife hunting. They get him there. Good mischief. The jump away. It's not going to happen yet. Doesn't have another Boundless Strike. Does have stick charges, though. Needs to buy a little bit more time and a second more fogging away. Is able to get up into the tree. The jump away, Jarek's. Again, the great escape. He makes his way out.
This is the most frustrating spell to use when someone's trying to juke you in fog. The cast point on Reality Rift is just, yikes.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
All right, well, Topson now. I do believe that that man has gotten into a blink, so the Midas is starting to pay off, but Gambit up on the high ground, ready to start the siege. They've got the Divine Favored Catapult. They need to take this one down. You can only Midas so often.
One Midas.
Blinding Light? Where's your Midas? They take it down.
I mean, against the Midnight Pulse,
oh, mid-lane?
Illuminate, it's so hard to push.
Look at LTW.
They have nothing that stops his Rage TP out, so
is this going to work?
Doing this, yeah. They can't react to this.
I mean, he's just chilling.
I mean, CK can try to stun him from Shadowblade before he attacks, and I don't think that's even worth it considering where he's standing right now.
I mean, they can, yeah, just keep doing it, farm up the jungle, and Gambit, at some point in time, you do need to deal with this because eventually OG with these Midases are going to come online.
We talked about the latest Hand of Midas.
Bringing one in as well. Seb, Black Hole, back off cooldown. In 1 second, it's there available, but the Supernova has been dropped, and now Topson needs to back away. Dahak is also in the area. If they could maybe bait them into a bag fight, but it looks like OG just want to get out.
Man, OG's playing.
Are they doing this?
These guerrilla warfare tactics.
It's so true. Oh, the stun, Rage, TP away, Omni slash down, ILTW trying to get out, it's too long. The TP and the sad trombone.
44 seconds. It feels like Gambit is in a rush.
Yeah.
Like it's the same feeling when you're playing against Anti-Mage, who has a Battle Fury, and you know that if you don't finish the game in the next 10-15 minutes, it's just gonna go really bad for you.
I mean, Jarek's just now finishing his Midas. They've got more ways to deal with these catapults when they come up the high ground. And OG, if they don't lose too many heroes at one given time, like, you look at it, No Tail, he heads up to the top lane, clears through these creep waves, and what do you do as FNG? You don't really have an answer. You need to predict that movement like 2 steps ahead. Otherwise, you're always playing from behind, although they have found Seb now, and that man does not have a way out of that.
It's fine to lose one hero just to see where enemy heroes are and at which part of the map you can play aggressive. Lifestealer, still 1,000 gold away from Radiance, and CK, I love the build on him. some drums for extra movement speed, mana pool, Shadow Blade, so he can deal with this kind of a split push, and has Hex queued up.
Yeah. Buyback from the puck. They need to deal with this creep wave coming in. It is a single range creep that is causing this trouble, and Thompson draws the aggro. They kill it off. Do they have a glyph available? They did not. So Gambit, if they can take down this tower, it would be big. They also kill off Jarex on the other side of the map. So what can they do? Monkey King dead for a while. Seb has Black Hole available if he wants to use it. The jump forward could come, but it looks like it is Gambit backing away, and yeah, they get a little bit of damage onto him as well. So no blink coming out.
Gambit had enough.
Yeah.
They seem really pissed about what OG is doing right now. And what is next row spawning? May respawn in 3 minutes.
Okay. So Aegis is going to expire there. It is still Gambit with the 17,000 net worth lead, and good blink away there from Thompson as Chaos Knight was coming into the area.
Look what Chaos Knight is doing on his side of the map. Like, they're winning the game and he's running in Shadow Blade trying to find somebody. If he finds someone, Juggernaut, DPs, Omni Slash, especially against the Life Stealer, it's a guaranteed kill. OG just popped the smoke.
Okay. Seb has died a couple times down here, so they're attempting to bait it. See if they can find a pickoff on that CK, who was hunting earlier. And immediately, CK is going to start heading down south with FNG here. So they're going to have 3 heroes in the area for Gambit, but 5 on the side of OG. And as soon as they spot LTW, they're going to initiate onto him. 3 seconds, pulling in another. Razor is there now as well, but LTW turning to fight, pops the rage. They want to get into this one. Already the coil onto 2, and the follow-up, the Black Hole is there coming from Seb onto 3, but do they have enough damage to follow it up afterwards? They have it afterwards, but everybody on Gambit is full HP again, and that Black Hole again did nothing. They take down ILTW. OG still can't fight.
They have no damage whatsoever. If Puck uses his spells before, there's no one to actually deal the damage during the Black Hole.
I mean, that was with, you know, Midnight Pulse down and everything, and Thompson is just going to get obliterated if he sticks around a second longer. They take over a creep. Afterlife still chasing. Thompson needs to run within vision of that sentry ward, though, so he gets the jaunt away afterwards.
But can they take objectives?
That's the question. Over and over again. This looks like when OpenAI played. They're just like running down lanes, pulling creep waves around.
Roche may respawn in a minute. If it spawns quickly enough, they will know that there's no Black Hole and they can take this fight at the Roche pit.
I mean, this lineup from OG, it will really hurt if they lose a lane of racks because they need to be able to like clear through these waves and they have damage issues. Oh, Puck gonna need to go for the blink away. No Tail gets the 2-second stun. They pop the BKB as well from the Razor to chase forward. They buy back immediately on that Coddle, and they want to get this creep wave. They want to get the barracks. Thompson jumps in again. The coil out there. Boundless strike down. They just don't have the damage, and No Tail gets eviscerated.
That's a dieback.
Oh, man.
Minus Raxes, they have a track. If Enigma has a Black Hole, 70 seconds, no Black Hole. Puck just used ulti. Keeper of the Light is gone for almost a minute. They want to close this game.
A Blink, or rather Shadow Blade Hex for Afterlife. He's gone for that, and they go for the initiation. Immediately gets Hex, now going to be stunned for an extended period of time. Just get the phase shift off, but the Supernova's already down. Can they kill it off in time? LTW does bring down the egg, but all of them die. Dahak is there, and Jarek's going to do his best to clear through these creep waves, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He turns into the tree and then just gets pulled back down. A double kill. GG is called, and OG do not have an answer for the aggression coming from Gambit.
Their draft definitely looked better in game 2, but I'm glad that people are losing, those who built 3+ Midases, because it's anti-fun Dota.
Yeah, I would agree. Skip, you were able to watch all of that game. Thoughts?
I'm convinced about the Chen.
Yeah.
I'm a Chen believer. That was a really, really good game from FNG. He did get the Harpy, which is not always necessarily super consistent, but he made amazing use of it, and the Chen looked so good. When they were on the front foot, just constantly using the recall to bring people into fights, the Razor gets super low, they recall in the Jug, they put down the healing ward. You guys have sold me on the Chen. And same as Lacoste, I liked OG's draft. I liked the idea. It looked a little bit more reminiscent of what we were kind of used to OG at TI, right? Where they don't necessarily win the lanes, but then they have these tools so that they can come back and win that one big crucial team fight. But unfortunately, it feels like by the time they put together that team fight, it was just too late damage-wise.
Yeah.
Like the execution on that fight where they get the two-man coil into the Will-O-Wisp, into the three-man black hole, looked spectacular, but the health bars just weren't going down.
They needed like
Gambit.
20 more minutes.
If you look at the
something.
hero
Maybe, yeah.
damage numbers,
Right.
No Tail is the second on OG.
Ooh,
Yeah, that's a bad luck.
that's not great. Not great.
It looks really weird. The first one is Seb.
The other
A lot of that damage comes from laning stage,
yeah.
but overall, these numbers show that the OG did not have a good game.
Yeah. The other point that people are making is that I think with this, Gambit are now like 7-0 against OG in their last 3 series.
Yeah.
There's a 3-0, a 2-0, and now another 2-0. So it really does seem like Gambit just kind of have OG's number a little bit. And though, yeah, OG also just they looked a little bit all over the place in this game.
And as a little bit of spoiler alert out there to all you fine folks, it does look like Secret was able to 2-0, and with Gambit taking this also 2-0, it puts them in pretty good position going forward, I would say. The one thing that OG kind of still have up their sleeve is that they took that game off of Secret, which does matter a lot for the tiebreakers. But I don't know if it's going to be enough to keep them in contention for that top 2 spot, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. Any final words before we finish off with the series here?
OG needs to have a different approach. I think their hero pool is really weak and they're predictable. What they're going to do, what they're going to pick, what they're going to first phase it, what heroes they prioritize. And yeah, it's fine when you have like these 3 heroes that can be played at multiple roles, but Gambit read them so well in both of these games and countered them. Also, Razor pick in both of these games, extremely good.
Click FNG has some notes as well, but we're going to be coming back for our second series of the day. Stay tuned, everybody. More from ESL 1 Katowice right after this.
This arena is about ready to explode. Welcome to ESL 1. Let's get this started. Ladies and gentlemen, let's
Think he can't shine through the dark? Stream a Roshan steal in high resolution? And record a play for the history books? Watch this. Think he can't make a victory go viral? Watch this. Think a support can't be in the spotlight? Watch this. On Intel Core i7, a legend can rewrite his own legacy. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
Absolutely stunning! They are the champions!
You're not weak. Your mind is always racing. It never rests. So let the earth quake as you break through.
ESL 1 is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus, and Pay Safeguard. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back again to ESL 1 Katowice, which is the city that you're seeing right in front of you. Some roses on a building, some bricks being built in them up, and snow all over the ground. And we are here in the ESL studios in Cologne, Germany, giving you the coverage of more stuff from the group stage, Lyrical, Lacoste, and Basekip all along the way. And we are going to also be taking a look at our second series of the day, which I think is going to be less contentious than the first series, believe it or not, considering how crazy that first one went. But it's going to be FTD versus Secret. And we're all expecting that, the favorites here, FTD, are going to be able to pull it out. That's sarcasm. It's probably Secret that's going to win. But FTD did just beat Forward.
They showed that they can actually play a real Dota, even though it was not the greatest Dota from both of these teams. Of course, everyone is going to expect that Secret is going to stomp a team like FTD. But if you look at the way that they played during qualifiers, they managed to take 2 games from eHome, and eHome is a force to be reckoned with. Like this team, maybe I just like eHome as a brand, as the players, the way they play Dota, but it's a big thing.
Yeah. And I guess that also there's the weird conundrum of inner, divisional matches. You've got eHome that's playing in China, FTD playing in China. They probably will have scrimmed against each other at some point in time, and there's a different meta that occurs there as opposed to in these international matches on LAN. But Basekip, we're sort of waiting for everybody to get into the lobby right now for this game to get underway since FTD did just finish. Yep. There was a short break. I mean, what did you see in that last series? Because we didn't get to watch some of it, but we did get to watch the second game. They picked the Queen of Pain, which you were feeling like is maybe potentially going to be a hero.
I think the Queen of Pain is getting close to being a hero again. It's not quite there just yet, but I'm cautiously optimistic that maybe one more base buff. So let's talk about base damage or base int or int growth, something like that, and then maybe a few little talent buffs. Make some of those talents just a little bit stronger to give Quap sort of that scaling coming out of the laning stage, because she does fine in lane in a lot of matchups, and she's really good late game as well. Once you get that 25 talent, the fear is actually pretty crazy. She's split pushing really hard. It's just sort of that interim mid game where the item build doesn't necessarily seem to do enough. A lot of the time you're forced into buying a Yules, just not very helpful. You sometimes need BKB. And even her go-to items like the Orchid and Aghanim Scepter don't always feel that amazing. So I'm hoping for some more Quap buffs. I don't know if we're going to be seeing it in this next series, but it's a fun hero that I wish would come back a little bit more.
For sure. The Queen of Pain is iconic hero besides Juggernaut, for sure. And she needs a little bit buffs, as you mentioned.
I think Invoker needs some help too at the moment. They gave him some buffs. Quazwex got buffed with they took 3 of the damage away from the Exhort Orbs and moved it over to just his base damage. So now if you play Quazwex without any of the Abed 303 or anything, it's a little bit more potent, but he just doesn't seem to have a place in the meta right now, unfortunately.
Well, let's take a look at these lineups here as we get ready to get underway in this first series as well. And I believe it's Secret that we're going to be taking a look at. A team that I think right now, best team in the world to me. These 5 players have kind of proven it. Obviously, VP looked amazing at the first major, but then you come into the Chongqing major and they kind of owned the entire time. And I'm not sure exactly if it was ever even one particular hero, because that's sometimes what you see is you'll see a team come in and destroy a tournament based off of one play style. And there are some heroes that they would play over and over again. I think about Puppy Tiny, and his Brewmaster at times was making a lot happen, but it's more just that they're so in sync with each other, it feels like.
Yeah, they have a lot of trust in what other players are doing. I think if you could listen to them, the way they're playing, they don't say too much, but they put a lot of trust in each other. Someone says go, it's especially if it's Puppy.
Right.
Like, you gotta follow his call for sure. And I think Puppy puts a lot of trust in Nisha as well. Even though he's young, he allows him to play the heroes that he wants to play. We saw Naga Siren being played in their previous series, and this hero is viable as a carry, I think. And I love the build that Nisha went for. Diffusal, instead of Radiance, Diffusal Blade Manta style, and Heart just to tank up all the illusions.
Yeah, it feels like Naga might be, could be the new Phantom Lancer a little bit if it starts to pick up more steam. Or at least we're seeing a little bit of it now. The thing for me about Secret is that no one else really has a good claim to that #1 spot, right?
No.
Based on the last few months, it's Secret all the way. They look like they have kind of the best players in all of their individual roles as well. Zai's been playing amazingly this tournament. Yapzor always just kind of doing his usual Yapzor thing, finding ridiculous amounts of farm from the position 4. They're a really fun team to watch, and I'm hoping that the rest of that sort of tier 1 scene sort of catches up to them a little bit, because it's kind of boring when we've just got one team that's like obliterating everybody.
Well, and we'd be remiss here if we didn't talk about that second team that they're going to be playing against. For the Dream Plane, FTD, they were known for a long time for having the most amazingly creative names for their A, B, and C squad. It was FTD A, B, and C, which now is just FTD.
It is a nightmare trying to find them on DAT Dota or Dota Buff, because you type in FTD or For the Dream, and there are 20 different teams that have existed over the course of Dota 2's history. Under that tag.
The kind of cool thing about them, though, is that this is a team that's traditionally been willing to sort of reach outside of just China and go a little bit more towards Southeast Asia. You had Raji that played for him previously. Right now, Faded is one of the players that comes from Malaysia. So again, it's still Chinese speaking, but it's, you know, these players that are coming with a little bit of maybe that outside influence
I thought
as well.
James was fired.
God damn it. Well, and we do have a draft that we can hop into here as well in game #1 of Secret facing off against For the Dream. And they're dreaming big after their win against Forward just a second ago. We'll see if they can continue that success here against Secret. A much different proposition. Secret is a different kettle of
I think
fish.
they got to do something crazy. If you have, like, you know, I don't know if it's always the case, but I feel like most teams have that one guy that just comes up with wacky ideas, and then everybody else has to kind of shoot him down. I think this is the game where if FTD have that guy, you let him go crazy. You're like, he's telling you what the weird and wonderful strat is to beat Secret, because I don't think they're going to win by playing conventional Dota.
It looks like also in the lobby chat, it was For the Dream opting to take Radiant, and then Secret taking second pick. So it seems like that's a pretty consistent thing here, is that teams are choosing to take Radiant and second pick, and more often than not taking Radiant over having the second pick.
Look at this respect ban. Crystal Maiden first phase ban. Would you believe it?
I mean, didn't you say it was going to happen earlier this tournament?
Yeah, but against a team like a Secret... They played so well.
You agreed with me that Tree was going to be a big thing, but didn't necessarily agree about
This is
Crystal
only
Maiden.
group stage. They're saving strats for later.
Right. No, look, I mean, I also put my hand up to say that I thought Train Protector was going to be a big deal, but I also thought that Crystal Maiden was that was a fairly significant buff. I don't even know if that buff has turned out to be all that significant, but it's at least gotten teams to try out the hero, and maybe they're realizing that, oh, okay, relative to some of the other supports, Crystal Maiden's not so bad. Bounty Hunter getting banned, to me, is very strange, but there you go. Secret don't want to play against it.
We haven't got to see a ton of the games of For the Dream on this stream, so maybe it's something that they ran out earlier. They'll take the Enigma early on here, and a Leshrac afterwards for Zai. So in spite of not having that Crystal Maiden, they're still comfortable running the Lesh. And I guess they could switch it up. I believe that there was one game we saw where they ran mid one with the Lesh as well. So it doesn't have to be in the offlane
When you pick Enigma this early, it most of the time says that it's going to be position for Enigma, but they can still switch things around if they feel like it. From what I saw For the Dream, they prioritize this Grimstroke in the first phase. Whenever they can, they go for a Grimstroke.
I think it's important that FTD have this Elder Titan because Secret are already representing a lot of push. Like if Secret win these lanes as hard as they've been winning the lanes in some of their games so far this event, then I get the feeling that we could see like tier 2 towers falling before 10 minutes into the game. Enigma plus Lesh is just an obscene amount of push already. And this is only 2 picks into the draft. The Shadow Shaman's been looking good in general. We saw DJ playing it fantastically on Fnatic. It gives them sort of a reliable, it gives them some reliable lockdown, which is always nice to have, especially when you've got the ET. I quite like this support duo, actually. You know, they've got some objective taking, they got some early game, decent damage. It doesn't really feel like they're lacking for too much with the Shadow Shaman Elder Titan.
Yeah, whenever you have a hero, like both of them have lockdown. I'm not a big fan when teams open up with position 4 and 5, which don't have any kind of a control, and then it opens up a lot of picks for other teams.
Yeah,
Ember Spirit, Storm Spirit, anything,
Weaver,
Puck, anything that kind of is afraid. Even
Yeah.
Anti-Mage, for sure.
I will say that I think that this ET pick with the Shadow Shaman, while you do have a lot of lockdown, there are probably some things that you could exploit by taking these heroes this early. Like, I guess that, you know, that's the downside, right? So what would be the things that we could exploit with these heroes? They're strong in lane. They are pretty good team fighters as well. They have decent tower push. Is there anything really that you can exploit with it?
They don't have a whole lot of save, and their counter initiation comes in kind of slowly. So if you're Secret and you're looking to like dive a tower, the ET Shadow Shaman, like the ET especially TPing in, doesn't do anything instantly. And not having any save means that you can go on the supports directly, and the other support is not going to bail them out.
Okay.
So that's something that you can look at in this kind of situation to exploit what FTD have going.
Well, I have to disagree there a little bit. I think Elder Titan is one of the best heroes in the game to counter-initiate. You don't necessarily need the TP. Well, depends if
I'm talking about like lane ganks. I agree for team fights that like Echo Stomp is one of the best counter initiation tools in the game.
Well, it does look like it's going to be the Bane taken. So strong laner in their own right, and also a great setup for Leshrac stun. It's the easiest thing in the world. Although we haven't been seeing a ton of Banes take like Nightmare level 1, really. Maybe that'd be changed around here. Razor gets taken when a team, you know, okay, so there's a couple things here. I feel like when you're a team that's coming in as the underdog, you have two possibilities. One is you say, screw it, we're just going to play our style of Dota, we believe in our style of Dota, and we're going to take it to them. The other option is we're going to do something really crazy and just hope that we can make a comeback happen with team fight. A Razor is the type of hero that I feel like doesn't give you that comeback mechanic as much. Like, you need to be ahead on it. And I think that the worry is that Team Secret might just outlane you, and then you're kind of stuck with nothing to do throughout the rest of the game.
Not anymore. Razor has a comeback mechanic. He didn't have any flash farming potential before, but you can rely on your passive ability now. Use Plasma, even Eye of the Storm, especially if you're Dire, to farm the triangle with it. He can catch up for sure.
I don't know if relying on comeback is a good idea for FTD in this game. I think if you give Secret a lead, then they have shown in this event that they are very, very good at just holding that lead and pushing it further and further and further. So I think if you're FTD, you have to, and that's kind of the overall strategy for this patch, is you got to try and win those lanes.
Okay.
Just go all in for the lanes, try and get good matchups, and then worry about the mid game once you get to it, I think is the strategy here for FTD.
We will take the Monkey King now for Secret.
Mm-hmm. Lots of team fight. Looking like probably a core Monkey King in this situation.
Whoa.
Oh, picking Tidehunter into Enigma is not the greatest. Like usually when you play against the Tidehunter, you want to have either Enigma, Doom, Disruptor, something
Void.
that he can't get out of. Yeah.
Kraken Shell doesn't help you.
The other thing that's kind of tough about this is they don't have an answer for BKB Black Hole, and that was the first pick.
Yeah. Yeah, they still haven't really responded to that very well.
Well, Secret, meanwhile, seeing this Tidehunter, a hero that we haven't seen a ton of, but was kind of making a bit of a comeback, and I think still is quite good. I mean, they have a lot of team fight themselves now. I would say probably more than Secret.
Yeah, I don't like this Tidehunter pick.
Not a fan?
You're picking Tide into Monkey King in the laning stage. Now that Team Secret can adapt to it and put Monkey against the Tide matchup, maybe even have Lash mid against the Razor. Or they can get a mid hero as their last pick.
Yeah, there isn't anyone that this Tidehunter is completely demolishing in lane. It doesn't feel like. Man, we've had so many carry bans this draft. Look at this. We got the Lifestealer ban, Spectre, Anti-Mage, Troll, Jug. It's been a very carry-heavy...
I think you switch Razor to safe lane then, and you pick something else mid.
Except they don't have the last pick, unfortunately. But you mean just to deal with all these bans?
Exactly. Well, that's one of the things, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
And like that also gives you a potentially better matchup against what you're expecting now to be a Leshrac mid.
Yeah, Shadow Shaman plus Razor's decent dual lane, and then they can have the ET plus Tide.
Maybe go Pugna?
Ooh, yeah, Pugna could actually be pretty good here for FTD. I like it. It's a good suggestion.
It's even more pressure on the towers against Lash and Enigma. It's extremely good. Monkey King as well.
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah, good call, Gabe.
Well, Secret, how do they deal with this? Because it does feel like that's an answer to what they're anticipating, maybe a Leshrac switching to mid.
Just get Sniper now. Bam.
Sniper? All right.
They really don't have very good ways to get on a Sniper this game. I don't know if Secret are going to play it.
They might do whatever they want. Monkey King, Bane. It's Bane 5 right now. All right. They don't have Crystal Maiden this time. But... So it's a mid. I think it's a mid Pango. It's going to be Monkey King safe lane and
Xylash.
Yeah, Xylash.
Okay, so they're going to dodge the lane against the Pugna. They'll get Nisha against Tide still on this Monkey King.
Mirror movement.
we both saw it and realized that we were just standing here with our arms crossed.
I didn't even realize we were back on camera. They don't want to see us. I don't see it. Whatever, it's fine. Cool. A very interesting draft. I'll say that I'm a little bit. I'm feeling a little bit better about For the Dreams draft here than Secrets. Am I crazy? What do you guys think?
I'm still not super convinced about the Tide pick. I think that seems a little bit out of place for them, and it's very, very difficult to bet against Secret. I think the Pangolier I'm also really interested to see
10-1.
this game.
GG bets are
Gabe,
not...
If you think that you really like FTD's draft, you should get on your phone right now.
Just log on to...
Yeah.
I don't think that's
We got to
allowed.
be realistic. FTD's draft is good. It's extremely good draft. They have everything that they needed with Pugna as the last pick.
Yeah,
and
they got pushed, team fight, lockdown,
if I saw these two lineups
objectives.
and didn't see which teams are playing it, I would give 65 to FTD's lineup.
I agree. I think that FTD have won the draft here, but I don't think they're going to win the game.
That's the real big question there, isn't it? Well, as we get ready to hop into this game, we're going to say goodbye to Lacoste. We're going to kick off the panel and go feed you to the wolves or something, and we're going to hop into the game now.
It's his turn to go eat chips.
That's right.
Yep.
Beautiful. All right, so base kip, we're off now into the game. We've got the mid one going on the mid Pango, which is what Scriff did earlier in our pubs, and he went for this same build, I think.
Yeah, mid one's been... He's been playing this a little bit, well, actually a decent amount mid recently. It feels like Pangolier is starting to come into his own a little bit more as a hero, which is pretty cool. The new Lucky Shot is a bit inconsistent, but it's so strong. Like a potential 5-second silence can just be so game-breaking for so many heroes.
Yeah.
And I feel like people have gotten a whole lot better at using the Rolling Thunder too. Like everyone's sort of getting more consistent with their usage of getting a stun, getting the follow-up, and then a lot of people are getting really good at the judging whether or not they should stay in Rolling Thunder. Like a lot of people are compromising and being like, okay, I only got 1 stun. There isn't any good way for me to get a 2nd stun. Let's just ditch the ultimate and come back out and get another swashbuckle or another shield crash off. So I feel like people have gotten a lot better at that decision making.
And that often is the most difficult part about this hero. It's not like doing the fancy moves in. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage onto ET. And it is going to get caught. The stun just hit up blind. Zai gets it. And Puppey secures the kill.
Yeah, and they've gotten 3 of the 4 bounty runes. So Secret already have a 1k net worth lead. As James picks up the bounty, it is going to be slightly less than 1k, but that's a nasty start.
So what I was going to say, though, about the Pangolier is that oftentimes it feels like it's much more the decision-making that you're making that's the tough thing, like you're saying, as opposed to actually mechanically moving your hero. That's not the tough part, at least for these pro players.
Yeah, he's an extremely unique hero in terms of like thinking about, in terms of landing a swashbuckle on an individual hero, there are so many different places that you could end up positioning yourself, and thinking that one step ahead of like, okay, I'm going to cast swashbuckle, but where do I actually want to end up?
Oh my God,
Zai. A big deal.
He is tempting fate here. James trying to juke it out. And in the meantime, you can just keep on punching him for this Tidehunter. Does he decide to go back? I mean, he's taken the Gush level 1, so wants to get in there and battle it out.
I think that the way that FTD have set up these lanes is a little bit weird. I don't necessarily know if I like the Shadow Shaman being with the Tide all that much, because I feel like they've really crippled their bottom lane a little bit. I don't think the Razor plus Elder Tide's going to do that much.
But they do find the kill on a Puppey.
All right.
I mean, I guess that the one thing that's nice about this is they tried to dodge it out so that way they didn't get the Tide against the Monkey King matchup. That feels like the most important thing, right?
That's true. But I don't think there's anything stopping them from like swapping the supports around here.
Totally. Well, we'll see what they end up going for. Is Tide able to get the walk away? Do they find the kill? Yes. Zai picks that one up, and now also a Nightmare. The follow-up stun is going to be there for Zai. Easy as pie. And James is dead.
It does feel like they're just hedging a little bit, having ranged plus melee and ranged plus melee in each lane, instead of having the double melee lane here, which, if they weren't getting kills with ET getting like big stacks for the Astral Spirit, would definitely get out farmed.
Yeah. Faded. Take that stun onto him, and a good amount of damage from Yapzor, who should probably be farming over the next little bit on side creeps whenever possible. And can just keep on denying and then head back to the jungle if he wants to. We'll see how Nisha can do when he's kind of been left a little bit alone, it feels like, down here for the next few minutes.
He's getting a lot of denies, and with the constant denies as well from the Enigma. Oh, more action.
This is a problem. Level 2, that Nightmare comes out, and James, by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, I think he had like 12 or 13 hit points left there, but fortunately, Zai only has the 1 crown so far, no double crown just yet, so didn't have the damage to finish him off. Mid lane, Pango's doing just fine. He's actually a little bit ahead of the Pugna since he's got 3 CS. He's going in!
Oh my goodness, almost getting it. They have the decrap, the body blocks coming from the slowed down mid one, and will be able to walk out of there. Oh, this mid lane, very contentious. No regen from Pugna, though, and the Courier is going to be brought out now. He's going to have that full bottle, though, so that's going to be a nice little win for him.
This is a pretty big turning point in this lane, whether or not he gets the 4-minute rune. I think it would be worth it for one of his supports to try and contest the rune on their side of the map.
They do have a ward up on the high ground, at least, so they'll be able to scout out where this rune does spawn.
Yeah, but both mid heroes have an empty bottle, so this is a pretty big deal.
Already out with the Diabolic Edict, and Kraken Shell wouldn't really do anything here if he had it skilled up anyways, but mid one finds the regen rune bottled, and that is a game changer. Like you were saying, Base Kip is a problem if he doesn't get it.
Yeah, Pugna's at least got decent HP, but he would have loved to have all of that additional mana for the Nether Blast.
Oh my goodness, Tide just goes down. They find the stun also onto James, so this top lane is kind of devolved into a disaster for the Dream.
Puppey? Okay.
And Puppy will go down by virtue of James, the Tidehunter.
Yeah, he just suicided to the tower.
Okay.
But they did some damage to him, so they still got kill credit.
Okay.
Yeah, so not as good as like completely resetting the timer and then killing yourself to the tier 2 or something, but still decent. Oh, Zai.
Battle for the bounty rune. Zai looking for the stun. He's able to force away the Tidehunter. And in fact, if he's able to get this kill right here, pops the very far the walk away, gets the kill and away on nothing. Bottle up
Zai.
afterwards.
Playing with the stick charges, playing with the stun, getting the most out of his bottle sips. That was some fantastic play from Zai. He's been looking so good on this tournament, and they just keep giving it to him time and time again. Secret are picking it first phase over and over.
I mean, they banned out the Crystal Maiden because I think everybody was thinking, all right, this is what allows this hero to work. But no, you don't need the CM. You can just do it naturally. In mid 1, level 6 here, if you're not careful on this Pugna, he might just decide to jump on you. The big loser, I would say, as far as CS goes for Secret is going to be Nisha in this game, who's kind of been left to the wolves, 13 and 11 on this Monkey King. Not where he normally sits for this Secret team that tends to prioritize his farm. But I think the other lanes are going well enough that it's not the biggest deal in the world.
I think he's going to end up with a lot of room to catch up, because if you just look at the heroes that Mid1 and Zai are playing, they can be so active and make so many plays. They don't have long cooldowns that they need to wait for. They should just be able to run around the map finding kill after kill after kill.
Nightmare, the full roundabout comes in, and Mid1 gonna do a circle, walks back forward, catches another couple of them, the third time lucky, making it happen, and now the jump away. So Secret force a bunch of heroes mid, and now gonna jump back in Mid1. Look at the damage on all these guys. James just trying to run away, and they will be able to force him back. Now the Tidehunter making the long rotation in, and Mid1 maybe has gone a bit too far trying to live through it, but one more punch from the Pugna finds that kill. And FTD able to turn this back around, and they're moving in pretty deep now, trying to take another kill here on a Puppy. The buyback coming for Mid1. He wants to get back in towards this, misses on the swashbuckle, doesn't even have that much damage out from the shield crash, so a little bit of a miscalculation there.
Yeah, it looked amazing while he was in the Rolling Thunder, and then just didn't quite have enough damage to close it all out, unfortunately. So FTD, pretty big win. Do get a really nice turnaround, get some more farm going for this Pugna, almost has his Arcanes. And they are just going to keep the gank train going as they run over to top looking for Zai.
Oh no, this is not where he wants to be at all. Puppy is going to get hexed as well. They find themselves another kill, and for the Dream, they will almost lose this Tidehunter Puppy wanting to get that kill, but can't quite get it. The stick charge keeps him alive. So for the Dream are kind of doing it.
Well, they're keeping things close against Secret. Against other teams, we've seen Secret at this sort of game time be super far ahead. Oh, Mid1.
He's stuck. The secret shot. No, that's not where you want to be. I think he's still out of it. He's
okay.
fine.
He's okay. But that was very awkward for poor Mid1.
You can't imagine that he's happy about those series of events. Like, it's not by any means the end of the world, but the buyback and then into that failed gank.
He's almost 1,000 net worth behind the Pugna now. He was keeping things really even up until the death and then the buyback, and it's really slowed him down. Like, if he has that, if he's equal to the Pugna on gold, then he's definitely got this Javelin by now, but yeah, struggling a little bit.
The other sort of thing that we haven't talked about that much this game has been Yapsor, who's just been sort of farming away and getting towards that Midas on the Enigma. This is one of those heroes that it was classically built on him before as well, so I think it's still pretty decent getting those levels up and, of course, eventually into a BKB. There isn't an answer for him this game.
Yeah, this looks like a kind of game where they're just... They can play for the late game Enigma. I think it's one of those situations where if Enigma does get his Blink BKB refresher set up, then there's just really nothing that FTD can do at that point, unless they fight around Vision and manage to Blink Hex him with the Shadow Shaman or something. But the Enigma can be the carry in this game when it really comes down to it.
I mean, don't look now, but even though Secret are kind of a little bit ahead at this point in terms of net worth.
Puppy's getting dove.
Yeah, Puppy does look like he will likely go down. They're able to trade over the aggro to keep the ET alive. But with the double Midases being built, and also just having heroes that inherently don't deal, I think, particularly well with push, could become a problem as this game goes on, and Zai gonna disco pony his way into it. Mid one also chasing down to try and find that kill onto the Pugna. It's a hasted Leshrac who's walking away for the moment, but can they find themselves a secondary kills? Pugna's already gone down. They take down the ET. Gush, not enough. Disco Pona dancing, and well, it looks like the Tidehunter is eventually going to get caught. Not enough mana to Ravage right now, but we'll have stick charges afterwards when he comes out of this one. Does he decide to throw it out? No, he's just going to let himself die.
Such perfect ulti usage from mid one there. Like the chain stun on the Pugna was perfect. He bounced off the wall at just the right place, and they completely eliminated Pugna before he could do anything. That's a very... that was such a team secret move. And they didn't even have Yapzor there. Yapzor was just farming on the other side of the map. And now he's going to chill out and grab these bounty runes.
That's actually insane. It's suddenly a 5,000 gold lead with the 4 bounty runes. Like that's such a huge moment for Secret.
Yeah, they win a huge fight. They take the bounties, and all of a sudden they're completely in control.
That's not how that's supposed to go. The disarm just gets completely destroyed, and then one jumps into this one as well. They do have Ravage, but it might be a little bit too scary to do it. But he missed on the mischief dodge.
I think even if he'd gotten it, it still would have been a tough spot. But this is a Pugna 10 minutes in, hasn't taken a tier 1 tower just yet, so he could have been doing a good job of fighting them off. They actually have a pretty significant advantage in terms of map control.
Yeah.
YRG doing his best.
Ooh, mid one, still rolling through and doesn't quite get the angle as he goes down the steps. I mean, and this is the thing, like if that fight top doesn't happen, if they trade off even in the bounty runes, then you have a situation where For the Dream can maybe punish all these Midases, but now it feels like Secret are kind of rolling.
Yeah, they've got so much space to work with, I think is the biggest thing. And you were talking about the Monkey King being a little bit behind, but the Razor is also struggling. So I don't think it really matters that much for Secret that Nisha now has time to catch up. And like I was saying before, mid one and Zai are just going to make all the space, and Nisha can take whatever farm he wants on the map. There's plenty to go around.
Got that first big item as well for the Pango and just the Javelin. So, faded. Razor in some trouble. Zai is chasing here as well. There's a lot of magical damage, although it looks like Razor is going to be able to retreat down to the south, while mid lane they're still pushing for that tier 1 tower. And it looks like he should get out. They've also got the ward trap on a Puppy. He's in trouble and gonna die. Mid one jumps in, finds the kill, and ward traps himself mid one. That's not where you're supposed to be, but he does have the Rolling Thunder, but isn't gonna be able to get out of there. A double kill for the Pugna. And you played yourself.
Not worth. That Elder Titan kill is certainly not worth his life. Oh, man.
And that's back down again, the net worth lead.
Yeah,
slowed up.
It's a topsy-turvy game, for sure.
Uh-oh, Razor looks like he is going to get caught here, though.
Well, he avoided them the first time, but this time around the walkaway is not going to work. Zai with that Rod of Atos. Exact same build that we've been seeing from him pretty much every single game. I think the Rod of Atos has been better in some of the other games that we've seen, where there's been anti-mages, embers, etc., where the root completely destroys them, but still very nice setup and some really nice stats for the Lesh.
Nisha realizes that there was potentially a gank coming that direction and will get out of dodge. Bottom lane is being pushed in by the Enigma. It looks like, though, they're going to wrap around and find James. Will get caught by the stun, but the walk forward, the stomp is there. They have the Ravage available if they want to use it. Nisha coming in from the high ground as well. They drop out the Ravage, going to connect onto 4, but there is no follow-up at all here. And it looks like Secret are coming to play, seeing if they can find themselves another pickoff. Already the Tide is dead, and it looks like they're going to use the Fiend's Grip, and Yapzor cleaning it up as well.
A little bit sloppy, I think, from FTD. They showed the Razor at bottom, and as soon as Secret saw that, they knew that they could take a 4v5 at top. Yapzor willingly TPing over to top lane, and Secret just using the superior numbers to win that fight. I can understand what FTD were doing. They really want to make use of the Ravage because they picked this Tidehunter, and you've got Ravage sitting on cooldown. You're telling yourself, we have to do something. I can't just sit here and farm the entire time. But in terms of the numbers, they just get crushed. And Razor's now decided that he wants to go for a Midas, though this is going to be an obscenely late Midas, and I just don't think it fits their timing at all. I would much prefer Razor to just be buying like straight BKB this game.
And just run in and try and
do something. He's getting caught out by Zai. Might get solo kill. Gonna try for the TP out. I think he's still dead. Yeah.
They got him caught. Yeah, it's tough. This is that situation in the game where things are starting to really fall off the rails. I think that I saw that Nahaz was tweeting out earlier that there's been some ridiculous amount of percentage of the Midases that have been made after the 14-minute mark.
Yeah.
And this is going to be another one of them. And it feels like that sort of catch-up Midas just doesn't really happen. That's not a thing. As it looks like the ET is also going to die over the battle for the bounty runes. So 3 for 1. FTD only getting that top one by their offlane tier 1 where it used to be.
This top tier 1 still standing has actually crippled FTD's entire game. Like, Secret taking the safe lane tier 1 from FTD, they have gotten so much out of the Radiant jungle. They've been farming that for like 8 minutes at this point. They've secured multiple bounty runes down there. And normally what you would talk about is that the one team gets the foothold on one side while the other team manages to grab it on the other team's side of the map. It just didn't happen at all. Secret so good at defending their buildings this game.
Stomp connects on the mid one, but they've got the ET in their sights. Using that farm advantage to continue to secure them towers.
They do have Ravage soon. Back off cooldown in 5 seconds, but...
I mean, they've got like this Vlad's on, you know, the Tide, but they really don't have an answer for all of this magical damage that's coming out from the Leshrac, and they're just gonna walk forward here. Zai, in spite of the Pugna ward, he doesn't care. Killing them all off. And now the roll forward, coming on to Faded, have the Wukong's command down, and this should be a dead Razor in just a second. Although the walkaway, no, the decrypt keeps him alive, and actually with the ward trap onto Zai, they might be able to find this kill. Can they bring him off though? The Wukong's command just slowly beating themselves down. They want to kill Zai so desperately, but it is not happening. He ends up dying instead to the Pugna ward, I think there. Maybe it was just the Nether Blast as they walk away, but Nisha turns, throws out the jump, and it looks like with 3 dead, Secret ready to continue to assert dominance over for the Dream, who just don't have an answer.
The team play from Secret is disgusting. Like, Zai is not necessarily out of position, but he's trying to push forward into the Wukong's command and gets locked down by the Shadow Shaman. So Secret, immediately they nightmare him so that he can't take any more damage from the Master wards, and then everybody runs over to kill the ward so that he can walk out. And then because of that, the Lesh is able to run away. They drag FTD a little bit further into the fight, and that little bit of team play secures them like an additional 2 or 3 kills because FTD just get dragged so far away from their tower. Mid one even missed the swashbuckle completely on the Pugna, but didn't matter. They still had more than enough damage to close things out. And now they have the top 4 net worth in the game. You know, Puppy's in his rightful place. Down towards the bottom, but everybody else is just owning.
I think they call this the victory formation. That's what it looks like, as Nisha is going to be the one that jumps. That is another dead Elder Titan. My goodness. 11 to 27. And everywhere you look, it's this hero, you know, the Leshrac that normally is thought of as a bit of a squishy hero, but with all of these stat items, you got the Bracer, you got the Wand, you've got the Rod of Atos with the double crowns in it. Like, he's just not that easy to kill. And the 5 armor talent, of course. Thanks, Griff. What a guy.
Yeah, the talents are super nice, and hasn't even gotten level 15 just yet for the plus 15 strength. Secret really making the Lesh look good. I don't know if other teams would necessarily be able to replicate this success, but it's continuing to work fantastically for Secret. It's nice because Secret don't necessarily always take supports that give them, like, a lot of teams rely on picking something like Shadow Shaman to give them a lot of push, right? But picking the Lesh for your position 3 kind of opens up a lot of options, because that means that your other cores don't necessarily need to do a ton of building damage, and your supports don't need to do that necessarily either. You've got a nice mix of push, wave clear, and some lockdown, which means that you open up your support options a little bit more because you don't feel like you have these holes that you have to fill in your draft.
Oh, and they just punish it so much. I mean, this Razor's just going to get gripped, and there isn't a way to stop it. I mean, and again, every death from this point forward is going to look so bad for the Dream, but I think we should keep in mind how close it was looking in the laning stage. It did feel like there was an opening for him here.
Yeah, they kept the early game close, and like Lacoste and I were saying, we like the draft.
Yeah.
In this situation, I think that their draft is solid, but Secret just kind of outplay you.
Oh, God, and the lift up with the Yule Scepter trying to walk away. They will find the kill on the Leshrac. Now James going to be rolled on, though, as the Black Hole solo for the Pugna. Nisha godlike, Secret godlike. This game is looking dang near over.
Yeah, at this point, I don't know what FTD can really do to put together a fight. Their damage isn't necessarily scaling. Like, even if they drop all of their nukes on one person and manage to land like a good Earth Splitter, I think at most they kill 1, maybe 2 heroes on Secret, and then Secret just run them over with their with all of their damage. Monkey King, slow start, but #1 on the net worth now. More than enough space created by Secret for Nisha to get right back into the game. And he's now, what, 10-1-6?
Right.
So yeah, it doesn't matter that he had a slow start at all. Just finding tons of kills with his team.
I mean, that last black hole right there is probably like the most that the Yapzor has had to contribute in these fights, because they just haven't needed him. So if you think about him actually showing up.
He's the insurance policy
right.
This game.
Nothing more needed. So they'll find themselves another kill here. Chase away mid one in a little bit of trouble. They have the Earth Splitter connected onto 3, not bad, but now with that spell immunity, it's a little bit harder to make this fight happen. The walk forward coming from the Tidehunter, they're keeping him under control, and now also the Pugna staying alive in this duration, but now he's going to be gripped afterwards. The Wukong's command finds the kill, and Tidehunter well and truly going to die as well. Triple kill for Nisha, and Secret doing the walk down mid.
That was back-to-back 5-0 team fights in like the exact same place.
Yeah.
On the map. FTD doing their best, but just Secret have too many items at this point. They're too tanky, too many levels, and now easily able to head up onto the high ground. I mean, that was even a fight without a black hole, but it doesn't really matter.
And moving to take down this tier 3 tower, Secret looking like, again, the best team in the world at this point as they take down the melee barracks. And for the Dream, possibly one last hurrah. All of the outer tier 2 towers are taken. Looks like Secret are going to play it safe and maybe head back for Roche.
Yeah. Secret just punish you so hard for all of your little mistakes.
Yeah.
Like, I think FTD made a couple of little positioning errors at top, and all of a sudden that lane was like 5-0 in terms of kills.
Right.
You know, Puppy picking up double kills, and the Secret take that like 1 level or even half a level advantage that they gained, and just they completely ran with it.
All right, another ward trap here. Puppy waiting to do the nightmare thing. Catches Zeiss though, and still able to find the kill. But out of the cores at this point, he's actually the lowest net worth. He was dominating early, but it was all to the tune of making space for his other cores.
Yeah, this is like the Ice bounty hunter,
right?
Transitioning out of relevance. He did his job in the early game, and now making way for everybody else to do what they need to do. And Secret, they can just wait for spells. I don't think they can. Like I said earlier, I just don't think that they can lose the fight with BKB Blink Black Hole, unless the Rasta gets a blink and they somehow like kill Yapzor first.
Right.
I don't see any way for them to lose the fight, because Yapzor can just stand a million miles away, preemptively pop the BKB, and then he only has to hold 1 or 2 heroes for them to win the fight.
Well, one thing that is nice is you have this Tidehunter with Blink Ravage now, and it looks like they're going to try and go for a smoke up play and head into the jungle, and Yapzor is the one that's out front and center. If they initiate, though, on a mid one and Nisha, this could look really badly. Yapzor jumps in, Black Hole catches on to 3 on the back lines, but immediately it's actually going to be taken out of there. So the chase forward, Nisha, might be going to be able to turn this back around, but Puppy is just gripping that Razor inside the Wukong's command. And even though it looked for a moment like maybe FTD could do something, in the end, it's all going to be Secret as they chase forward for more. Triple kill for Nisha, and GG is called.
Yeah. Nice try. I will say, good discipline from Secret that even when they're this far ahead, just play together as 5. Don't give FTD any silly opportunities to get 2 or 3 kills and, you know, drag the game out. They just close the door on it. It's very much the expected result.
Yeah, I would agree. 42-14. I think that probably the biggest standout thing to me was it didn't look like it was a complete stomp in the lanes, at least.
Yes. Though some of that is because they picked position for Enigma.
Yeah.
So the bottom lane was never supposed to win. it was just supposed to be a bunch of experience for Nisha and the Enigma just kind of jungling. So I think that's part of it. But still, we've got to give some props to FTD. This is a team that's not going to minors or anything. They're pretty far down on the totem pole for Chinese Dota, but the Chinese Dota goes pretty deep, as it turns out.
Yeah, For the Dream did way better than I expected them to do in this kind of a game. It's hard to play against Team Secret, which really looks like the best team in the world right now. The way they're drafting, their team play, it's just insane. Spell casting, everything's on point. They're not making mistakes, and they're not forgiving about the mistakes that you did. They did a good laning stage, FTD, but after that, it's just chaos. They can't come back into the game like this. Also, I think getting a Midas to try to come back into the game is really not worth it.
No, I didn't like the Razor's build, really. He fell behind a little bit and then just kind of ditched his team. Like the standout moment for me is when Yapzor's constantly pushing bottom, and then the Razor comes over to try and defend while his team is pushing top, because they really, really wanted that tier 1 tower. And then Secret, as soon as they see that the Razor has come bottom, they
just bring Enigma up there,
they're just like, they just bring all 5 to top and take a super easy team fight, even with the Ravage getting popped.
Yeah.
So,
most of the time, they don't sacrifice Nisha's farm, but they gave Yapzor so much farm because he was mostly in the jungle. And he comes back from the jungle, they take the tower, this whole area opens up for Team Secret. They just farm there, they secure the bounty runes, and suddenly the game is over. I mean, when you see someone who has more than 5 earned charges, and at one point Puppy had 11, you know the game's not going great for you.
That's true.
That's the metric.
You can't use them quickly enough. You just gotta. You just keep dying.
Can't hold all these earned charges.
And I think that it says something about the state of this tournament. Also, when a team gets beaten like 42-14, and we're like, well, FTD did pretty good though. You know what I mean? Like that's a little bit crazy that's how
true.
of a huge imbalance Secret is relative to what we've kind of seen. And it's not that the other teams aren't good. I think that Gambit showed a lot in the earlier series, and I'm excited to watch more of their games. And right now, they're playing against Mineski, which is the main team that For the Dream is probably going to be in competition with to try and get out of those bottom 2 slots. So we'll have to wait and see what the results of that one are. But real quickly, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a break. Before we come back, it's going to be game number 2, just around the corner, For the Dream versus Secret. See you guys then.
This arena is about ready to explode. Welcome to ESL 1. Let's get this started. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go.
Grabbing up the epicenter, comes in. Oh, it's a big one as well. Look at this damage. The BKB, the Black are ready to go. GG.
Think he can't shine through the dark? Stream a Roshan Steel in high resolution? and record a play for the history books? Watch this. Think he can't make a victory go viral? Watch this. Think a support can't be in the spotlight? Watch this. On Intel Core i7, a legend can rewrite his own legacy. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
My God, that is absolutely stunning! They are the champions!
You're not weak. Your mind is always racing. It never rests. So let the earth quake as you break through.
ESL 1 is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus, and Pay Safeguard.
Oh, hello and welcome back, you wonderful people out there in Dota 2 world. We have some more wonderful matches for you, and it's ESL 1 Katowice, day number 2. It is our second series, second game of the day. And as we have these shots of the most interesting apartment buildings I've ever seen in my life, collections of half circles sticking out into the wild blue yonder. Apparently there's a lot of them. We're getting ready to hop into this next game. Myself, Lyrical, Lacoste, Base Kip. How you guys doing? Do you want to live in one of those buildings?
Top floor only.
Okay.
Only penthouses for me.
Top shelf Lacoste. You, Base Kip?
Give me a whole floor and I'll be okay. Anywhere. Doesn't matter where it is
This
exactly.
is what happened. Dota 2 talent, you get all excited, all uppity, and then you need the top
give
floor
me that
penthouse.
big esports money.
Yeah.
All right, well, we do have our second game of the day coming up. Second game of the second series. So FTD versus Secret. Game number 1, very one-sided after the laning stage. But now we're looking at game number 2. Is there anything that you'd want to change up? Because we like the draft for FTD. What do you change?
Don't buy Midas. Just do the same kind of thing. I think the Tidehunter pick was a little bit out of place, but it wasn't, and it's not enough to point to the Tidehunter and say like, Tide lost them the game or the Tide pick. They need to, they have to fumble a little bit less in the laning stage. That was the biggest issue for me, that they just kind of like gave away some unnecessary kills, and that made the game harder for them. I still think they're going to get outplayed in the mid game, but if they could just tighten up that laning stage just a little bit more, then I think that's going to be the biggest improvement that they can make.
Okay.
Yeah, it feels like FTD has good draft from what I saw, what they played in this tournament so far. Nothing's... they're not revealing too much when they're drafting, but you're playing against Team Secret. It's hard to ban them out. It's hard to draft against them. Once they get ahead, there's basically nowhere they're throwing away their advantage, and they're so disciplined. They basically never throw the games. This is what I like about this team.
Well, and the kind of interesting thing that I'm seeing too is I'm wondering if For the Dream maybe got a little bit of the short end of the stick. Because if you look back to what happened yesterday, they come in the first game of the day. They, maybe for some of these players, first time at like a LAN or something like that as well. And then you suddenly have a situation where they, lose 2-0 to Mineski. And then they play Gambit, who's one of the most like up and coming rising teams at this tournament as well. And then they come in the second day and they're able to take a game off of Forward, who've been expecting to look pretty good as well. And then they didn't look terrible against Secret. I'm kind of wondering if this is a team that can maybe make a run towards doing something and at least getting out of this group stage with a decent positioning. I don't know. It could potentially happen, though.
There's a chance, depending on how everything else plays out. One thing I wanted to kind of talk about, and it's a little bit of a departure, is there used to be this aspect of Puppy as a captain, and I would say Secret as a team, where Puppy is sometimes a little bit prone to outdrafting himself. I would point to examples of stuff like various TI finals. There's some Nyx Assassin picks. There's a few instances along the way in Puppy's career where he has been known to outdraft himself. But I don't think that's been happening so much with Secret recently. Do you feel like they've actually gotten rid of that kind of aspect? Because that always
let's take an example. During a CQ major, they picked Luna as position 4, and they dominated. If they lost that game,
that's true. Yeah,
Puppy.
That's true. I guess if you're looking like the best team in the world and you're just beating everybody through play, your drafts are going to look untouchable. Right, I guess that maybe that's part of it. No flame to Puppy. I think he's a fantastic captain. He certainly earned his legacy for Dota 2. But he
results-based decision making.
He does have this like. There always seems to be this sort of 1% chance that Puppy will just implode during the draft and like just.
Guys, listen.
Yeah, guys, listen.
This is what's happening.
I really need to play like support
Slardar.
Support Slardar, right? Or support Slark right now.
Well, think about the innovations that we've seen in the 5 role too. Like in the past, I don't know, 2-3 months, it's been like Brewmasters, Tinies, all of these funky heroes, and usually that was Puppy.
Yeah, that's true.
Puppy and EE, you know, they got a lot in common.
Yeah, and they're always trying stuff out for Yapzor as well. Yapzor's always playing these greedier supports or just taking what is normally a core hero and then playing it in air quotes support. Like it's not.
That's the support that like picks whatever like offlane Luna, and it's like I'm definitely gonna just last hit and take out your creeps. But it happens as we get into this draft now. Coddle banned out, Lifestealer, Enigma. That's the main difference that we're seeing here. Is the Enigma is going to be banned out first phase by For the Dream, which was the first pick overall for Secret, so it makes sense.
Yeah, and they didn't necessarily respond to it all that well. They didn't have anything to go and chase after the Enigma. It seemed like FTD were not super comfortable with trying to shut down the Enigma, so they just kind of let him do his own thing. So it makes sense to me this time around that they just ban it if they don't feel like they have, if it's not within their wheelhouse, like strategy-wise, to deal with it. Because it does take a pretty significant adjustment to go and chase after the position for Enigma in the jungle, because that means you have a solo lane somewhere else. If you're used to always playing 2-on-2, that's a pretty difficult thing to do.
Well, and that's the thing that's weird too, right? Is that you didn't have the answer to the black hole with BKB, and you didn't have an answer to chase after it. So they just had no answer to any part of the Enigma's game.
Yeah, they didn't have deep push really either for the Eidolons.
In this game, it didn't really matter if they had anything that goes through Enigma's BKB black hole, because game was over. We didn't see almost any black holes. Right. Enigma was just hitting the jungle creeps. But if you want to take a fight in the mid game and late game, you always need to take care of that. To have something that pierces through the BKB. And like Team Secret, they're just doing what they've been doing from yesterday. Lashrak Crystal Maiden, we saw Lashrak being played without CM in the previous one. He needs a lot of mana, but with his itemization, he becomes so tanky.
Yeah.
You get 2 crowns, you get level 10 talent armor, you get level 15 talent extra strength. This hero, usually when you think about Lash, I'm just gonna kill this guy, he's a really low HP hero. He's not anymore, especially with this kind of a build.
This is a little bit disconnected from this game, but I'm really excited to see tomorrow Secret versus Gambit. If Gambit pull out their Nyx Assassin some more, like I'm just trying to sit here and theorycraft about Team Secret are very clearly just kind of going for at least in terms of the openings, they're going for the same things every time. They've got some comfort picks and they are just cruising. And it can sometimes be good if you know exactly what the enemy team is going to do. You can set up a little bit of a trap potentially. So I don't know, maybe Gambit can. They've got a lot of information to work with now, being the last team that has to face off against Secret.
And I don't think Puppy is going to be one to try and change what he's doing to address Gambit either. Gambit is going to be the one that are trying to react to Secret. Also, For the Dream, going to go for a tried and true classic combo in the Lich and Juggernaut, a really strong lane combo. But I'm wondering if it's even enough to keep up with how fast Leshrac is early on. Like, can you slow him enough to kill him off?
I mean, he can just pop the Edict. It goes through his spin. It's physical damage, so Juggernaut should be careful.
I mean, he'll be frost shielded.
Yeah,
right, so.
But I'm not sure if For the Dream, if they want to go for a hero like a Mag or a Grimstroke. Most of the time, they were first picking Grimstroke whenever they could.
So it says, though, for Frost Shield that it's reducing damage from attacks against you.
Oh, is it only attacks?
So I don't think that it would even matter. That's one thing to think about also. It's just how much damage that Leshrac
It doesn't matter what it says. We discussed yesterday about Dota tooltips. There are a couple of them which are wrong.
Let's see here.
You know what I found out? We were talking about it earlier. Diffusal Blade, if you use it on a creep, it roots the creep, which is pretty bizarre.
That's crazy. I want to be totally honest. I thought you were crazy when you told me that. I'm like, what? But yep,
Just
you're
par
right.
for the course.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So Frost Shield does not reduce physical spell damage.
Yeah.
So the Edict is still going to do full damage against Jug, even with the Frost Shield. There you go. And now I know.
Hey, easy peasy. Well, it's a Rubik now with the Bane taken as well.
It's a pretty good Rubik game against these secret heroes, but
it's almost when you'd wish that you had the old null field.
Yeah, that's true. This is one of those situations where you might actually want the null field magic resistance instead of arcane supremacy. But it's still decent Rubik pick. I think it does make their lanes a little bit weaker, which I worry about somewhat. And Secret looking like they're going to play this a little bit more straightforward than the previous game. No waiting around with the jungle.
This is the hero that I wanted to see yesterday when Team Secret was playing. They picked 5 squishy heroes, and I think Tiny was banned out in that game. This could possibly be a really good Tiny game. Crystal Maiden, Bane, Lashrak, not too much HP, even though if it's a core Lash, then it's probably going to be. He's going to tank up a little bit. Phantom Assassin as well, really vulnerable to spell damage. So good Tiny game.
And I think this is why we've been seeing less of the Tinies, because there's these other heroes like the Juggernaut, the Life Stealer, that can just pop BKB through Avalanche. The damage that comes out from Tiny is going to... I'm wondering even actually if you just go for like a Yule Scepter first on Lesh to be able to try and stay away from that. I don't know. He's been going for Atos over and over again, but...
I think they still need, or I think they still want the catch from Atos this game. Like, Atos is actually, I would say, a little bit better for catch compared to Yule's. I think the range is just a little bit longer. So I think I'll probably still go for the Atos build-up.
I meant more for like the defensive purpose of like being able to dodge away from the damage coming from Avalanche Toss.
Yeah. Oh, I just don't think I don't think it's worth. So what I meant is that I don't think it's worth compromising your initiation to have that extra like survival against the Tiny. I think they still need him to go Atos unless they pick up some other, like unless their mid ends up being something with catch. Like if they have a Kanka or something for mid, then maybe he could get away with a different build. My question about the Tiny is, where do you guys think he's going to be laned? Do they try and put the Tiny mid, or... No, never mind. Okay, so Tiny's in a side lane, and Queen of Pain is probably mid. Though they could swap it around. People sometimes play Quap side lane. Sometimes.
Yeah, it looks like Queen of Pain mid. You don't want to play against nor Crystal Maiden nor Bane.
No.
Set up from Bane into Lash Stun, or just Frostbite from Crystal Maiden to keep you in place. You can blink out.
I like the last 2 picks from FTD, though. Like you're saying, Secret or Squishy and FTD have picked a lot of burst in their last 2 picks.
But likewise, doesn't she just get blown up by like 1 Frostbite and like a crit from PA?
Yes.
Like
Quap is going to have to play very carefully this game. Like...
Oh, Snapple.
Oh, man.
It's happening. Get your resident sleepers out, Chad. It's a PogChamp time.
It's a mid 1 Naga Siren.
Hey. What do you think?
Is this the Quap counter?
I'm excited.
Just net him?
He can get rid of Shadow Strike.
Yeah.
Keep Queen of Pain in place, especially if someone else rotates. A lot of kill potential on this Queen of Pain, even though you would not expect a Naga Siren to threaten Queen of Pain like this. But she can also spam out her spell because of the Crystal Maiden. It's fine, I guess. For the Dreams lineup, looking also good. They have a little bit of everything, a lot of burst potential. Heroes on the side of Team Secret, extremely squishy. This could be a closer game than what we had in game number 1 for sure.
All right. Well, we'll see if they can do it. I'm feeling like hesitantly excited for the Dream lineup
Cautiously
as well.
optimistic.
Yeah.
Sometimes we gotta fake hype it up. So this is not the time.
It's not that time.
It's not fake. This is all
this is
100% genuine hype.
No, I really like that lineup.
No, I do like the draft. I think that this they need to help this Tiny a lot. I think the Tiny is actually more than anything the centerpiece of the lineup. They need him to get to the Blinker Shadowblade super fast so that he can like continuously put on pressure, kill off the PA a whole bunch. if he has a slow start, they're in big trouble.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, let's head into the draft and let's say goodbye to the Croatian sensation that's sweeping the nation and say hello to Australian man that's something else that rhymes.
Yeah. you got a game.
Thank you. Nisha playing on his PA2. This is a hero that we've seen him just go completely insane on, going for the satanic relatively early build too, which ends up looking pretty good when you get the triple stifling dagger out. Although now that is a later talent, isn't it? It's the level 25, so becomes a little bit less effective.
Yeah. The one thing I want to say is that having mid one on your team is kind of unfair because this guy can just play everything. Like, he plays all of the traditional mids, and then he plays all of this weird stuff as well. And then when he plays it, I mean, we haven't seen his Naga just yet, but he plays these heroes, and you're like, how many games could mid one really have played on this? And he looks like he's played hundreds of games and like knows all of the mechanics, and the intuition that he shows on all of these heroes is always just so impressive. So I'm interested to see how his Naga Siren plays this game, especially since it's quite a different hero from what it's been in the past.
Yeah, I mean, it's been changed. We've sort of seen it around a little bit more recently now with the Riptide changes that came out with it. And
Puppy getting run at.
Oh,
give him the tree.
Hadouken.
Oh, the fairy fart. Okay,
doesn't quite work out for him. And James claims his prize of the first blood. Mr. Rubik, the new voice line. Faded. Getting caught. Faded. In some trouble. But he's still fine.
Healing Ward level 1.
Whoa.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Well, you know what? CM doesn't have enough mana to cast her spells right now, so maybe it's going to all work out. It's a possibility.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, Yapsor wants that healing word. Give me the healing word. Gobble, gobble, gobble. He gets it.
75 gold for Yapsor. Midas in progress.
You know it's going to happen,
He's already got it queued up in his quick buy.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, no, it's already there. I'm not messing around.
This man knows what he wants.
Yeah, exactly. It's a man who knows what he wants.
All right, so meanwhile, in the mid lane, we do see the Queen of Pain opting to take the Scream of Pain. Does also have 1 point in Shadow Strike, but of course, since you do have the lovely little mirror image there with the basic Dispel, it does mean that you're going to lose out on a lot of that potential damage.
The cooldown is quite long, though. 45-second cooldown mirror image level 1 versus a 16-second cooldown Shadow Strike. So it's a nice idea in theory, but we'll see how it works in practice.
And at least in the early going, 6-1 versus 5-1. See how YRG is able to do in this lane as Puppy going to try and Nightmare save himself, but this is not going to last too long. Oh,
we got the tiny.
Okay, they traded over, and James now might just end up going down instead. Couldn't they have just waited?
Just wait out the full Nightmare duration?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they probably could have.
Well, in the mid lane, nobody's backing down from this one as they want to try and battle it out. Mid one, YRG does not have Blink yet, but looks like he's still going to be able to zone out mid one, who has a salve going to come out on the courier, but it is currently heading back to base already. So he's going to have to sit here for a while.
Yeah, this is... Man, if YRG had a little bit more mana, this would be an easy kill for him, but unfortunately he doesn't quite have enough. And mid one's probably just looking at his mana.
Yeah.
Realizing that he can't do too much.
Well, still fine. Queen of Pain picks up that. As bottom lane, it looks like they're going to try and set up for a kill onto this Tiny. Low armor on this hero, and can take a lot of the damage coming out. Stick charges are there. It's going to keep the Tiny a little bit more survivable, going for the 1-1-1 build. But Puppy is really just the bully here after he denied himself to those neutrals. Back up at full HP and mana yet again. Avalanche toss, not quite enough yet. Nisha gets the jump away, but the punch comes and able to find the kill. And, well, Tiny running away, juking through the trees. Puppy, does he find his man? The toss back away, trying to escape, able to juke out of there and the Nightmare down, but Puppy can't find him. And the Tiny is going to escape.
That was really nice. Nisha doesn't have a point in the blur just yet, so no chance for him to dodge that last auto attack from the Rubik, and is a pretty squishy hero. This is what the Tiny is for this game, just finding the PA and bursting her down time and time again. So Secret, the one problem is that Secret, this top lane is going really well. The Jug's not farming all that fantastically, and Zai wants to run down the Lich here.
I mean, he's at super low mana. What was that? What in God's name was Zai doing?
I am not sure. Zapzor, can he chase that kill? I guess not. All right, well, there you go. It's 4-1 in FTD's favor. They've got the gold lead
They're
circle.
doing it.
It's happening.
And Kyon, he's actually going to be in a really good position here if this laning stage continues on like this.
Well, Fady getting run at. He's got enough for the spin with the stick charges, and he'll be okay. But yeah, I don't know. For some reason, I thought that this FTD dual lane was going to actually find some kills up here, but Secret just got their boots so quickly. Yapzor starting with boots and Zai farming up to his, and Faded still doesn't have his, so tough situation.
And top lane, they're actually diving Faded. I'm almost wondering if Zai intentionally killed himself so he could come back with like full mana in this, because if they solo kill Jug here, it almost feels like it's potentially worth it. Yapzor doesn't quite have enough mana for the hit yet and trying to walk away. Faded still running, but does eventually die. I mean, is there any credence to that idea?
I think he would have been okay to die if they had secured that kill, but
okay.
It was a little bit weird. Oh, QX, go, 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 bounty runes.
Yapzor needs to run, but the Frost Shield eventually brings him down, and this Lich is doing everything and a bit more. But Zai will find his man in the end.
What a bloodbath of an early game. Be interesting once the Queen of Pain starts moving as well. FTD have some really nice rotation potential on all of their heroes. They've got ultimates that they want to use pretty much immediately. Jug wants to go and get kills with Omni Slash. Quap wants to be finding kill after kill with the Sonic Wave whenever it's up. And Tiny just wants to be running around the map finding kills wherever an opportunity presents itself. So the cores have a lot of chances to coordinate amongst themselves and find kills.
Now Bane picks up that DD, and RG getting a glimpse of that realizes, okay, can't go down there and try and contest the Bane, so we'll just head back towards mid. So good rune control coming out from Secret, something that you pointed to in the last game that FTD maybe could have helped out with. It's still a little bit of a thorn in their side as the bottle charges are going to come in from Kyon. And YRG, what can he do with this initial Sonic Wave? It's always one of the downsides of this hero is trying to find a good thing to do. Oh my God, look at the damage coming out. The DD Bane just blowing this man up. He's going to pop the bottle charges and run away. In the meantime, Faded takes down Yapzor in the top lane and now also going to find the kill onto Zai. So a double kill up top.
All right, that is the best situation for the Juggernaut. Gets level 6 and instantly picks up a double kill. We're not going to be seeing a Midas Jug this game. We got good old drum queued up for Faded. That's what I want to see.
Have a toss yet again. Nisha in some trouble, but Kyon can't find the kill and instead is almost going to go down himself. They have a little bit of vision relating over from the dagger, but no. He is going to hide off in the trees and can TP back home if he needs to. Meanwhile, James is going to need to retreat. This puppy is still bullying him back. So this Tiny has really lived just by the edge of everything, but he's still really struggling in terms of CS.
You sometimes see patch notes and it's like, oh, such and such hero base strength reduced by 1. And you think to yourself, how much is 1 base strength, really? And then you watch these games that we've seen over the course of this tournament. Like, there haven't even been that many games.
Right.
And I feel like we have seen so many team fights where heroes are living by the skin of their teeth. Like, down to single-digit HP. And that is exactly where those little changes in base strength and strength growth actually matter quite a lot.
It's one of the downsides to running into the Hellbears with the 3 creeps, get clapped on, but it's okay. We'll be able to take it down. Does look like 4 heroes rotating top right now for FTD. They wanted to make something happen with the Quap, and they will find that kill onto Yapzor in spite of the good stun coming from Zai. So they make that quick rotation, get a kill. Now going to head back towards mid afterwards before mid one can push this creep wave too far forward.
Quap still has this arcane rune.
Thinking about it. Oh, no blink though.
Yeah, and it still is an observer ward here, so mid one knows exactly what's going on and just going to head back to farming. is going for kind of your max farm build here. No points in Ensnare, no points in the Song of the Siren. Really just going to be AFK farming.
And all the stats too, the triple Wraith Band. Stun goes out there, onto Faded. He does have Omni Slash back off cooldown. Yapzor in his sights. Does he want to go on him? Can't quite get the angle. And instead, Zai just turns it back around. This is a really bold move and gets the vision there. Zai, as he comes out of this one, does have the Blade Fury, but still the Diabolic Edict doing a good bit of damage. Who's going to die first? Zai goes down. Yapzor, though, able to clean up the kill afterwards. And QY, QX, also going to be killed off by the supports most likely if they can get the vision onto him, but he jukes down to the south, he gets over to the side, and they find him. So it was a cute idea, but Lich eventually will get taken down there. A root onto the Quap, still sticking around. Doesn't want to blink away, it looks like, as they bring in James. And the lift up Sonic Wave is available. Pops it, gets the kill on a mid one. Big plays. Does have blink again in 4 seconds. A little puppy finds him, and now Zai looking for that stun will get that one as well. So they managed to turn that one back around. But still, with the kill on the mid one, it's pretty valuable.
Yep, nice kill. I think the top dive was not worth, though, getting Zai and losing 2 in return with only Puppy having to TP in. We're not completely free. Oh, actually, wait, maybe we are. I was about to say we're not completely free of the Midas Scourge this game, but Nisha has removed the Midas from his quick buy and now just has some power treads queued up. I really thought that he was just going to go for kind of like smaller items this game. Oh.
Zai, after picking up that invis, yeah, he's just going to take down the Lich. Oh, man. Quap, it's a hero that we just haven't seen in so long, I feel like, that you can kind of forget how much damage gets dealt just by virtue of the Scream. He's going for the maxed out Blink build afterwards.
Yeah, the Shadow Strike's been buffed up a lot, but I guess they just... This game, the Quap is all about the burst damage. That's what they're picking her for, so may as well max out the Scream of Pain. It's a better farming ability as well, so it keeps the Queen of Pain a little bit more relevant for longer. And like we said, the Naga Siren was picked to deal with the dagger in lane, so there's no motivation to max out Stifling, to max out the Shadow Strike in lane.
Yeah.
Teamfight coming up, potentially.
Level 6 was there for Puppy. Got to be careful. Fiend Script is available. Chain Frost gets thrown mid one, under fire. Does look like he is going to get brought down. Tiny has Nisha in his sights. The Sinister Gaze pulls him back in, and they might just lose 2 of their cores if they're not careful. Do they have another toss in a second? Slowdown coming from Yapzor, and maybe FTD feeling a little bit like this is getting too close. They pull back in yet another Frostbite onto James. Puppy is going to turn back around, and the Fiend Grip onto Tiny with the Freezing Field up on the high ground. Secret play it beautifully. And they're able to outmaneuver FTD, who they buy back on the Tiny. Where's the Queen of Pain in all of this? They're trying to chase down Yapzor, but the Nightmare comes out now, trading back over to the Juggernaut. But again, it's the Frostbite keeping control of YRG. Yapzor still trying to run. Puppy, no mana at this point, though. So they will find that kill into CM. But Yapzor got his Midas.
That is a tasty regen.
That's beautiful.
So what happened in that fight is that YRG was chasing after Zai and did manage to kill him under the tier 1 tower, but that made it a little bit difficult for FTD in the rest of the fight, and good positioning from both of the secret supports to find that turnaround on the Tiny. But still, this is pretty close, and neither one of the secret cores is really exploding in terms of farm. Like mid one, pretty middling, and Nisha also nothing too crazy. They're both, we do have Nisha now going for a Battle Fury. QX might be dead at bottom. Yeah.
They've got eyes. Gonna eventually take him down. They also had a Nightmare up there to the north a little bit, but weren't able to find anybody. Oh my god, look at the CM's level. It's the second highest level in the game. Yapzor always doing it. Has the Hand of Midas ready to go. Gonna go for Blink BKB afterwards. And Zai, gonna go down to James. I mean, again, FTD, all this stuff is looking really solid from them.
They're finding so many pickups. The Queen of Pain is looking so strong. YRG is just everywhere. He's at every single fight. He's influencing every lane. 3-1-3. Doesn't even have the highest like kill participation necessarily. But FTD also gearing up for the sort of next stage of their plan. Like they got to get this Tiny's item online. That's I think the biggest concern for them is that if they don't get the Tiny an initiation item and they don't get him more levels soon, then I think they're going to start tapering off a bit, and they're just going to get out farmed by Secret.
Zai looking to chase here. Nisha also under the cover. But the Omni Slash actually just takes down Yapzor on the other side. And the Sonic Wave comes in. They pull up another. Nisha's gone forward too far as well. They're going to catch 3 of them here. It looked like it was going all Secret's way, but FTD show up in numbers. And they punish.
They're getting kited. Zai has this drum build, but they don't have the Atos that he's normally been going for because his game has not been... It hasn't been as dominant as some of his other Leshrac performances. He popped everything, popped the drum, and then FTD just kind of walked away and reset the fight somewhat, and then came back in. I think Secret are actually starting to run into some initiation problems, and FTD are kind of exploiting that.
And on the other side, you have the 4, which is now looking like Tiny, and Rubik is also getting very farmed. There's a ton of great spells to steal in this game.
This is a fantastic Rubik game, really. There's consistent steals. There's some really high impact steals. The Fiend's Grip is easy to get your hands on. The Freezing Field is super easy to get your hands on. Leshrac Stun or even the Edict is amazing. So very, very good.
Man, and you look at this, Zai's gonna do some fun little shenanigans here, hiding behind the tree line and still getting the Edict damage out, but they will get caught with the Glyph there. And in the meantime, it's FTD that are moving towards the mid lane and getting the tier 1 tower there, a much tastier target to take. Where's mid 1 gonna go eventually? Like, this is a hero that I haven't felt any impact from the Naga Siren yet.
Yeah, I'm really not sure. It's He's gonna try for this tonight. He's thinking about the song.
Okay, song forward. Faded is there as well, and the song is catching onto the Tiny, but they also have the Lich in there, and mid 1 is just completely surrounded. They steal song too, and it looks like this is gonna be a dead Naga Siren. That was, ugh. I guess Zai does get the tier 2 tower in the top lane while this is happening, but simultaneously you're going this, and there's a catch-up Midas on the PA.
Oh no, please, Nisha.
All right, that's not playing to win, baby. I mean, of course they're trying to win, but still, it is a rough one. It is a rough one.
Yeah, FTD are just going from strength to strength. They still don't have a net worth lead or anything, but they are... the biggest thing for me is that they've been using the ult really effectively, especially the Jug. I feel like Faded has gotten a lot of value out of Omni Slash this game. He got level 6, immediately got the double kill. He's been coming around to fights. Just the last one, he only killed off Yapzor, but FTD do have both of those big ults up and ready to go once again. So I imagine they're going to be looking for a play in the next little bit. They have the song to disengage as well if it goes badly, so why not just try for something? There's really no reason not to.
Yeah, maybe even just getting Roche, potentially. Could be really strong.
Yeah, well, the song's on cooldown.
And you just look at, it's, no net worth lead right now, really. It's Secret that actually have a slight net worth lead. But the effectiveness of the items coming out from FTD is going to be a problem for them if they take advantage of it now. Like, this Lich is going for a mech.
Yeah, the effective net worth lead is much higher because Secret have double Midas. Like, the attacks...
Oh, this is big, though. Queen of Pain gets caught out, and the Fiend's Grip is there. Can they kill her off? Yes. YRG goes down, and that is huge. This is a hero that cannot afford to die.
Can they get Nisha, though? Probably not. He's got a ward here, scouting things out, so just pops the blur and away he goes.
This is the type of thing that Secret definitely needed to get their feet back under them, and now you can go into the split pushing ways. It looks like Zai is gonna
force a reaction at the very least.
Yeah, this is huge. Like, look at how much damage gets done to this tier 3, and they're gonna TP everybody back. They need to bring somebody to the shrine. No, but the song is out, stolen away, and they're gonna be able to find themselves Zai. So they chase down Nightmare to try and disengage, but Zai will get killed off. Still space created is what you want to see.
Mid 1 coming over here needs to be careful that he gets out. He's pretty far behind enemy lines. If he gets...
He has Song again.
Yeah, he's got Song in a couple of seconds. He'll be okay.
Oh my God, is he trying to bait something here? He's pretending like he's got a couple of illusions there next to him. he might be an illusion himself, but he's just going to cut the creep wave. And this is something to be considered. And maybe it's why that Midas on the PA looks a little bit better, because you can cut the wave so much more effectively as they just burn through.
Oh, the TP.
Interrupted. James found him. Avalanche toss and no time for a song. FTD kill him off.
Well, it was a cute play up until it wasn't. And I don't know. I feel like I jinxed mid one a little bit. I said at the beginning of the game that, like, oh, mid one always looks so good on these heroes that I'm not even sure he's really played that much. But the Naga Siren is looking a little bit less comfortable for mid one.
This is a really nice kill if they can get it. Fiend's Grip in a little while, but they also are going to have the timing. It wasn't there, and Faded gets the spin off. They will take down that healing ward, but the Omni Slash to turn this back around. Good go Scepter from Zai. He just picked that up in the last fight, but Puppey is going to find the grip onto the other one, and now trying to turn their fights onto Puppey. Can they kill him off in time? They're going to have a second chance at the stunner. Maybe not. Faded chasing. They jump in with YRG, going to leave that kill to the Jug. It looks like the Yule Scepter lift up. Zai just wanting to escape, but YRG has a Yule Scepter of his own. The Arcane Supremacy, everything else, and the kitchen sink. Zai is also going to die. FTD are fighting with Secret.
So Secret just seems to be playing to make space for Nisha, it kind of feels like. Ooh. Toss away.
And it looks like they don't want to fully commit for this because they know immediately FTD is going to show up in numbers, and Nisha gets the other bounty rune, but this is going to be a dead Yapzor. I don't think they can find any more afterwards, though. But you just keep this consistent frenetic energy from FTD and trying to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, the best thing that their lineup has going for it is that any combination of two heroes on FTD can pretty much kill anybody on Secret. So it's not obvious at all for Secret who they need to avoid. It's not one of these games where, like, if it was just the Tiny who could threaten, then any time that Secret could see Tiny on the map, they would know that they can shove lanes really aggressively. But because FTD have the Queen of Pain and, like, even the supports to a lesser extent, it makes it that much easier for them.
Zai again finding the stun. Beautifully played, and the healing ward is going to get taken down. Puppey there with the Nightmare, but they show up with the Tiny, also able to run through here, and James is also in the area. Faded, able to get the spin afterwards. Zai thought he was going to be able to get an easy kill, but it doesn't work out that way. Yapzor needing to run away now afterwards. Hits his Midas, tries to run. Avalanche comes out before the Nightmare was there, and he's going to have a toss afterwards if they can wake him up in time, but doesn't look like they're going to go for it. Song coming out. Mid one is here. But I think it's just going to have to be the disengage.
He's here.
The toss comes again. They're going to chase down mid one. Sonic Wave. It does not connect. YRG, what are you doing? Is it going to be enough regardless? Yes, they still find the kill on the mid one. They're going to take down Puppey. 20 armor ain't enough. As also going to fall Yapzor. And they steal Freezing Field.
Oh, man. FTD are looking really, really good. This top 2-3 still getting a little bit low, and Nisha is still farming this entire time, but he isn't #1 on net worth. I don't even know if this Midas was a better decision than just going for like a Battle Fury, really. I think if he was just going to sit back and AFK farm, that the Battle Fury may have been a better choice. Maybe he felt like he was really far behind on levels as well, but yeah, so you could still have that, in theory, insurance policy of the Queen of Pain, but Nisha still needs a couple more items to really be all that scary in these team fights.
And I mean, the other thing, too, that I'm looking at this is I'm just thinking about the dynamics that we were talking about since the very beginning of this tournament. Everybody's building Midas. What does FTD do? They build fighting items and they just run at them, which it feels like it's the natural answer to the Midas meta, and it's kind of happening. And this is not a team that should be beating Secret.
My biggest problem with Secret this game is that they don't. Oh,
Freezing Field? Nope.
Yeah, no.
That was. I mean, that was a bold play.
Yeah, I think the only way that that works is if he somehow like throws Zai in a way that he fogs him, and then he can maybe. But yeah, that was still a bit weird. My biggest problem with Secret this game is that they don't have that usual two-pronged attack of Zai and mid one.
Right.
Mid one is on just a passive farming hero that isn't really making any plays, and that's hurting them so much.
If one is there, everybody is probably close behind. The Nightmare down. All right, this Queen of Pain, has she gone a bit too far? No, the blink away. Now the Juggernaut is here as well for the spin afterwards if they need it. But it looks like Secret are going to have to give up this tower because FTD is here in numbers. The net, it's going to connect. They have a Fiend's Grip if they want to use it, but the Sonic Wave yelling in his ear. BKB comes out, but Nisha's still at such low HP. They need to get out of here, but Zai showing up as well, able to find the two-person stomp. They didn't get a Chain Frost off or anything else afterwards. YRG low on mana, the Avalanche to try and buy a little bit of time for this Queen of Pain to get out, but netted, caught, rooted, and going to die. Have FTD finally not been able to get the kill that they wanted. Nisha hiding in the trees. They can't catch her, and that's going... No! He crits, he turns and finds the kill, and now the Tiny shows up as well and able to take down a couple more. Kyonkon making the plays for his team that they needed. Applause indeed, but he too will die. FTD makes something out of nothing there.
It looked like a total disaster, but at least they get some kind of a turnaround. The biggest issue, and I think if you look at the recap, the Jug did so little damage. He got 2 or 3 bounces on the Omni Slash onto Nisha before he blink struck away, and then he went spinning after him as well. Also the blink strike away one more time. Nisha doing so much work in that fight, and just because of the defensive plays more than anything.
Man, and I guess it's just, again, playing it so close, you do start to have to wonder, like, the number of kills that are going to FTD's way. Are they getting enough objectives? Like, are they shutting down the map enough? It still feels like Secret is staying in it, and these Midases might eventually start catching up. Oh, the root there, and this Queen of Pain in trouble. FTD barely blinking out of that one and able to live. Man.
Lich isn't deep, though.
Lich will die, but the Queen of Pain at least gets out.
Yeah, that's all right, but... And Quap, is close or finished with the... No, still needs one more component for the Aghanim Scepter, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, look, Secret, I do think that they have, if they get the Naga and the Phantom Assassin a decent amount of farm, I do think they have the better late game here. The Tiny kind of falls off a little bit towards the late game. The Queen of Pain, hits another power spike at level 25, but it is not an insane late game hero. And Jug getting looked at.
Zai is going to need to be in a little bit of a problem here, though, as the Tiny is in the area, and they're going to bait this out. Avalanche, toss, Zai running away. James is also here, but it looks like it's just going to be Tiny that ends up dying.
Secret playing way more together now that they can actually take fights because Nisha's got his BKB. Before, they were just... It kind of felt like they were throwing their bodies on the line just to make more space for Nisha, and now that he's actually somebody that they can rally around, Secret have found their way to take team fights.
Oh, into the pit.
Yeah.
This is potentially really big for them. Also, Yapzor has gone away from the Blink Dagger first and just has straight BKB. So this gives them some amount of control over this area. 150 GPM talent too has that now. So they're gonna get themselves Roche, as it looks like FTD are not aware of this at all. Oh, maybe? YRG is heading over this direction. It's not gonna happen. It goes down too quickly, and yeah. Aegis into the hands of Nisha. How do FTD deal with this now? Because it feels like the past couple of minutes, the tempo is severely switched into the favor of Secret.
Yeah, the PA is really coming online. They don't have great ways to deal with the PA anymore. I think they have to try and kill off the 2 supports and Zai. The Jug is going for a nullifier, but it's not going to be any time soon. He's only got 500 gold towards the Sacred Relic. If he could get that nullifier, then that would answer a lot of their problems, because then they wouldn't have to worry so much about the PA BKB. They don't have to worry about the Ghost Scepter on Zai. It's the right item, but it's just going to take Faded a while to farm it. And he is finishing his Mjolnir first.
Right. Yeah.
That's what they need, though. That, or Rubik has to get a blink lift on someone.
And this damage that was dealt to the tier 3 earlier, coming back to haunt them a little bit, is it's almost killed off there. G throws out the Sonic Wave. They pull him back in, able to steal the ulti. But there is going to be the sleep. And Mid1 and Zai TPing out together.
Nice.
Yeah, Aghanim's done on the Quap.
Okay, that's going to help with D-push. Still has to be careful. There is enough lockdown to kill her If she's just off randomly split pushing, you know, Puppey could smoke up or something. He'll get a Fiend's Grip, and that'll be the end of him. So still has to be careful, but at least the Sonic Wave cooldown is going to help out quite a bit. They just have to, I think, wait out the Aegis, hopefully get the Nullifier on the Jug, and that's when they can start talking about taking some fights again. So it's going to be it's a difficult adjustment for FTD because up until this point, their game plan has been go, 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 go. They've been looking for every single kill, and now they have to play a little bit more reserved. They have already adjusted pretty well in terms of their warding. They've got a fairly good defensive perimeter on their side of the map. They've got some anti-split push wards over on the edge. And that's really, yeah, they have to fall back to defensive positions until the Aegis is out and they have their next round of items.
Okay.
But Secret are getting items too. We got a heart on the Nago. We got Leshrac with a BKB. So Secret also scaling.
And their talent, I mean, just the Midases themselves, it's going to start to make a pretty big difference. Levels-wise, you've got a pretty significant lead on everybody that's not named Puppey on Secret.
Yeah, we're also getting to the point where Yapzor could potentially, like we talked last game about the Blink BKB Black Hole being potentially fight-winning and game-winning.
More scary.
It's the same thing, except this time it's Blink BKB Freezing Field. And that's going to be very terrifying, especially since he's so close to level 20, picking up that 60 Freezing Field damage talent.
They do have some answers, like the Sonic Wave. Actually, there's no way that the pushback on the Sonic Wave, but it's still enough damage that might be able to kill her off if she's relatively low HP.
Potentially.
Yeah. So mid one finds that kill onto James. His farm has come back down to earth as well. As both him and the Tiny are below CM at this point in the game. They're hovering around that 7,000 net worth lead, and FTD needing to find a way to close this one out is not easy by any stretch of the imagination. And the other thing is that Nisha talked about it, going to be going back for the Basher and actually looking like he's just going to queue up that Satanic first.
Yeah, the pace of Tiny's game has been the biggest problem for FTD, I think.
Right.
Like, this Tiny just has no items. It makes it really hard for him to get more than one combo off in a fight, since he doesn't have the BKB to be able to reset or anything like that. And
here comes the slow siege of Secret. Not so slow, actually.
Not so slow with the Diabolic Edict.
God. And the D-push, they need pretty much just that Sonic Wave every time used for it, but then they're kind of running out of damage in the fights afterwards. So 3 seconds left before it's back up again. They're taking down this tier 3 tower, and it's really not that dangerous for them to play this way because mid one could just scream or rather sing. Sometimes it makes you want to scream, and then just TP everybody out.
Yeah. Secret do play carefully because the Aegis is just about to expire, 10 more seconds, so they don't want to do anything silly. Forcing the high ground. There is the chance that, you know, Nisha gets blink lifted and then just popped before he can get the BKB off. So smart to just go and play defensively for a little bit, make sure that he gets the Satanic.
It just expires and the song, immediate reaction. Mid one, knew it was coming. They're able to get out of there afterwards. So that smoke up had a chance to succeed, but FTD not quite quick enough with the fingers.
Yep. And Zai immediately moves into position to just go and threaten bottom again. He has been dictating FTD's movements so much this game with his constant split push on the Leshrac.
He's going to send his one illusion up towards the top, see if he can pull them up there. Looks like it's not quite going to work. AoE Shadow Strike for YRG. This is what he played in the last series as well when they were playing against Forward. Same type of build.
Yeah, the spell life still just doesn't feel like a relevant amount a lot of the time. So I think this is nice, especially you start getting to the point where it's a little bit more difficult to clear the waves. Like the Sonic Wave isn't one-shotting everything, or just a Scream isn't killing everything, so you do have to have a little bit of extra Shadow Strike damage.
Yeah.
It means you can, like, Sonic Wave one wave, blink forward onto the next one, Scream plus Dagger, that'll die to the Dagger, and just keep going.
God, it's cool seeing Queen of Pain back again. I hope we see more.
I don't know if she's back, but yeah, I'm glad to, glad to see her in this game.
At least,
that's true. FTD have picked her twice.
Yeah, right.
And who knows? They might even win with her twice. They won the first game, and there's still a chance here, though. Secret are nursing that net worth lead.
Shadowblade Tiny so often has been one of the answers to teams that go for this split pushing style, but they don't have those bots that they need to make the play. It's going to be an avalanche and a throwback on top of the Jug, who is going to mute this Bane and then eventually kill him off. So Nullifier done, and now the lift up onto Zai as well. They've got vision by virtue of that ward up on the high ground, pushes him back, the Sonic Wave and Avalanche toss, and they set up for it beautifully. They take him down.
Oh, that's really nice. I was a little bit worried that the Nullifier reveal didn't turn out to be very valuable, but then they also found the bonus kill on Zai. So Secret not well equipped to deal with this at the moment. They don't have, no one's building a Lotus or anything like that. But Anisha with the double damage finds James and makes a very quick work of him.
That is terrifying. Yeah, the level 20 armor corruption talent as well.
Not Lich as well. Niche is coming.
There it is. The Frost Shield's only going to help him for a moment as he just gets obliterated. 1700 crit. God, and the entire duration of this double damage, FTD needs to stay away. Just run from the PA.
Whatever direction the PA is in, you run the opposite direction if you're FTD.
Even with 42 armor on the Jug, I don't know if it's enough. Mid one. They get the Diffusal Blade, Ava, toss. There's not enough damage to kill this hero. You'll Scepter lift up. Maybe with Faded they could do something. It's going to be a song. This is a little bit scary, although they have Blink BKB as well as the Freezing Field, but mid one's going too far forward. The Omni Slash uses the song aggressively, but it was only the CM. Maybe it was to make enough space to take the tier 3 tower, but if they lose the PA here as well, things will have gone tragic for Secret. As YRG runs forward, Nisha there as well. They jump forward, try to find this kill onto the Queen of Pain, but everybody else is showing up. Zai is here with the BKB though, but the blink away. Queen of Pain able to escape for the moment. The Shadow Blade keeping that Tiny alive and able to go for the spin walkway. Faded, is he gonna die also? Avatos, Puppy still living. Blink out of there for the Tiny and the pause. A little bit of lag calls Faded. And it looks like they're going to go immediately afterwards. A lift could come out in just a second from James. They're trying to run away. Puppy. Nightmares himself. That's not the player. No, that was stolen from Rubik. Excuse me. James is going to get killed off by Nisha now. But with the buyback from Jugs, they need to find something. And Yaps are wanting to do it. There's the Sonic Wave pushing him out. But it's not enough to stop down the Freezing Field. And, well, all things have fallen apart here. It's fallen apart for FTD. It falls apart for our camera work as well. Rubik stealing that one. The buyback coming. And it looks like they are going to find that kill onto Yapsor as well. Apologies as that one dies. And Nisha also too is going to go down. So Secret completely crumbling here.
Well, in the face
they bought back though.
In the face of some buybacks, yes. They got the Jug buyback, the Tiny buyback, and the Rubik buyback.
So what can they do with these buybacks now at this point in time with a couple heroes dead for a long period?
Well, Roshan could potentially be up, but it's respawning in 40 seconds. FTD just have to get the lanes out. They have to get the lanes out as far as they possibly can, and then hope that they can secure the Roshan. But James is dead again. It's a dieback for him.
Not great for the Rubik. Oh, YRG. Nightmare comes out. And BKB even used here.
He had to against the Nullifier.
Scary stuff. Mid one. They jump forward, find the Sonic Wave kill onto Puppy, but it's only for the support. And mid one looks to get out of this one. They do have the Orchid as the BKB is going to wear off in a second. Zai is moving into position to try and take this, but there's the Nullifier. They pull him back in. Avalanche toss, getting that kill. And now Zai, he's also shown up to try and help his buddy. The slowdown coming from that dagger. But it looks like the buyback from mid one is enough to keep them back.
Game's getting weird. Roshan's up, but FTD haven't scouted it yet. Oh, have they forgotten about this in the midst of all of this action? No one's checking it. Oh, man. FTD, I think if they'd... It would have been really difficult to go for because they're playing against the Naga Siren, but...
I mean, and again, like the past couple of minutes have looked quite bad for Secret, but it's still this huge lead that they've built up where it's not necessarily the biggest deal in the world. And Zai finds himself another kill. They're still keeping that lead at least at the 10K mark. And this Roche is kind of feeling like potentially a nail in the coffin.
Yeah, this rush is going to stabilize the game a lot for Secret. How do FTD contest it against the Naga Siren is the big problem here.
I mean, Naga's in there.
They have to
a
somehow lock her
toss
down.
coming out. Can they do anything? They need the nullifier, they need the Omni Slash, but the Snatch of the Ages, they have the grip onto the Tiny, and this is where the game falls apart completely for FTD. Gonna try and spin, get out of there. Can they kill off anybody at all? Zai takes down that Lich. YRG has to blink and get out of there in the duration of the BKB. They're gonna lose James as well. This is no buybacks on any of these heroes. They were used earlier, and FTD left with only the Quap and the Jug to defend against Aegis and a whole lot more.
And the Omni Slash is not going to be enough against these super tanky Naga illusions at this point, and 2 lives for the PA. They're running into damage issues now.
Yeah. Eul Scepter. They caught the Quap, and that's going to be another kill. Buyback comes immediately, but there is no answer right here. Secret taking down all of the buildings simultaneously. They have the Diabolic Eden explosions as well coming from Zai. So all the damage in the world, the Nullifier out as well, but they got him silenced, got him caught in the net, and Jug is gonna go down. 2 minutes done, and this is going to be GG as Secret will prevail and end this 2-0 over FTD. Very solid fashion.
I still think a really good game from FTD.
Oh yeah.
They showed that Secret can bleed. I do still think that the big problem for Secret is the Apsaurus taking the fountain. All right, there's GG called. I think the big problem for Secret this game is the hero that mid-1 was on.
Right.
It really shows to me that a huge part of Secret's success in general and in this tournament is having Zai and mid-1 both on heroes that can make plays. Like
yeah.
Mid-1 being on a Pango or a Monkey King or whatever is so different, and Secret looks so different compared to him being on a Naga Siren.
No.
Welcome back.
How you doing, man?
I'm good. We discussed before the game started that FTD had a really nice lineup, and they actually did. So they basically had more kills than Team Secret in this game, even though kills don't matter that much. But you had a good point about mid-1 not being on a playmaking hero, and then Nisha kind of playing a hero that doesn't contribute that much. Went for Hand of Midas first item, so game was kind of going really slow for Team Secret, but overall, when you look at the way Team Secret is fighting, it's just way better. For the Dream, they have a lot of potential, I gotta say. All of their drafts throughout the tournament have been consistent. It's something about decision-making, some itemization. Maybe if Tiny had a bit more farm, it was a great pick against all these heroes who don't have a lot of HP. It's just that execution was not the greatest.
I mean, to me, it's like Secret's just better, right? Like that's just what's going on here.
In almost every category.
Yeah, in pretty much every way that you can be, and that's just because they are one of the, like, if not the best team in the world right now. So you look at this situation where For the Dream run a bunch of fighting-oriented heroes into the strat where they're stalling out for late game, and there was a long period of time where it felt like For the Dream could maybe put something together, but it was always just that little slowdown that Secret was able to do to sort of, you know, throw the wrench in their plans, and they were able to pull it out in the end. So super solid stuff from them. You know, going forward here, is there anything that you got to be worried about for Secret seeing these games?
I feel like that they can't pull off this kind of a draft against a better team. Because you could see that even with picks like Queen of Pain or Tiny, they can punish you. They can cause you a lot of trouble. But FTD, they tend to overextend. You can see them doing great, then chase for a kill, lose all the advantage that they made, and we're back to zero.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, be sure to get in all of that voting for the MVP. The winner gets a Mercedes-Benz. I don't know if you guys heard that, but we will be back in just a little bit with our third series of the day. It's going to be a good one. NIP versus Aster. PPD versus China. It's all happening. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in a bit.
This arena is about ready to explode. Welcome to ESL 1. Let's get this started. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go.
Revving up the epicenter comes in. Oh, it's a big one as well. Look at this damage. The BKB, the Black are ready to go. GG.
Think he can't shine through the dark? Stream a Roshan steal in high resolution? And record a play for the history books? Watch this. Think he can't make a victory go viral? Watch this. Think a support can't be in the spotlight? Watch this. On Intel Core i7, a legend can rewrite his own legacy. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
You're not weak. Your mind is always racing. It never rests. So let the earth quake as you break through.
ESL 1 is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus, and PaySafeCard. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to ESL 1 Katowice as we look at some more beautiful shots of Poland. We are wrapping it up with Group A. It's pretty much all decided at this point. There's just one more match that really matters to be played tomorrow, and we are moving over to Group B, where things are still very much up in the air. We're here on the B stream. I'm joined once again by Lacoste and Lyrical. Guys, how you doing? Looking forward to the rest of the day of Dota ahead of us?
Very much so.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have some interesting matches coming up. Anything particular you would like to see on the post right now?
Yep. I think I'm excited for our next series here. We got a NIP versus Aster.
Really?
I really want to believe in Aster. So I need the UFO Photoshop with this the I want to believe and then the Team Aster logo, because that's where I'm at right now for them. There's so much talent on that team. There's some fantastic players, some big names, but they've looked horrible.
It feels like nothing's going right for them.
No.
What if you take their decision making, non-existent? If you talk about their picks, like what's happening? How do you end up with the draft like this?
I know.
Yeah.
Yikes.
I mean, and that's the thing, is that there are like situations where there's individual moments of greatness in this team, but it doesn't solve like the glaring issues that are inherent with the drafts and with the like decision making in games. So it feels like they need a revitalization. They got to bring it back together all for day number 2.
Yeah. Last time we were here, we praised them so much because they played extremely well the first stage of the tournament, and after that, for them, everything was just downhill.
Yeah, it fell apart really, really quickly. And the thing that we were talking about earlier as well is that you've got this situation where like they come in and they're thinking they're going to be playing with Love Me, Love You, and then Mushi is now the one that they're playing with, and it's like, how do you reconcile the different styles of these two players and what they bring to the table? It's really tough.
Yeah. I kind of want them to put someone else in the captain's chair for a game or two and just see if it helps.
By God, is that Mushi music? He's coming up the high ground.
Yeah, he's
possibly.
Maybe it could work. Mushi's looked like the best player on the team in the last few games. He's got experience as well, so could be an option. They need to try and get that playmaker hero for Mushi, I think, as well. The games where they've actually looked okay were the games in the China qualifier.
What do you mean? He played Ember Spirit. He bought Basher on the hero.
That was
what?
bad. That was bad. He needs the Puck or the Tiny. I think they need to get one of those two heroes for him.
I forgot about that. That was crazy.
That was something else.
That was a thing.
Actually, yeah, that was...
I thought that was a dream I
don't want to think about that too much. Anything else we're swiftly moving towards the game here, it looks like. But, wait. Oh, we
need to rejoin
the lobby. Okay, all right. Well, maybe we're not moving so swiftly. We do have our Group A standings. So like we were saying, we are actually pretty much wrapped up with Group A. It's the two teams at the top. We got Secret and Gambit. They're through no matter what. They're playing against each other tomorrow to determine seeding. OG are through somewhere in the 3rd, 4th, no matter what happens. And then FTD are out.
Yeah.
Forward versus Mineski is the last relevant match there. And Mineski have to 2-0 to move on. One game is not going to be enough.
Man, it was so close to looking disastrous for Forward Gaming today, because they were playing the other match against OG on the first stream. And while that was going on, I saw that Jack tweeted out something after the game was done playing against OG and their Chen and PL. I was having flashbacks to TI8, and that was what knocked him out of the tournament as well, back in the day there as well, or knocked him down to the lower bracket, I should say. Regardless, it was just this really tough situation, but they got the win that they needed, and now they're going to be able to most likely move on if they can take care of business, because Mineski have to 2-0, if I'm not mistaken, also.
Yeah, winning a single game is enough for Forward to move on. So the fact that they split all those series 1-1 actually turned out to be very, very important for them. And we really thought that OG going 1-1 against Secret on the opening day was going to matter a lot, and it turned out to not really, no, because OG's well, I guess the surprise, and not so much of a surprise for people who've been following OG versus Gambit, but Gambit just 2-0'd OG, no problems, right? And they're the ones who are guaranteed top 2 in this group.
And I guess you could say that it does matter, the win over Secret, because it put them up points ahead of the rest of the competition. If they don't get that win, suddenly they're in tiebreakers there, and then they might not be. They might be in contention for that knockout spot too.
Yeah. So over in Group B, it's still pretty interesting. We've got 2 teams at the top. It's Chaos and Fnatic, both 4-0 at the moment, but NIP probably also in that kind of OG territory where they're middle of the pack, but performance today could matter a lot. Anything for NIP that you guys have particularly liked? Any players that you feel like have had any standout performances? We haven't seen much of them on this stream, unfortunately. But
NIP, when they started the season, they looked extremely good. Then not as good as I thought they're going to be. After they played with MC, this team looked like something else. Maybe it was because 33 needed some more time to adjust. He was mostly playing these cheesy heroes, and I feel like he's back. Like, he found his game, he's playing well, and this meta fits him.
I think that, like, Fata and Ace sort of fulfill weird roles for this team. Where like Ace was really best when he was part of that Secret team, where he could sort of be that other guy that didn't need to like have a standout game, that he could have those amazing games, but like now I sort of feel like he's in a weird spot. And Fata also, where I'm not fully sold on he doesn't look as good as he's looked at other points in his career, at least to me.
They both have slightly more niche hero pools as well, right? When I think about the heroes that both of those players are known for, it's very much like sort of, your lone druids, and then Fata's known for all this weird mech mid stuff, and his Puck. It's not a weird hero necessarily, but the way that their hero pools connect with the current meta is a little bit more tenuous than, say, some of the other tier 1 teams.
But he is known for his Razor too.
Yes,
and Razor's,
he is 100%.
Razor's here.
Oh yeah, that's his hero. Dragonite as well. And Dragonite received some of the buffs, and I feel like this is the hero that has a couple of bad matchups, but most of the time he doesn't.
Mushi doesn't have
lose.
a role.
Not available.
He also doesn't have a face, apparently.
Yeah, we didn't even unlock his character yet.
Not yet. But
I mean, that's because he got changed in at the last second,
look,
right?
we said he's like the standout player so far for Aster, but apparently not looking so on this graphic. And we do have a draft already unfolding for you guys, so we'll hopefully get you in there in just a second. NIP versus Aster, game 1, and NIP waste no time coming straight in with the Nature's Prophet. It's been a big hero this event, the Nature's Prophet. Is that a surprise for you guys at all, or do you feel like that's still on trend for?
It reminds me a lot of what we saw in the EU qualifiers be really effective. And we were talking about it backstage a little bit, about sort of the strength of this hero, particularly for when OG is playing it. That and Ember Spirit, to me, looked like 2 of the standouts. And I think that it is something that's specific for their team, but also this hero is just so strong inherently because of like winning the lanes. If you do manage to like get a slight edge somewhere, maybe you can just TP him in and then you can find a kill. It's the same type of thing as the Chen, which is also going to be banned out in the first phase here.
What do you feel like the answer to this Nature's Prophet is?
Ban it.
Just ban it?
Ban it.
Just get out of it.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a strong hero because he dominates the lanes. You have this global presence coming out of him, but he's extremely squishy. If you have heroes we've seen that, like a Storm Spirit, Nyx Assassin, Ember Spirits. They're extremely good against a hero like this, but you don't want to pick to counter a Nature's Prophet who's most likely going to be position 5.
Right, and we even saw the thing where they were like Puppy was using Sprouts to give his carry more regen from his tangos.
Yeah.
Like
Next level.
I think that this hero just does so much right now, and it changes the way that you have to play Dota. That any hero that has that dynamic is just inherently going to be really, really strong. And I'm not sure if I love the Team Master draft so far.
Yeah, I think
They've only picked 2 heroes, Gabe.
They picked the Bat Rider, though.
They opened
true.
up in one of their games yesterday with the Bat Rider. It ended up
Say no
being
more.
a position 4 Bat Rider.
Yeah, Baboka played it, didn't he?
Yeah.
And that's really my problem with it, is that I think if this is somebody else, then I'm fine with it. But opening Sven Bat Rider, that is most likely going to the offlane. And that reveals a lot in the early goings of this draft.
Oh, Shadow Demon. You guys have been telling me about Shadow Demon. I haven't seen it. What's the deal? Is Lacoste?
His spells became better. Mana cost on his 2 spells got buffed a lot, so he can actually use the spells. This hero had a lot of issues with maintaining mana, casting spells after he cast them initially. And he can be played as a mid. He can be played as 4/5. It's extremely good against Bat Rider to save people that are lassoed.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big things that I see here. And it's not just that, but also in the laning stage. If somebody gets gone on by, Firefly, it's not really a great save, but it's more a save by, imprisoning the Bat Rider and not letting them just run over you.
True. He did get a big buff with the level 1 Shadow Poison mana cost, right? I think it almost got halved. So that was a very, very significant buff. What's the skill build that you guys have been seeing?
You just need to max out Shadow Poison right now.
Max Poison?
Yeah.
Okay, people aren't bothering with multiple points in Catcher?
Not really.
No.
Okay, interesting.
The other thing about this hero that's pretty cool is if we're talking about sort of either any type of a stacking-oriented game, you can do a ton of that with Shadow Demon. You can get hypothetically 4 stacks off simultaneously if people have been practicing, which I'm sure they have.
The theory craft is always there, right?
Yeah.
People are like, I stacked the entire Dire jungle in one.
It's not that hard to get 3 though.
That's
3 is easy.
3 is easy for sure. Though we aren't really seeing a huge amount of stack-based Dota, but it could be something that we look at for NIP here.
Yeah.
So Ember getting banned. I think that Ember is actually, I was looking at it earlier today, it's the most picked hero of the event. It's not the most contested. I think that's Lifestealer. He's getting banned a lot. But at least at the beginning of the day, Ember had close to 15 games or something.
Yeah, we
Decent
didn't
win
see
rate.
too much out of Ember, at least not on our stream.
Not on our stream.
Yeah, but as expected, Ember received huge buffs. We see a different kind of a skill build on him, just maxing Sleight of Fist, so to lower the cooldown, and you can deal a lot of damage from far away.
I think that it's just this hero that, and the Sleight of Fist buffs, the other thing about it that's really cool is that it means that it's not as bad maxing it early in terms of damage, and that buffs the other element of getting it, which is the cooldown reduction. So it means that this hero can come online fighting with long catch earlier than you would have otherwise, because you're able to have multiple Sleights of Fists and chains in a fight. And that's so cool. I really, really like it.
We see more and more mid laners ganking before they even get level 6, just ganking the side lane, especially when there's a 3 versus 3 scenario, to grab a kill and TP back to a lane, just to secure their own safe lane.
I think when I get home, I'm just going to spam Ember. That's all I'm going to do.
You're not going to spam auto chess?
I mean, that's going to be the next thing I do afterwards, as soon as they calibrate, right?
Yeah. 10 games of Ember and then auto chess.
Amazing.
Okay, Aster now grabbing the Tiny. Neither team leaning into team fight all too much just yet. Do you think we are going to be seeing any big ultimates coming out? Or are NIP still going to be playing this kind of fast-paced, low cooldown Dota?
It's hard to say. And NIP has a variety of heroes that they're playing, and with Shadow Demon and Nature's Prophet, they can set up ganks so easily. Shadow Demon, someone either TPs, and then Nature's Prophet comes, so they can easily outnumber them. And talking about big team fight ultis, here's the Watermelon.
The reason that I like it, and I think it's really good against what Aster is doing, is because what we saw from Aster and the way that they played around the Batrider and the support position was that they were like, all right, we're just going to play pick-off Dota. And now NIP is like, okay, if you're going to try and do pick-off Dota, then we're going to just walk into you as 5. And you're going to lasso a Tide, like he's going to be the one that's out front in these fights.
Ooh.
And that is full-on double bubble action going on.
So what's the damage in Chrono? That's what I'm afraid of. They need the last hero to be their damage.
We get some Fata Invoker.
Lina, Mirana. Actually, yeah, Invoker doesn't seem very good at the moment, but Chrono Cataclysm is a combo.
Yeah.
So could be something that you look at.
And
here.
you kind of have the setup for Sunstrikes early with like just Shadow Demon too.
Yeah, we have. It's been a very long time since I've seen Disruption Sunstrikes, but I'm down.
That's the thing that's a little bit weird about it, is that it's not for the kill, which is normally how you want those things to do. Usually
you're using it for the damage,
right?
And then Invoker's not getting the benefit of it being a global kill.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true. Well, what else?
Like if they want to go all in,
Sprout Sunstrike,
like with team fighting abilities, they could go for Dead Prophet. We've seen this hero a couple of times, or they can go Pug Knight. It's extremely good against Juggernaut. It could be a core Sven. And it gives them a lot of damage in the Chronosphere and creates a lot of space on the map for Faceless Way to actually get his items.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of these Huskar bans into Death Prophet picks. It's like the heroes fulfill kind of that same role, where Huskar is the one that's maybe a little bit more cheesy and scary. And maybe Aster feel like they could play around a DP.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, are Aster really afraid of Huskar?
5 seconds remaining.
I guess their burst is okay. I guess it is just that kind of cheese factor that you're talking about, Gabe.
Yeah.
If you're NIP and you're thinking about picking this Pugna, are there counter picks that you're worried about? They have to be one step ahead in this draft because they don't have the last overall pick that is going to fall to Aster.
That's the thing about Pugna. That's why we see him as a 10th pick or as the last ban most of the time. This hero doesn't have that many bad matchups.
Yeah, like the only thing I can think of that he wouldn't want to play into is like a Nyx or something. That's not what you're taking for your mid.
Yeah. So Dragon Knight's the ban. NIP are thinking that I guess that we're still looking at Mushi's hero coming in, or a mid lane hero. I still think that Mushi has looked really good on Tiny a little bit recently, but I don't know if that's how they're going to set this game. They can kind of do whatever. Aster can set this up almost any way, right? Like Jug's going to be a core, but everybody else, they can kind of flex somewhat.
I'm thinking about maybe OD, if they want to have like this double save and then Juggernaut is not going to have a game. It's a lot of damage in Chrono as well. They're running out of time. 5 seconds left. It's green hero, that's for sure.
Heyo, Pugna. I think this Jug pick is terrible. Looking at it again and these heroes that they've got, like Shadow Demon, I think just completely owns him. You summon those illusions of himself. You can purge him. I don't think that this Jug is going to get to really play Dota this game.
All right. This Timbersaw pick
this might change things around.
Changes things for sure. They don't have any kind of a counter for Timbersaw. Their damage is pretty static.
I think Pugna early can maybe punish him some. I think Fata has to have a really good game.
The time dilation's annoying, right? For the Timbersaw, you're going to have to itemize against that.
Mushi Timber.
Yeah.
It's been a minute.
All right. Well, we've seen the drafts. Gabe, what's your read?
I really don't like the Jug pick. I think that Jug is not going to have a good game this time, so I'm taking NIP all the way.
I'll say NIP as well. It's going to be a really tough Juggernaut game because of 2 saves, time walk. He's not going to have a target to go on. And even though they have this Timber Saw, I think they can still play around him. Every time I see Timber, if he gets a good start, you need to play as far away from him as possible. Just focus on other lanes.
The caveat I will say is that maybe in the laning stage, he might be able to get a lot done against the Tide. That's one area where maybe the Juggernaut has a good time. So we'll see how that works out. That's probably why they picked it.
If they can get some kills on the Tide early on. That did seem like a little bit of a reactionary pick, essentially. I guess the other thing for the Jug this game is that there's going to be treants just floating around everywhere in every fight. It's really annoying, actually, if there's just random summons floating around and then your Omnislash gets diverted.
Illusions.
Yeah, the SD illusions could be annoying as well. It'll be interesting. Any highlights for Aster other than the Timber Saw? Do you feel like, is it a good Batrider game? They've got Bat Sven as their 2 supports, which is weird, but anything can work, right?
I think the cool thing that might be there is like stealing the stacks Batrider if they decide to do some stacking for the Tidehunter. So that's what I'm going to watch for. I
think they put priority to Tiny's farm because they want to have a good timing on a Blink Dagger, and Pugna, Shadow Demon, Nature's Prophet, they are squishy heroes, Void to one extent as well. So if Tiny has a good game and if Timbersaw has a good game, Aster has a really good chance of winning this.
Yeah, just have to get off to that start.
Yeah, just have a good game, just have good lanes and win games. It's as easy as that.
Yeah. We've moved past the well, it used to be certain heroes who were just win lane, lose game, right? It doesn't seem to be quite as much these days. So we'll see how this all goes. When do things get difficult for the Pugna against the Timber? Like what kind of level are we talking? Is it level 6 for the Timbersaw that he needs? Or is it earlier than that?
I don't think you can threaten a kill on Pugna, especially when he gets level 6. Both of these heroes are going to farm. Pugna's going to have advantage first couple of levels, but once Timbersaw hits level 3, level 5, that's going to be a lot of region on this Timber. Yep. But depends. If Timber tries to overextend, he has a lot of physical damage reduction. Pugna hits level 6 before him. He doesn't have a Timber chain. A lot of kill potential from Pugna.
Yeah, we've seen this a lot from PPD, just starting off with the Blightstone, lots of damage on the Nature's Prophet, just going to be kind of zoning a little bit here. NIP do opt to put their Void in the off lane, and they're going to be running the Tidehunter in the safe lane here. Are they just trying to get the Void away from the Batrider, or what's the matchup reason here?
Good question, though.
Yeah. What's the reasoning? Do they not want the Void to play against the...
I think Void is going to have a better time on a top lane, considering the fact that he's playing against the Juggernaut. So he can just time walk away. Even if they stun him, he's really not threatened about Blade Fury kill. And usually Juggernaut is really good against the Tidehunter, because Tidehunter has damage reduction, physical damage, and he relies on magical damage early on.
So far, nothing too crazy happening. It's just 2-on-2 lanes. We do have, it looks like Saxhead playing around a little bit with Fenrir over in the jungle, but did he actually successfully pull that over into the
Oh, he didn't get the last hit with Stormhammer. Bummer.
But yeah, Saxhead was trying to steal the creep wave, it looks like, and wasn't quite able to actually bring it all the way around. Fenrir kind of interrupting it. So a little bit annoying for NIP, and it looks like the lane position is going to end up settling somewhere that Aster are actually kind of happy with. They're doing pretty well in the CS across the board so far. I mean, it's still only 2 minutes into the game, but good sign for Aster, like you said. Just need to play some solid dotes.
Yeah, just play good, and
just
the results
play,
are going to be
play
good.
Yeah. Don't play bad. that's how you win Dota. First rule of Dota.
And every time Pugna uses the Cripify on Mushi to stop him from last hitting, he just pops Whirling Death and gets the last hit.
It's kind of low at the moment, but he does have a healing salve ready to go. So Fada, if he had any chance of killing him, it's going to be gone very, very soon.
Tiny's doing extremely good on bottom. 14 CS on him.
Yeah, the support Batrider is actually zoning out the Tide pretty effectively, and PPD not able to play quite as aggressively as I think he would normally like with the Nature's Prophet. 33 has gone for quite a defensive build, no early point in the Gush or anything like that. He has just opted to pick up the Kraken Shell nice and early. So they don't have a whole lot of kill potential down here. Oh, lots of stacks on PPD. That's 5 stacks now as he gets knocked back by the Flame Break. It's taking him a little bit, but PPD still surviving. Baboka maybe overextending under the tower. And 33 will be the one to grab that kill with one last donk. He did level up to 3, got the Gush, and that got them the kill.
It's a really bad engagement from Aster. They're trying to dive the tower, gets gushed, and just dies.
Yeah, and they were winning this lane anyway, so...
They were trying to make an action into 2 full creep waves as well.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of creeps here waiting for XXS. There's a regen rune waiting down bottom, but nobody scouted that just yet. Would be nice for Fada if he could get down there, but just doesn't have any idea that it's waiting. And actually, the replacement rune is going to be spawning soon, in the next 30 seconds. Up top, a little bash for Ace, but it's just damage being traded back and forth. This is a double melee lane for Aster, and there's always the possibility of the time walk away or defensive disruption. So, not really too much danger. As I say that, stun comes in, defensive disruption comes out, and Ace is going to be okay. Though that damage does end up sticking. Now on Baboka, this rune might just get... Yeah, it's going to disappear away from right in front of him. Mushi will instead get the double damage over at top.
I mean, if he doesn't use Disruption, there he can time walk, Sven stuns.
Yeah, right after
7
that's
seconds.
True, yeah. I guess he was worried about maybe some crits from the Jug or something.
Yeah,
but he
3
also
crits in
could have
a row.
time walked that, so... XXS getting gushed at bottom. He's actually pretty low. These
Minus
auto
6
attacks.
armor.
Tiny doesn't have any armor to work with. Nice flame break from Baboka. We'll push them back. But still, poor old XXS. That was pretty tough. He's going to pick up a bottle here, heals up a little bit. They do want to try and contest these 5-minute bounties. And both teams moving into position very aggressively for this. They've even got Fada's Pugna running his way down here. Baboka trying to take to the skies, getting up over the cliff. He's going to be okay. XXS tossing the Tide back over towards the tower, but there's too many creeps here. So 33 is actually just fine.
They're going to go for him.
And
He has 20 stick charges.
Yeah, he's got 1 bottle sip, but that's about it. Can he get another toss? No, he won't be able to. 33 is completely happy with getting tossed back to that tower. And
Good play from NIP. They even use the glyph on creeps, so Tiny can't kill the creep wave and go back fast to try to pick up a bounty rune.
Nope,
Toss
33.
back.
Oh, okay. Toss back. 33 now running just in the opposite direction. Pops the salve and keeps on going. He can just, can potentially just TP. The Avalanche was already used, so he's fine. He didn't even TP back to base, just TPs to the tower. Mushi is running at Fada. Now with the Chakram, Fada slowed down a lot. A little bit of damage from the Timber Chain is all that they're going to need, and that is a solo kill for the Mushi Timbersaw. He said that he was in the highlight for the team, and looking good now as well.
The thing is, Pugna left the lane, and the Timbersaw got level 6 before him, and whoever gets level 6 in this lane has a lot of kill potential.
So if you're the Pugna, what do you do now? Do you still just sit in this lane and spam and farm? You're never going to take the tower against the Timber, so...
He needs levels, for sure. So
just
he's
has to
going to
stay here.
stick around, maybe if he grabs a good rune so he can gank the side lane, an Invis, a haste rune would be perfect.
Success getting going on at bottom as we do also have a jump at mid. Fada in a little bit of trouble. Mushi with the Chakram. Slowing down Fada. Can they knock it back into it? They won't be able to. Baboka's still chasing. Fada does have 1 more blast. The Decrepify back off cooldown. Saksa also getting involved. Mushi's chasing after him. Doesn't have that many reactive armor stacks though. Looking for the Timber Chain away. Fenrir doesn't quite have the damage, and with a TP in as well from PPD. It will be NIP finding the turnaround after all is said and done. Saksa, can they take him down with the Flame Break? Baboka from downtown actually finishes that kill, so it will end up being just a 1-for-1 on the position 5s. Nothing too crazy. And that's really about it.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Tidehunter got his level 6. Doesn't have too much mana to work with, but if they want to make a rotation on the bottom lane, it's an easy setup with the Ravage.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll just have to see. Do you think it's worth it to just pop Ravage for one kill?
For a single
at this
kill?
point?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Early on, you should not be afraid of using Ravage, using Black Hole to get a kill.
All right, PPD just TPing out here to refill Fada's bottle, keeping him in fighting shape. We do have the... Oh, what are they doing here? Just blasting Timber a little bit. Void's farming decently, kind of middle of the pack. The Jug also doing well. The lead CS actually more on the position 3 and position 2 this game. Fada in a little bit of danger, but Chakra not slowing him down too much. Fenrir's being disrupted, but looks like this was mostly just a battle for that for that Arcane Rune. Not really anything too interesting. Mushi, in terms of the item build, has just picked up some Arcanes so far. Well, what do you think we're going to see from him?
Holy Locket.
Holy Locket?
Let's go. Yule Scepter is great this game because they kind of lack catch. Since Batrider is playing position 4, it's great against Faceless Void. If he's not caught in Chronosphere, he can always Yule Scepter him. You know what I don't want to see? A Bloodstone.
Bloodstone?
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about the approved Timbersaw item list, and Bloodstone is not on there. Lacoste will dock you points if you go for the Bloodstone first. New Bloodstone's kind of a weird item, it feels like. It's not as mana regen focused as it once was.
Oh, yes. Yeah, he just put Holy Locket
nice
in his
Lacoste
quick buy.
approved. Give it that seal of approval. Pull out your stamp. Okay, action at the mid. 33 TPing in. He's got the Ravage at the ready, and that is going to mean that everyone just gets the hell out of there. Aster do not want anything to do with that fight. And NIP might actually be able to continue this pressure. Fada's still got a decent amount of mana, but 33 is just heading away, running over towards bottom. So Aster looks like they will be able to hold this. They got enough spam, and they've got Mushi, who at this point is still looking pretty much untouchable. I don't think they have the tools to be able to kill him. But what are you thinking build-wise? Okay, well, there you go. Void's going to be going for Battle Fury this game. Do you like the choice for Ace? Battle Fury on the Void?
I'm not a big fan of Battle Fury anymore.
10-minute bounty rune battle coming in. Baboka is hasted running in here. 33 stands his ground, though. Baboka needing to be a little bit careful. PPD thinks about the TPN, but can't necessarily sprout the Fire-Flying Batrider, so...
And the good thing about Holy Locket on Timbersaw is the recent change where you don't need Void Stone. You need the component from Mana Boots.
Yeah, it's actually pretty easy build-up.
Yeah, it's gonna be 10-minute Holy Locket. What up?
He went from unkillable to even more unkillable. There you go. Sylar taking some more auto attacks here. Hasn't really shown us his build just yet either. Hopefully no Midas, fingers crossed.
I mean, if you want to go full greed on heroes like Phantom Assassin, Juggernaut, just go for Battle Fury instead of Hand of Midas.
All right, 33 healing up quite a bit with his Vlads. XXS can't really do too much to him there. XXS still just farming towards his Blink Tag. It's going to take him a little while to get there.
Oh, Shadow Demon steals the tower from Timbersaw. There's no way
damn.
Timbersaw is going to get that tower because Shadow Demon had Disruption ready.
So that's pretty nice for NIP. Timber TPing up top, but Aster don't really have any setup here. They're just hoping to defend the tower, maybe get a deny of their own. But this Mushi rotation isn't really going to amount to too much. Fada wants to blast it, and he is going to get it. This might cost him his life. Wrath of Nature bouncing through. Fada, can he survive? He's got the Decrep. He's actually life draining now. Chronosphere coming out. Do they have the damage to kill the Timbersaw? I am doubtful. Sylar's also got himself a healing ward to help him out. They're looking for a few more bashes. Fenrir is the much easier kill, and they will just settle for that as NIP do manage to bring down that tier 1 tower. So the Mushi rotation not really amounting to anything there.
Because he had no mana.
Yeah.
He had no Soul Ring. He needs a mana item for sure.
Yep.
Yule Scepter.
Oh, 33 just donking this tower. Aster are running around to try and defend these lanes, but they don't have the catch. So NIP are free to just sit and poke and prod, use the blast to its fullest.
Pretty even game so far. Tiny, once he gets his Blink Dagger up, this is the time when Aster is gonna try to play aggressive.
Yeah, that's really their timing. Do you feel like there's anything more that their supports could be doing, or are the Batrider and Sven just destined to not really do a whole... Oh my god, Ace time walks forward and finds a quick courier kill. That is not good for Aster. It's a lot of extra gold going NIP's way. They're now up 3K.
So you ask about two supports inside of Aster.
Yeah.
Batrider can't really make the movement. Maybe he can try to snap someone if they're pushing the tower, go over the trees, grab a kill. This Sven is really poor. He does not even have boots of speed. He needs 350.
Oh, look away. I don't even want to see this. This is, yeah, no, this poor Sven is really, really struggling. Mushi doing a little bit better, but yeah, poor Fender not really getting a whole lot done. And now XXS in a bit of trouble. Yeah, they do have a little bit of a turnaround coming in from Mushi. Baboka has got the lasso. Ravage looking for the turnaround. Fada does have all of his spells available and some wand charges. He gets the drain going. That's keeping him alive. XXS almost completely drained out. One more auto attack from 33. Finishes the kill. Mushi does get the turnaround with the chakram, but he's now being slowed down. The time dilation also upon him. But NIP do not want to continue the chase. Mushi's got just enough mana in the tank for another couple of spells, and that is going to make NIP hesitate about going for that kill.
Yeah, I wish Juggernaut had the mana and try to TP. They're making an action near their tier 1 tower. There should be some kind of a response.
At least we haven't seen the Omnislash used just yet from Silai, right? So he's playing a very passive, very farm-oriented game. Is going for the Battle Fury. Nice enough item. I'm just glad not to see the Midas, to be honest.
Yeah, he just wanted to upgrade Quelling Blade because of Nature's Prophet.
Learn the lessons of Arteezy. You know, if Arteezy has taught carry players anything, it's make sure you have some way to cut down trees against Nature's Prophet. Anyway, Mushi getting stacked up a bit, but he does not care at all. Oh, now another battle for these bounty runes. Ace does have a Chronosphere at the ready. XXS coming out of that disruption, looking for something more here, but can't quite find it. Still struggling to finish off that last little bit of gold for his Blink Dagger. And you called that out as the timing for Aster. So it really hurts that they lost XXS in that last engagement.
Yeah, it's delaying his Blink Dagger, and they can't play aggressive. Once he gets his Blink Dagger, Tidehunter might even have a full pipe ready.
And then at that point, can Aster even take a team fight? With Vlad's and Pipe on the NIP side, this Tide is just getting kind of out of control. The new Tidehunter does farm pretty darn fast with Anchor Smash. Okay, we got an attempted wraparound here from the trees. Fada's pretty fast. He's just going to try and run it out, but they do get the lasso over onto him. Deep Crep coming back off cooldown soon. He manages to block a lot of the damage, and they can't interrupt this life drain. Baboka's just circling him, and Aster will finally finish off the kill. There wasn't any help in the neighborhood, and Baboka was still fine. He had 19 wand charges up his sleeve, so Fada just getting caught out a little bit. And Baboka, I have to say, for having no items on this Batrider, has actually been pretty successful with finding these lassos so far. That's two decent lasso ganks.
Yeah, good build on him. Tranquil Boots is building towards drums, extra wind lace for the movement speed. It's easy to execute the gank like that.
Yeah. And you need every little bit of move speed against a hero like Pugna, who's also incredibly fast. Fenrir's finally got boots. Okay, we can bear to look at him now. He's still not necessarily farming all that much, but he's at least got more than 1,000 net worth, which is a much better position than he found himself in
earlier. He has maxed stun on Sven. It really makes no sense. Like, it's not like you're fighting. Lowering the cooldown is not gonna be that great. You wanna lower the cooldown on Warcry to bring more into a team fight.
Yeah, he is using it to farm a little bit, but I can totally see your point. Mushi wants this tower, but I don't know if he's really going to be able to get it. 33 comes around the corner as well. And they will just get this quick deny. So that's 2 out of 2 tier 1 towers that Aster have taken actually being denied. They're jumping it, but I don't think the Tidehunter is really the target that you want. They throw him over towards the Timber Saw. He's got decent damage, but 33 managing to juke him out for now. And 33 is actually got a Desolator queued up for this Tidehunter. They're chasing it a little bit further. They get PPD, dragging him back over. XXS really wants this kill onto 33, but he gets the Ravage out at the last moment. That's just going to save him. They haven't TP'd anyone else in here. And 33, is this actually going to be an escape? Mushi's still diving in pretty deep. Fada trying to keep him alive with that life drain, but Mushi, that last tiny bit of mana that he had in reserve will be enough to finish the kill. Fada retreating into the base. They've got another stun, but not enough mana to continue chasing. NIP, what are they finding while this is going on? Sylar is the target up top. They're going to drop the Chronosphere. They need to finish off the healing ward quickly, and Juggernaut's still surviving. He's fine.
I don't know what these Chronos are. Like, they literally have 0 damage in Chronosphere if Pugna is dead.
Yeah, especially with this build from, but he doesn't even have the Demon Edge. He's running around with the Perseverance. That was, I think NIP looked at that bottom fight and kind of told themselves, hey, look, if we're not going to TP and fight bottom, then we have to make something happen at top. But yeah, they did not have the damage, not even close. And at this point, Aster feeling like they're kind of online. The Jug is farming well. Sylar, if there's anything that he knows how to do, it is just find farm. Probably a fairly standard item progression for him from this point forward. Pick up a Manta, maybe get a Blink Dagger a little bit later on. And NIP, they've sort of got two different things going on in the lineup, right? It feels like everybody except the Void at this point is fairly keen to fight and make stuff happen. And Ace is just going to be completely AFK farming and not really participating for a little while.
Yeah, even 33 decided to go for Midas 18 minutes in.
Oh, okay. Because he had the pipe queued up, then he queued up a Desolator, and now he's going Midas. Okay, so NIP seem like they want to take this late game. Nice jump away from Ace. We'll be able to get out of the Avalanche. Aster. All right, they just walk away from the Pugna. The lockdown is not there from NIP.
I can understand the Deso choice because right now they lack damage. They literally have no damage. Especially if Pugna is dead. They can't take a fight.
They're hovering around here. This is just a bounty rune battle. It looks like NIP are going to get the 2 up here. PPD trying to swipe one away at bottom, but Baboka will be able to grab it. PPD getting chased now, but does just manage to phase boot away.
Oh yeah, Timber Saw, 100 damage talent, level 15. Let's go.
Let's go. This is the true tower hitter. Ace, need to be very careful. Time walk back off cooldown soon. Looks like you should be able to escape. Some space created. Who are you favoring at the moment? This game feels pretty close. NIP's supports don't necessarily seem to be getting that much done. We do have a Necro Book on PPD, so they've got some pretty good push going, other than the fact that the Void isn't really that interested in fighting. Though, as I say that, he's smoked up and making a rotation. You said that they didn't have the damage in the Chrono unless they brought along the Pugna. Well, there you go. Pugna's coming along for this gank as well.
They want to grab this tier 1 tower. I'm not sure if Aster wants to react to it.
Baboka looks like he will be scouting this one out. Are they going to bother with the Chronosphere for this kill? Jug's coming in, trying to help out with the healing ward. It's not going to be enough. XXS jumping forward, finds his first target on the Soxa. There is going to be a defensive disruption, keeping himself alive, but the rest of Aster arrive, and that will just end up being a support for support trade as they clear out the little bit of push that's happening towards the tower. PPD planting some more impossible observer wards, TPing around with his Nature's Prophet, but I don't know. That was a big swing from NIP, but not really much of a connection, bringing all those heroes to the bottom.
Yeah, there's a reason why Juggernaut did not use a single ulti this game. We discussed after the picks that he doesn't have the target to go on. Time Walk, Shadow Shaman, Shadow Demon, Disruption, Pugna's Decrypify. He needs to have a vision in a team fight what's happening, whether he can use the ulti or not.
Does that get better later on, do you think? Can he itemize in a way that improves the situation?
We saw Nullifier from FTD. That was extremely good.
Yeah, certainly nice item to have. Though this game, there is save from some of the other people as well. So like you go on the Pugna, And
Yeah.
maybe he can't decrepify himself or something, but, well, not because of the nullifier, but there's always a disruption. Or
He's gonna need
like
to
that.
wait with his ult. He can't really initiate, grab a kill, and then fight 5 versus 4.
Mushi with a very heal-focused build has picked up the Guardian Greaves now on the Timber. We were speculating on what his answer was going to be to the time dilation, and didn't really talk about the Greaves. We talked about Yules and we talked about
Yeah,
Lotus.
Greaves. Approved 100%.
Okay, that's
This
also
is a great
on the
item in
list.
Timber, so yeah, I still think he needs a Yule Scepter.
Like an actual, some more mana regen somewhere. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. He's only got 3.5. Or at least buy some clarities, Mushi. That would be good. Got a couple of talents coming in for NIP, but at this point it feels like they're very much just farming for their Void. There's some similarities on both sides, right? It feels like neither carry is very confident of their ultimate actually finding kills, so instead they're just hitting creeps and hoping that the situation improves once they have maybe 3 or 4 items. And this is a fairly scary game later on with the Void Chronosphere. They got the big AoE combinations, but like you said, the Void needs to be doing a lot of damage himself because it's only the Pugna really pumping stuff in. Oh, bit of trouble for Sylar. A little bit late on using that spin, but still spins through and will be okay. Goes straight back to farming as well. I love that. You're in danger, and there's a creep camp.
It feels like Nature's Prophet is not buying wards anymore. Feels like Shadow Demon is the one who's buying wards, and slowly Nature's Prophet becoming kind of right-click. He has 30 damage talent, has a Blightstone, he can also split push, has Necro 1, also almost has a Shadow Blade finished. He might even upgrade that to Silver Edge against the Timbersaw at one point.
Yep. NIP going for another smoke here. They have Ace leading the way, but Aster have a bunch of heroes waiting up on the high ground. They seem to suspect that something's going on here. Fenrir breaks the smoke. They see Ace. He jumps forward, but XXS jumps into the backlines. They're keeping 33 away. They want to go for Saksa first. They bring him down as a 2-man chrono, but it's just the supports. Now the Ravage coming through. What else can they find? They have brought down XXS. Sylar doing his best with the Omni Slash. Can he finally finish off 33? He hasn't been able to just yet, though. They will chase him down after all is said and done. Mushi jumping around, looks at PPD, but that's all that he can do. Nothing to interrupt his TP out. And the overall fight is just going to be an offlaner and a support dying on either side. Numbers favoring Aster just a little bit on the Golden experience.
Yeah, again, NIP with this draft lacking damage in Chronosphere. They need to repick one of those heroes and...
There was that weird, was it the MLG, like a Red Bull tournament where they had that custom mode where you could have multiple heroes per person, and did you watch that?
No.
No, okay, never mind. That was very much the idea that you're hinting at there, but Aster, yeah, they just seem to be kind of cruising. They survived through the double big ulti, and now they've got a few minutes where they can do whatever they want while those big ultimates are on cooldown. NIP still doing their best with the split push. They got a Blink Dagger now up on Baboke. He's got the lasso in 3 seconds time. They're considering their options here. They have decent vision in the area. And actually, Aster going to make the call to just head into the Roshan pit. Sylar going for a very heavy damage build. Going to be picking up the Butterfly after the Manta. And doesn't really seem like there's any way for NIP to contest this.
There's no chrono for 20 seconds. There's no Ravage for 45 seconds. Good call from Aster. NIP definitely can't contest this Roche. One thing that concerns me on Aster's side is that Tiny, after a good start that he had, he basically has no items. They're prioritizing someone else's farm, and this is the hero that you want to scale, because you can't really rely just on Jug to deal the damage.
Ooh, Baboke in a little bit of trouble, but he's still on the run. Looks like he will be able to get the blink back off cooldown, and that's going to get him out of there. We do also have the Nature's Prophet just shadow blading away. And Mushi chasing after him, but it looks like PPD is going to be just fine. And the Aegis now up on Sylar. Still a net worth lead in NIP's favor, but it does kind of feel like control of this game is starting to move over towards Aster. Though, like you're saying, Tiny's net worth looking real bad. Oh, they're both farming the same camp. There you go.
So no one wants to make an action now.
Yeah.
Even with Aegis, you know, Sylar, it's time to hit some more creeps.
Sure. He's got another item to farm. That Wraith Band needs to be upgraded into a butterfly. So I want to go back to talking about, do you feel like, does one team have clearly better late game here? Like, is double Ravage just going to be the be-all, end-all of this game? Does the Jug eventually get to the point where he just tears through everybody with Omni Slash? What's your read, or is it just close? And
I feel like it's really close. None of these heroes scale that well. Pugna's gonna fall off. You have Sven, Timbersaw. Tiny's not getting too much farm, so pretty even in my book.
Baboka jumping in, he looked for Fada there, but there's going to be a jump away. Baboka.
Sylar, what are you doing? Those are not creeps.
Hitting the tier 3. They do have 33 split pushing a little bit at top, but he runs into the tier 2, and they are going to send back. There you go, Lacoste. Sylar's found some creeps. He's okay. Ace also doing the same thing, just pushing out over at bottom. Also going for the same item. He's just buying a butterfly. Not going to be going for a BKB at all this game. It's butterfly into Lincoln Sphere is the choice.
Now, I feel like he's tanky enough with SNY, status resistance, and...
they've got the disruption save as
well.
well.
And he also has -1 second time wall cooldown. Talent, I mean. So he can survive. If he can just survive through initial burst of Tiny or Batrider ulti, he's fine.
Sylar playing pretty far up here, but he doesn't have the backup of his team. NIP are somewhat moving to surround him, but they haven't brought Ace over just yet. It does seem like they're hesitant about taking this fight into the Aegis. The Pugna not going to be going for more damage. Fada does have a Hex queued up, but he hasn't committed for any of the components. So if he decided that he wanted an Ags or a Dagon or something, that is still a possibility for him. Do you like the choice of the Hex this game?
They need a bit more control. Yeah. After they use their stuff, a Ravage, a Chronosphere, they're gonna run into a problem if this fight prolongs.
They found Ace, they're dragging him back over. Can they keep him here? The stuns are coming out. Ace is still pretty tanky. Good chain stun from Aster. Ace couldn't find the opportunity to jump himself out. And that is a huge pickoff for Aster to find. They do have to take some time to reset the lanes now, but still a decent chunk on this Aegis. So maybe a little bit of an opportunity here to make a play.
There's the Silver Edge on Nature's Prophet I was talking about. They have few ways to deal with Timbersaw. There's Spirit Vessel, there's Silver Edge, but he can dispel Spirit Vessel with Guardian Greaves, doesn't have any other kind of a dispel.
Yeah, and of course the break only means that he doesn't get any additional stacks. He still keeps all of the stacks that he's already got, so. A little bit of a counter, but this is a very beefy Timber that we're looking at. Mushi's already picked up a Bloodstone. He's got another Plate Mail on top of that. I don't quite know how they kill him at this point. And
Bloodstone as a third item is
approved.
Is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't just really rush this item because he lacks mana reach. Now he doesn't have to go heal ever.
Yeah, you can constantly stay on the map, keep on pressuring, drag these waves. PPD trying to cut at bottom. They are going to drain out Sylar, loses the Aegis. Aster still hanging around here. All the big AoE teamfight ultimates available for NIP. They are going to go in here. They're looking for this Sylar kill. Can they keep this Juggernaut alive? It looks like they will be able to. He gets the spin off. The Ravage is a little bit late, and Sylar's just spinning on out of here as now they've got the lasso over onto Ace. He jumps back defensively. Omnislash bouncing around. Sylar's found one kill already, and they're looking for more. PPD getting chased down. Mushi finds him inside of that Sprout. No problem whatsoever. Fada from the high ground looking for Sylar once again, but the spin will save him.
Man, 33, he blinked into Chronosphere, so he couldn't use the Ravage.
No. And Aster just going to keep on going. They're all looking relatively healthy. XXS going to look for the toss back here onto Saksa, finds himself in harm's way, stunned up. Ace trying to lay into Mushi a little bit with the auto attacks, but he's barely tickling him.
This is game. They're gonna take 3 side of Raxus. NIP can't fight without Chrono, without Ravage.
And with this, Group B is getting really interesting. We had 2 teams at the bottom, 0 and 4. Aster now looks like they've regrouped a little bit for day number 2, and yeah, it does very much seem like they're going to be taking this game off of NIP.
They're really anticlimactic ending. They're still gonna keep pushing. They have Void with Battle Fury. They have Nature's Prophet ulti, so they can try to shove out the waves, but they're gonna be playing against Mega Creeps.
Yeah, well, looks like we're gonna have one last fight. 33 walking into the middle of it with a BKB, but they're just completely ignoring him. Mushi in the backlines making all of this space. Couple more auto attacks onto Sylar, but not gonna be able to kill him. It's not Mega Creeps just yet as Aster are kiting back outside of the base. They're trying to keep them here. It is just Fenrir who's in a little bit of danger. Looks like he might be the only one to fall on the side of Aster. He's even running back towards the enemy base. Maybe go and get a few more hits on his tracks before he dies, but PPD will finish him off.
I think they should have committed in getting this range Raxus. Faceless Void ulti was not ready at the time. Ravage still not ready for 30 seconds, so even if it means that they lost 2 more heroes, even 2 cores, NIP can't really outpush the waves quickly enough to threaten their base.
So what do you, like to you, what do you point at for NIP that went wrong this game? Like, is it the draft?
Now that I'm looking at it, it's draft. Their damage is pretty static. Also, we can come back to a point that there's no good hero against the Timbersaw. So Aster learned from their mistakes on day 1, drafted a bit better, and this game is still not over.
No. It's only a 7k lead in Aster's favor, but NIP have to desperately defend that final Rax, and Aster at this point can probably just grind out another Aegis if they really need to, but you can see PPD still making plays, shoving these lanes out as best he can, but Aster are going to begin a little bit of a death march towards top lane, and NIP looks like they want to take the fight outside of the base. They're not going to give Aster the opportunity. What can they actually find? They're over in the trees, but they know that they can't touch Mushi. Ace and Sox are coming forward under cover of smoke. Gonna be looking for something else. Sylar has just picked up a Basher. Boca are gonna go and grab a couple of bouncy runes over on the other side of the map, and it does seem like Aster playing it safe. They want this first win here in the group stage, and just gonna grind out these last few items that they feel like they need to win this game.
They want to have buybacks before they take a fight. Considering that they took 2 sides of Raxus, they can get a lot of info what NIP is doing.
And that life drain just does absolutely nothing to Timbersaw. And Aster just looking for that one pick off that they need with the lasso. NIP waiting up on this high ground. They are going to get the Hex over onto Sylar. Can they focus him down? They're going to drop the Ravage for this. Where's the damage? This has been the question the entire time. It's a Chronosphere, but it's got a couple of Radiant heroes in it along. And Ace is just doing nothing. He jumps back defensively. 33 gets Omni Slash down. The Tide is not tanky enough. Saxa with the defensive disruption, but as he comes out, there's a bunch of Aster heroes waiting for him. Mega kill streak now for Sylar. It's not even that well executed of a fight for Aster, but they've got more than enough damage to just chop through everybody. Sylar finds himself a triple kill, and NIP just kind of fizzling.
Yeah. When it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They can't really take a fight. These Chronospheres, you didn't see one good Chrono in this game.
Did anybody die in a single Chrono this game?
I don't think so.
Oh boy.
One bad blink also from Tidehunter cost them the game. If they manage to lock down Juggernaut in that fight, it could make a difference.
They're still fighting. Ace is gonna muscle through, at the very least, the Sven, but their Ancient is now exposed. NIP still refusing to call it here.
Roche is up. They can go into Roche pit, take it easy. 40 seconds for Chrono, 65 seconds for Ravage.
Boca, is this gonna be the gem lost? All right, NIP getting their hands on that. They take out the 2 supports.
All right, never underestimate the power of throw.
Sure. Deep within every Dota player is at least a little bit of 3-2-2. It's in all of us, but very difficult game to throw at this point if you're Aster. Just have to wait for all of your heroes, probably exploit the mega creeps to get Roshan, and then go and end the game with Aegis. They can't kill the Jug twice. There's absolutely no way that Sylar dies twice.
He just bought a Blink Dagger.
Okay.
So
no
he does not have a buyback. Oh, double damage.
All right. Ice Frog is... Ice Frog's done with this game as well. There you go. We'll see if this is... I don't know if this is a bait for Aster. I don't think NIP are even moving anywhere close to do anything about this. So yeah, it does look like Aster just going to pick this up quickly and then should march down mid to go and end the game.
Do I see any Divine Rapiers queued up? Nope, not yet. On side of NIP, no one has the gold for it.
We need the Divine on Tide. That's who really needs it. He's got that plus damage at...
I don't know what this build on Tide is, to be honest. Vlad's into Hand of Midas, into Blink Dagger, and then a BKB. It's not like you're playing against Disruptor, so you're afraid of not being able to use ulti. There's not even enough magic damage on side of Team Aster.
It almost feels like he died to Mushi that one time when they were chasing him at bottom and decided he needed the BKB. We got a last one coming in. They jumped over onto the Nature's Prophet. Can they find the big team fight? Mushi is running into the backlines with the Shivas, making it difficult for 33 to actually come over here. He's going to pop the BKB, look for the Ravage. They do get that follow-up stun, but all they killed was the Sven, and now the Omni Slash is coming through. Aster looking to take this game here. Mushi chasing in a little bit deeper. PPD juking for all he's worth. They do get another Hex up onto Sylar, but the question is the same that it's been this entire game. Where is the damage? Abyssal Blade gets dropped on Ace's head, and another bash. He will get the time walk away, but XXS is there waiting for him, and the Ancient is slowly falling to these creeps. They do bring down Ace for the first time. He buys back into the game, and Aster, it's been slow, it's been painful, but looks like they will finally close out this game. Next success with another big combination. Mushi bouncing around everywhere. Sylar, I mean, I think he could just hit the Ancient at this point, but wants to go and chop wood on Ace a little bit. Almost brought down. That's going to be his first life. Catapults are doing more work than anyone else at this point, it feels like.
All right, let's go, Sylar. It's time to finish this game.
He gets disrupted. Illusions are going to do some decent damage to him, but he does have that butterfly protecting him. Mushi's still running at everybody because he can't really be the one to hit the throne. Sylar taking some damage. The Glyph coming in. NIP still making this desperate defense. Fada brought down. He's also got to buy back everyone on NIP, putting their lives on the line, putting their back into it. But finally, the Ancient will explode. We will get a GG out of PPD. NIP not being too BM, but they did keep that one going right until the bitter end.
It was bitter.
Man, there's a huge question mark over my head. What's happening with this game? In the last engagement, Faceless Void, who's the most farmed hero on their side, goes in and tries to kill a Sven, who's position 5.
He didn't even kill him in the chrono duration. They needed the Ravage stun as well for him to die. That is not a good look. Gabe, what's your read? Tell me what you thought looking at that game.
I think that it was just, everybody seemed very discombobulated. There was a series of events that happened like super early on, right? And this was something where I was going to go back and I was going to highlight something that looked really good with Fada's play, right? Where he oftentimes has died solo, or things have looked rough for him. And I think part of that is because maybe a team decision or what have you, that he moves over to try and contest for the bounty rune, and that puts him behind in the lane, and then because of that, he dies.
And then he came back, and died.
And he's able to sort of come back later and sort of, that little help for his team plays a sacrificial role. But because of that, that also means that the only source of damage that they have on their team is getting solo killed in the lane. And so he's always playing from behind the entire rest of the game as well. So,
even if he had an extra item, extra 2 items, that would still lack damage. This kind of a lineup looks good on the paper, but when it's in the game, you actually see the downsides of it.
But I'll still say that I think that if you don't have that like solo kill happen, and if you don't start to lose your snowball early, maybe they could have like kept the pressure up and take all the outer tier 1 towers with the strength of a Tide Hunter and a Pugna together, just like walking from lane to lane to lane.
But how do you snowball? Like, it makes no sense with the itemization that they're going for.
That was the
problem. Get Hand of Midas, you get Battle Fury, so this Faceless Void is not gonna be able to do anything for 25-30 minutes.
Yeah. Once the game plan fell apart, it felt like they kind of abandoned that early push, and then it was playing from behind, and that was always going to be a losing strategy.
Is the hero the problem, or is the itemization?
I think the itemization was off point.
Like Mask of Madness,
Shadowblade, try to
BKB,
pick off BKB. Yep, and Tide Hunter as well. I don't know what this item build was. Maybe I'm being too harsh, but there's a reason why they lost the game as well.
Fair enough. Well, it's going to have to be back to the drawing board for NIP. We do still have another game in this 2-game series coming up. Aster getting their first win. Stick around with us, guys. We'll be back for game number 2 in just a couple of minutes.
This arena is about ready to explode. Welcome to ESL 1. Let's get this started. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go.
Grabbing up the epicenter, comes in. Oh, it's a big one as well. Look at this damage. The BKB, the Black are ready to go. GG.
Think he can't shine through the dark? Stream a Roshan Steel in high resolution? And record a play for the history books? Watch this. Think he can't make a victory go viral? Watch this. Think a support can't be in the spotlight? Watch this. On Intel Core i7, a legend can rewrite his own legacy. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Remember where it started. your first experiences, the journey you traveled, the journey you love. Remember where it started and imagine where it will go. Rise on.
My God, that is absolutely stunning! They are the champions!
You're not weak. Your mind is always racing. It never rests. So let the earth quake as you break through.
ESL 1 is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus, and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, everybody, to ESL 1 Katowice. We are here on stream 2. We got Group B action underway. I've got my co-casters snickering away over on the other side of the desk. What's going on, Gabe? What's going on?
I'm just laughing at your pronunciation of Katowice.
It's probably terrible. I
say
will,
it too. I'm bad.
Yeah. Are you here to give us a lesson?
He's not
like
Polish.
I'm not Polish, but it's
But
called
your
like that.
pronunciation is
Yeah.
definitely better than ours. Okay, I can just call it ESL 1. Maybe that's
Sounds good to me.
Maybe that's
Welcome
easier.
back to ESL 1 Poland. We pronounced that right?
Yeah,
We got it.
just like we had the China major.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right. That's the other one,
everyone
guys.
or the CQ major. Maybe this is the yeah. Anyway, moving on.
KC.
Yeah, KC.
major. Oh, not major.
No.
ESL. Just
KC.
KC.
Yeah.
Welcome
Or
back to
Katowice.
KC.
That's the other one.
Sure.
That's a possibility.
Okay, so moving on, we do have NIP versus Aster, game number 2 coming up. Aster winning game 1. They were not looking so great on day number 1 of competition. It remains to be seen if this is just, if that first game was the exception or if they have turned things around a little bit. What's your take, guys? Do you think this is the beginning of something or is this just a blip on the radar?
I think it says more about NIP than it does about Aster this last game. And I think that particularly if you look at the way that they lost their series yesterday, or lost the game yesterday against Cole, against that Naga Siren, that's got to be a demoralizing way to lose the game. Not because it's just like the hero, but it just the game going on that long. It's the last one of the day. You're literally the last people playing. And
they were ahead at the
dropping out
start
like
in that series
exactly.
as well, right? They were up like over 10K gold at one point, and then Complexity brought it back. So,
and if you're, anybody right now on NIP, you don't want to be losing to them because you know how contentious this group can be, and you could potentially get knocked out fairly early on. So I'd definitely be concerned if I'm them right now. And I think for Aster, keep doing what you're doing. But this doesn't make me change any of my thoughts about Aster. It makes me change my thoughts about NIP.
okay.
Aster definitely had way better picks in this game, and if they continue to draft like this, they could continue winning. This is their first win of the tournament. They've been not looking so good, but maybe they can pull off something sneaky. Maybe this is the win that they needed to get throughout this group stage.
What's this? You're the optimistic one now, and I'm all pessimistic over here? What's happened?
Usually I'm the realistic one. That's why I tend to get angry when I see teams losing like this.
Yeah.
I'm kind of perfectionist as well. I love to see perfect Dota, and
Just
I
the
take
CS.
it personally whenever I see some of these mistakes being made that should not happen from professional players.
In 2019.
In 2019, exactly.
Yeah.
Like this, you could go with something like this in 2014. People would not get mad. Now it's unforgivable.
Back when you were playing, this is,
Oh, yeah,
this
but
is
it was
amazing.
A bit before, yeah.
Oh, definitely. I think that the big thing that I'm curious about too is if they're going to let through that Nature's Prophet again, because I did think that PPD was some of the best parts of that draft, or in the game for them the entire time. There's one point where they chronoed and he was doing more damage than the Faceless Void was inside the chronosphere, which maybe again says something about the whole state of their draft. But split pushing while Roche was getting taken, he was able to take a tier 2 tower. I think that hero is still quite good, even though they lost. So
the whole draft was no damage draft, pretty much. Maybe if Tidehunter itemized differently, but you're still relying on only one hero to deal damage in the chronosphere. So overall, it's a bad draft. Sometimes you need a reality check to get back on track. This is it. NIP, I expect way better draft in this game from them.
Yeah. Do you think Tide is he a hero that suits the meta right now? Is he something that's playable? We've seen him twice today, right? And he's lost both games, the Tidehunter.
See, I don't know. And this is where it comes back to, for me, I'm going to disagree a little bit. I don't know if the draft was terrible. It felt like it was more the itemization that was the problem. Okay, that's fine. But and it's because I think that Tidehunter can be okay as a hero if you play him around these pushing objective taking course. I think Tidehunter with an Ursa or something, so you can secure Roshan, or Tidehunter around the Pugna, and you can start taking the towers down. To me, that's where I feel like the hero can really shine. Is around those objective takers, and you just use the threat of the Ravage to secure them.
Yep. All right. Well, we do have our draft in front of us now, so we'll see if there's anything different that's going to happen. what do you think what do you think the ingredients for Aster were? What worked well in that last game? Do we still need to see? It feels like they're not going to change from having Sylar on a hard farmer. Sylar is going to farm. That's just what he does. What kind of heroes do you guys want to see Mushi and XXS on? We haven't seen much success from them, so it's hard to point to things and say like, oh yeah, this looks great, so they should just keep doing that. But
we can look at their mistakes and say
don't
something.
do that.
Yeah, don't do this.
You know, oddly enough, I actually really liked the Batrider in that last game.
Yeah.
I think that his play with like the flame break early, using it as like a ganking ability, that was really cool. So that's one thing where I was not sold at all. And I was like, what the hell are they going to do? They're not going to be able to find kills. And then he like goes mid, couple stacks of sticky napalm, and then flame breaks and they die. It's like, that's awesome. That's cool.
Yeah, it looked pretty good against the Nature's Prophet in lane. I mean, they made that one stupid dive and the Batrider lost his life. But up until that point, the sticky napalm was really slowing down the harass from the Prophet. So I kind of like that.
So they're banning out Sven. Sven caused some issues in the mid game. He had a really bad start. Managed to recover. He did not have boots for almost 15 minutes. And in the end, he had Blink, Urn, Vlad's. Hero was farmed.
Yeah. I think they take CK here for NIP, the ban of the Brewmaster. So Aster might think about banning it themselves if they don't want to play against it.
Yeah. Unless we see the Prophet banned, I suppose. That's going to be the question for Aster.
Although it also might be like, do Aster play Prophet? I don't know.
They don't have first pick, though. So
Right, but I mean that NIP could take CK and then hypothetically get Prophet in the second round of it.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about the CK consideration.
I mean, Brew is good in other ways.
Okay, so they see the Nyx Assassin ban and maybe read that NIP were going to take their
NIP
Batrider?
likes to play Batrider.
Okay, fair enough. So I guess NIP's strategy here was potentially just take the bat away from Aster, since that does seem to be what Boboka wants to play.
That would totally be a PPD move, too. They're going to take Coddle.
Okay. So Coddle, a little bit less about the ultimate now. Aster just going to go for the jug, nothing too shocking. What do you want to see with this Coddle? Are we looking at like a Coddle Bristle? Do you need that strong synergy?
No.
No?
No, I don't think Bristle is playable as a hero.
No, I think you can do it, but it's not as good as with Coddle
Sure,
anymore.
if you want to lose a game, you can pick whatever you want.
You know, that's my MO. That's where I go to. But I think Coddle Bristle is worse now because you don't get the double quill. You have to like get chakra in between the quills, which makes it a little bit.
You have to cast it and then chakra.
Yeah.
NIP, they have some confidence in the void. Looks like Ace wants another opportunity to redeem himself.
All right, but they need damage in Chrono, so at least Keeper of the Light deals some right now as position 5, maybe even position 4, depends. Elder Titan is one of the heroes that could be banned out. It's one of the old school combos.
I just know at some point this game we are going to see Coddle blinding light people out of Chrono. It's just going to happen. Like, you know it's going to happen.
At least once. I mean,
and you hate to see it.
Yeah, you hate to see it, but it might just happen.
Or the other way, blinding light them into Chrono.
All right.
Or
NIP, they
both.
banned Elder Titan themselves. Maybe they thought they were picking.
That's
the Bristle ban. Look at it, Lacoste. Look on his triumph.
I mean, they banned ET.
Behold.
It's true.
Okay, what if, is the Void playable as position 3? Can NIP take this Void and then put him in the off lane instead? Just build like, Shadowblade in an Ags or a Blink in an Ags, and then have some actual damage dealers from Ace and Fada. Is that a thing that they can
I'm sure they can do it, but I don't think that's what NIP are going to want to do. To me, this feels like PPD saying my draft wasn't actually like, you know what I mean? That to me seems like his type of move is run it back again and just change a couple of things and still have that be the focal point of the draft.
Gotcha. It seems like the concept, at least, is that they like the Void against the Jug.
Yeah.
Like that's what it was, the same setup in the previous game. The Juggernaut pick comes out and NIP respond with the Faceless Void. So maybe it'll be a different build this time around or something, but it does seem like that's the concept that NIP are going for, and they're going to put that concept to the test once again here. Important game to be testing that, but I'm sure NIP have some confidence in their draft.
I think NIP here also need to be really wary of the potential push that Aster have. With Jug Shadow Shaman as your opening, this is something that could definitely come out to haunt them. And granted, they do have a Coddle. I don't think that this hero on its own, though, is enough D-push to stop with like Shadow Shaman wards getting just dropped down potentially.
And they've got the healing ward to top up the creep, so they could just pick a hero that buys a pipe and away they go.
So I'm looking at the Dota buff. I wanted to check what's with the Bristleback. I was wrong, actually. They played against Gambit. They played a couple of games with Bristleback.
Coddle.
Yeah, they had Coddle in one of those games. In other two, they didn't.
They also, Alliance played it earlier in the tournament as well. So that could be one of those things where like Alliance and NIP were skirming and Bristleback became a hero in that series. Oh my God, this is actually what I really like to see.
Right?
I talk about this all the time. I think the best combo in the game with Grimstroke is Shadow Shaman. I think that the amount of disable that you get with double Hex, double Shackles, and the fact that you can use it every time Soulbind is up makes that hero so much better. And then also double Ether Shock, which just, does the AoE type of things. But if you think about how much damage is dealt out to both of the targets and how much disable, it's
Give me
ridiculous.
Double Doom.
Do you like the Shadow Shaman that much more than the Lion? Do you feel like that's significantly better?
I think so.
What's the reasoning there?
I think because what the Shadow Shaman brings also makes up for what Grimstroke doesn't have. That you have like a good amount of AoE damage if you can get that Ether Shock out there onto 2 targets.
That's true.
And then also you have split push potential, whereas Lion is much more about the pick off. And also you have to play around the ulti then. And that's what I don't like about Grimstroke often is that if you have to play around 2 ultimates at the same time, it just limits the chances when you can fight. Now you can always fight when Grimstroke is around a Shadow Shaman.
Oh yeah, give me XXS Legion Commander.
Double duel.
Oh yeah.
You can win both of them. It is it is a thing.
On to the next one.
Yeah. Oh man. So NIP, how do they respond to this? They just pick Enchantress. Okay, so their lockdown situation, not so great. Seems like, are we just going to be seeing kind of PPD playing this in the same way that No-Tail has, just running at people and like auto-attacking? What do you guys make of this Enchantress pick?
I almost wonder if it's a 33 hero.
Yeah, it could be.
Is it? But Aster have so many nukes.
Yes. give me that Doom. Like this is looking really good for Aster right now.
Is Enchantress good this game? Aster have plenty of nukes. It doesn't really feel like the Untouchable is all that useful.
You're picking Enchantress into Jug Shadow Shaman. That feels really weird. It might be position 5, 4, 3 Enchantress, but still. Usually she just outruns Juggernaut because of her base movement speed.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that they might appeal to them about the Jug versus Enchantress matchup, but it's still mitigated because Shadow Shaman can Shackles and Ether Shock her down.
Yeah. How does Untouchable work with Omnislash now?
You're invulnerable, I think, so it doesn't matter.
No, well, but it's based upon your attack speed.
Is Untouchable purgeable? Like, if you already have the debuff on you and then you cast Omnislash, is it purgeable?
Because you add the purge on when you
they added the basic dispel.
Basic dispel, yeah, so you should be able to dispel it.
Okay, I'm just not sure if...
but I don't know if it is.
Untouchable is dispellable. Probably is?
It is.
Okay, so it's fine. So Jug will be okay.
Although the thing is you would have to attack her first to get the buff onto you and then go into Omnislash, because I think the purge happens as you go into Omnislash, and then the first attack is after that purge. Because it was used to take off Sunray or Fire Spirits.
Fire Spirits and stuff like that. Any attack speed's slow.
Right.
Really, yeah.
So that to me might be one of the little strange things that goes into Dota mechanics.
Yeah, one of those little interactions.
Well, I mean, we can just watch for it in the game.
They've got another Jug counter as they now pick up the Ursa.
But now you're taking Ursa with Faceless Void. Like,
yeah, it's
then you have Enchantress. These heroes are extremely like squishy. Once you go on them, you don't have a frontliner. Ursa can be one, but against heroes like this, especially Doom, it's not looking good. Again, they lack damage in Chronosphere.
Yeah, and what are their lanes now? As well, like, I guess they're still gonna pick a mid, but then, what is their like dual lane or tri lane setup? It seems more like Enchantress is a support.
If Team
now.
Aster gets Pugna somehow in this lineup, it's a default win for them.
You know, it could be actually even just like Ursa and Enchantress laning together in the off lane, and either of them could end up being the core.
That's true. Could also be a support Ursa. Who knows?
That's what I'm saying.
It's
Yeah,
kind of a thing. Yeah.
Because then you can just sort of try and zone out the jug a little bit there, and then you don't worry too much about the fact that you're not throwing damage into the Chrono with the Ursa, because it's mainly there for the counter and laning stage.
It does seem like they just want to run at this Juggernaut and make his life miserable.
Are they setting up for a Meepo last pick on NIP?
5 seconds remaining.
Then what is the void all about? Then?
I mean, yeah. All right. What's the Ursa all about? What's the Enchantress all about, right? Like,
I mean, I can kind of see the Enchantress and the Ursa, but if you put Meepo into this lineup, I would not know how to make heads or tails of the draft.
All right, you need a ranged hero. The last hero needs to be ranged. You don't complicate things.
Okay,
All right,
Pugna's banned. No auto win. Razor. Okay.
all right.
All right. So there you go. You got your ranged hero, Lacoste.
Good. If they forgot about Pugna, I think Aster wouldn't miss the chance. It would make their draft so much stronger.
Yeah.
You basically cripple 2 heroes with one.
10 seconds remaining.
So now we need a different Mushi hero that can play against
5 seconds remaining.
the Razor. SF, Quap.
Medusa's still good. All right,
Quap
there we
it
go.
is.
Your hero.
I was thinking about Queen of Pain. We see more and more Queen of Pain. You need to use Faceless Void ulti on Queen of Pain to get her. And it's not guaranteed kill.
Yeah. And decent in lane against the Razor. I mean, you can blink away from Static Link, which is nice, but do you think there's any incentive to go for the more heavy dagger build this game on Mushi?
2 points.
Yeah.
Max.
Okay.
He doesn't get owned by the Razor passive anymore.
No, that's true.
Still, you want to
nice.
max out your other spells to clear the wave.
Who you got, Gabe?
I got Aster. I can't go away from Grimstoke Shadow Shaman.
I'll go with Aster as well.
Because of Grimstroke Doom?
Not just that. The whole lineup feels really good. Again, it feels like NIP is going to run out of damage when there's not a good hero that can deal damage in the Chronosphere again. Way better than what they had in game number 1, but overall it just doesn't feel like this is the game-winning lineup.
Yeah. They really seem like they want this Void to work, but
right.
I guess we'll just have to see if it does. We do have everybody picking up their heroes. There's no big surprises here.
I mean, this is the thing, right, is that we say there's a lot more damage that's getting thrown into the Chronosphere, but mainly it's just that, like, Razor actually right-clicks. So in the early stages, there's actually probably less damage because you don't have life drain going in, and you're probably not going to be hitting with Eye of the Storm.
Yeah, but what if you Chronosphere your own teammates?
There you go.
We saw that in game number 1.
I mean, yeah, you could do that.
Razor doesn't need to auto attack. He just pops Eye of the Storm, and he's got his passive running.
Blinks into it,
and
yeah.
he just sits in the Chronosphere. He's ready to go.
Strong man, definitely.
Yeah.
All right, see you guys later.
See you, Gabe. Enjoy watching the game. Anyway, so we're going to get into it. Aster leading 1-0 in this 2-game series. The panel likes the draft. I like their draft. NIP, we're just going to have to see what they can do in the early game. I think especially this PPD Enchantress is going to have to put in some work. Need to see how he's going to be playing, where he's going to be playing. Sylar is tipping PPD at the beginning of the game. I don't know if that's to do with the draft. We got some captain tips coming out. But this is an interesting one. This is a very weird draft to my mind from NIP.
Yeah, it looks very single target oriented lineup overall. Enchantress, Faceless Void, Ursa, Razor has some AoE, but other than that, you need to focus a hero, and the heroes inside of Astra are gonna become beefy at one point.
Yeah. I mean, the NIP Tricore is nice, but see, that's gonna be it. Oh, XXS really wants this bounty, and he's gonna get it. He outclicks 33, but he is taking a lot of damage. PPD coming over with the slow, couple of body blocks. XXS, they just need one more touch. And 33 didn't get the bounty rune, but he will get that kill bounty. 337 gold, actually.
Oh man, this
solid.
lane is gonna become unplayable for Doom if they keep it. What did the 33 buy? He just bought Orb of Venom.
That's getting shipped out. Oh, okay, wow. That's gonna be really
Doom has boots of speed even.
And a Windlace. So he's got Windlace and Orb of Venom. XXS.
Good item choice.
Yeah, they're just running at him. So if they can just keep this lane under control, do they need to bring one of the supports from Aster over here and start trying to drag the wave? Or can they just leave Doom? I guess he's going to try and drag the wave himself.
Oh, Enchantress body blocking him.
Yeah, gets in front of him. 33 is going to get those items delivered soon, so he's even faster.
He's dead.
Yeah, XXS, no way out of this. A couple more auto attacks is going to do it. 33, one more touch. Gets into the trees, but that is a second death for this Doom. And I feel like we've gotten used to Doom just becoming this, he sits in lane and he's completely untouchable, but NIP have their hands all over him this game. They're really making it difficult for Doom.
And Sax are doing a good job. We saw that yesterday. You can't play 2 versus 3. You drag the creep wave back to the tower, and suddenly the lane becomes playable, and you pretty much did everything to shut down their tri-lane.
Yeah.
But this bottom lane is gonna become awful. Once Ursa gets boots, that's 1 CS. He just needs to hide, try to take XP from the fog.
Can they send some help from top lane?
I don't think so.
No? He just has to deal? Okay, so this is going to be a very farmed Ursa. We could even see... We saw a Midas Ursa earlier in the competition on this stream. He's going to have total free farm, so he can kind of get whatever item he wants.
Yeah, kind of Midas and Ursa approved.
Approved? Okay.
Yeah.
He could also just get a fast blink and try and go get a bunch of kills and make space for Ace, but this is also a game where the Ursa has pretty good matchups, to be honest. So if he gets those items, he can really kill anybody. Like once you've got your Blink Basher, BKB, supports can't do anything about you at all. Fada playing a dangerous game at mid. Mushi is going for the 2 points up in the dagger, so this harassment is starting to add up more and more. And Baboka wants to just come in and finish the kill, but he's not a very fast hero, so waddling out of the tree line is not the best way to gank. Looks like he is making a bit of a trip down towards bottom, perhaps.
Yeah, now that Ursa is alone, they could try to force a double lane bottom, or maybe they can grab a kill on mid. Baboka is level 2. The lane is gonna push.
And he's got this invis. Fada needs to be careful. Mushi just manning up, standing here on the high ground. Fada not anticipating that there would be this invis. And Mushi should be able to grab this kill. Fairy Fire tries to save him, but won't be enough. They're diving onto Fenrir. Can he dodge this Illuminate? He will be able to. And he ends up surviving. But Ace just keeping the lane in position, holding it in a good spot, and getting pretty decent farm, though not quite the same as what the Ursa is getting, which is just total free farm. And a bit more harassment onto Fada. It seems like Baboka has just decided, so long as they're keeping 3 heroes at top, he's not going to go and help bottom. He will just have his option be camping mid and trying to force the heroes away from top lane that way. So it's an okay decision.
Yeah, Baboka approaching, boots of speed, but this hero is too slow. Good positioning from Fada, keeping his hero on the right side of the edge.
Yeah, so Doom is just pretty much straight up jungling at this point. XXS already queuing up a Midas. I would even already call it kind of a catch-up Midas at this point.
He's going in.
33's going for him. XX, can he get away from this? He does have the ensnare that might help him out a little bit. He would need to turn around to cast it. He isn't using it though. He's just trying to keep on juking. Now he turns around, but 33 just pins him in. I don't know what was going on there. Now over at mid, we got a little bit of action, some damage onto Fada, but he is just a bit too tanky, and he's just going to keep on farming away.
He should have tried to use ensnare at the
least,
start.
Yeah. Just try and get some distance, get the Orb of Venom off of you, something.
Or maybe he thought it was an autocast. Like a frost armor.
Sure. All right.
1, 2, 3 bounties for NIP.
This is, how's Mushi doing? He's doing okay mid, a little bit of help. Got quite a lot of denies. Ace just still farming away up top. What do you think the build is for the Void this game? Oh my god, there's so many mud columns. PPD with the quick gank. They were never going to find that kill, but at least putting the fear of God in Mushi.
He definitely doesn't need Battle Fury in this game.
Oh, Baboka, what are you doing here? Got to be careful. They're bringing a lot of heroes down to try and gank 33. He's already popped the Enrage. They're wasting a lot of the duration. Spin damage coming in. This is pretty nice, and Aster will grab that kill. Unexpected gank, but they do punish the most farmed hero on the map. 33 going down. But NIP are also making a move of their own. They've enchanted up this catapult. Mushi does manage to drag the creep wave away, so they're going to keep this tier 1 tower alive a little bit longer. But lots of support attention to mid lane this game, which is a little bit unusual. It feels like it's been more of the side lanes recently, but I guess that's just kind of the nature of this game with some of the core matchups.
I'm looking at this Grimstroke. He's not getting anything out of this lane.
Let's get Bupkis. 33, what's he got? So, I mean, Sylar wants these creeps, but he cannot farm against the Ursa. Fuzzy Wuzzy is definitely king of this lane.
Oh, that's the name that I haven't heard in a while.
Fuzzy Wuzzy?
Yeah.
Fuzzy Wuzzy with his Lothars. Omnislash coming through. 33 with the Enrage, tanks through it just fine, but that has forced the Enrage. Another dive coming in. NIP, where's the help for your Ursa? PPD's running in over on the other side. Fada TP's in, gets the static link onto Baboka. He's going to try for the TP out. XX also attempting the TP. Sylar's still fighting. Mushi, nice Sonic Wave onto 2. Fada's going to get run down. The Scream also landing on all 3, so Mushi finds himself a double kill, and Aster get a 3 for nothing.
That's the Aster that we saw during ESL 1 Hamburg. They make this kind of rotations. If you're playing Ursa, you see Juggernaut ulting you, like, what's happening? I'm just gonna pop my ult, and then suddenly 3 more heroes arrive, they grab a kill, and the rotations from NIP were kind of slow.
Oh, Sakusa wants this tonight? No, not gonna happen.
Even though the rotations were slow, even if they were faster, what are they gonna do?
Those heroes don't really, Like, the 2 supports came in and started channeling an Illuminate and cast an Enchant, and that was about it. So that was a very big win for Aster, evening up the kill score, and for now it does feel like the NIP supports are falling off a little bit, while, I don't know, the Aster supports just seem like they're so strong. They're going to scale so well. Like, both of their level 6s are amazing.
Yeah, Baboka, man, he has a lot of farm. Mana Boots, has enough gold to buy Void Stone.
Yeah,
so it's going to be so easy to initiate with Ether Lens.
All right, Fada doesn't want to dive the tower, doesn't want to get shackled under there and have somebody TP in. Oh, we got a Chronosphere up top. All right, Ace does manage to sidestep the Inkswell, but does he actually have the damage? Needs some more bash procs. Now the Phantom's Embrace is in here. Sylar's chasing him, still has the jump on cooldown for a little bit. Ace doesn't get all the way down to the low ground, but Sylar will give up the pursuit.
Another questionable Chronosphere from Ace.
Yeah, he's just, I guess, overestimating the amount of damage.
Or maybe he's just
really
thinking he's gonna bash him 3 or 4 times.
4 times. You never know when a bash is going to lead to another bash, and then all of a sudden you get
your bash can bash.
Your bash can bash, yes, and your bash that bashed can also bash.
What's the chance? It's like 1 in a million.
Yeah, it starts to get ridiculously low at a certain point. But Sylar farming nicely. Void sitting on a lot of gold, but Ace hasn't shown us what the build is going to be just yet. Maybe if he'd had even another couple of small items for that Chrono, he would have actually gotten the kill. But I don't know. Maybe he's farming for the Battle Fury again. We'll see. We'll see if he buys that Demon Edge and another couple hundred gold. Nope, he's buying Midas. Oh, no, please. I don't know. Double Midas for NIP. 33's got one. Ace has got one. I hope that Fada doesn't feel like he needs one. As Sylar just finds a quick killing spree. I'm slashing down. Soxa will be able to come in here and grab the bouncer, and Sylar still trying to spin out this kill. Oh, the nuke as well from the high ground. Grimstroke almost finishing that. And now the Doom coming in. Fada just going to get run down. Juking around a little bit on the high ground, does a little bit more damage, but Mushi with the DD rune easily able to put him into his grave. And NIP seem to just be asleep at the wheel. They're not making any plays.
You can't make any plays with Keeper of the Light and Enchantress as your supports. What are you going to do? Slow them down?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I was imagining that it was going to be at least the Ursa ganking a little bit, but it seems like Ursa is just kind of farming. Maybe once he gets Blink Dagger, but for now it's completely Aster dictating the pace of this game. Mushi, it looks like he might get run down here. Can he make his way over into the tree line? Nope, he can't. Fada just runs him down. No TP support at all on the Aster side.
How did he not blink away?
Because he blinked in on the Coddle. It was still on cooldown.
I was just watching at Doom's farm.
Oh no.
Doom's gone.
Nexus, see ya.
Even with the bad start, he still has a really good timing on Hand of Midas.
Yeah, he's got 4K net worth. He's doing okay. And the big thing for me with Aster is that they've used their ultimates effectively, right? Sonic Wave got 2 kills, Omnislash got 1 kill, Doom got 1 kill. Meanwhile, for NIP, it's Chronosphere, 0 kills. And we're even 7-7. Ursa's still #1 on net worth, but we are just kind of waiting. And 33 continuing to buy small items. He's going to be picking up a drum as well, so still no Blink Dagger coming in for him. I didn't mind the Midas, but to me, this is a bit weird. I really think that he just needs to
It's a lot of gold
Blink
invested. You need to cut into backlines, try to get a kill on a Grimstroke, maybe even Shadow Shaman after he uses his Hex and Shackles.
And Aster are looking for something now, smoked up. They do have another Omnislash available. If they can just lock down Ace, it should be a fairly easy kill. They hex him up. Omnislash coming through, straight into the shackles, no problem. Mushi's going to go hunting, looking for a little bit more. He slows down PPD, who is just going to try for the TP out, and he will be successful in that endeavor. But another nice smoke gank from Aster. Really dictating the pace of this game.
Even though it's only 1k gold lead, less than 1k for Aster, it feels like Aster all along. Keeper of the Light just hit level 6, Enchantress is level 5.5, even though when she gets level 6 with no items, she doesn't deal that much damage with the impetus.
Yeah. I'm okay
you need
with,
attack speed.
I'm okay with them picking these supports that don't really have a whole lot of disables and initiation, but if they do that, they have to pick more lockdown on their cores.
Once Doom gets a Blink Dagger, it's going to be so easy for them to fight. They should start being more active, try to get a good team fight with the Soulbind, double Doom.
Yep, they could Blink Doom the Void, they could Blink Doom the Ursa. It's really no problem. Master Serpent's deployed at mid, Aster looking for the
Ursa's cruising. He even has that Windlace, 515 movement speed.
At least this Chronosphere is going to be a kill. Or Baboka's still running away, Ace! Please finish the job. Doesn't get the bash. Baboka's still pretty fast. They need one more touch. All
they
right.
need a Chakra Magic to lower the cooldown on Time Walk to grab a kill.
I knew that he was dead, but there was a moment there of, please don't tell me that this roster survives. 2 Chronos, 0 kills would just be too much.
Oh, Ursa's being pinged out.
Yep. He's running at Fenrir. Doesn't get slowed. All right, comes around the corner. It's going to be a quick kill.
Man, Fenrir has a branch. He had 900 gold. Where are his items? All right. Windlace, Boots of Speed in Courier.
Okay. Yeah, he really didn't have anything. He is very poor, 1.3k. Does have his ultimate at the very least, though, and that's what they really need him for. Just throw out the Soulbind, and then lots of other good stuff can happen. Mushi is seemingly just farming towards an Orchid. Pretty good item this game against the Ursa, the Void. Makes life pretty difficult for them. And Void, okay, is just going back for a Mask of Madness this game. So no Battle Fury, but still taking him a little bit to really get that damage online. And we do have Aster with yet another smoke. Looks like they might just find Saksa.
That's not the kill that they want.
Oh my god, Saksa just going to go and steal both of these bounty runes from behind. Yeah, Sylar's just going to go and reveal himself on the creep wave. They get some wards down, so it's not a completely wasted smoke, but not what they were aiming for either. Yeah, it's just kind of a bit of a farm fest. And that is
Talking about farm fest, Faceless Void just queued up. All right, it's a Linked Fury. Good. It was Battle Fury at one point. I was afraid it can't be more greedy than that. Hand of Midas, Mask of Madness into Battle Fury.
I mean, you could have not bought the Mask of Madness, and you could have gone straight Battle Fury after.
Now, Linked Fury is fine against Shadow Shaman against Doom. You can see Queen of Pain going for that Orchid.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He's still going to need the BKB eventually, though, right? Like.
Yeah.
Oh, PPT was thinking about walking up that cliff, but decides better of it in the end. Fenrir putting the Inkswell onto himself. They're looking towards 33. They are going to throw out the Doom. Can they actually bring him down? The Chronosphere connects onto 4. The Will-O-Wisp breaking up this fight fantastically. Mushi trying with the Sonic Wave to turn it around. Sylar's actually still alive. He drops the Omni Slash, but the Yules deflecting a lot of that damage as Sylar goes bouncing over into the side of NIP. Baboka still fighting from the high ground. It is going to be a 2-for-2 so far, but it's NIP losing 2 big cores. And Aster somehow, even with the huge AoE from NIP, walk away with a lot of their lives.
Yeah, they wanted to Doom 2 targets, but there was not a second target. XXX kind of hesitating to use it right away. Also, I think if he gets Heaven's Halberd in this game, that's going to be a boss item. Against Ursa, against Faceless Void, cannot be dispelled.
Pop the Lincolns potentially as well, if we do end up seeing that item out of Ace. Yeah, that was... It looked good for a second there for NIP, but just didn't have the damage, especially with Ursa dying before he could do anything, right? That was I think, kind of the big problem. Razor also is not too far behind the other cores, but seems to just be struggling to actually stand and go toe-to-toe in the fights. Though the BKB is going to help with that quite a bit. So once Fada picks that up, his impact should expand a bit. Baboka getting run at. I don't know if he's going to be able to escape. Fada's pretty fast. They do have Mushi coming, looking for a little bit of a turnaround, but he just gets immediately Yulesed. And Fada's still playing around here, but too many NIP heroes in the neighborhood, and Mushi will just back out.
Yeah, they wouldn't even get a kill. Even if Razor was alone, Queen of Pain used everything that she had. He can just dispel Shadow Strike, Orchid with his Yule Scepter, and he's tanky enough. He decided to go for 225 health talent instead of agility.
Yeah, he's pretty beefy. 1800 HP. So Jug does have a Diffusal Blade now as the item, going to be going back for the Yasha. Is there any particular reason you think that Sylar goes for the Diffusal first over the Yasha, since the Yasha is probably the better farming item?
On Jug?
Yeah. More move speed, get around the jungle faster. Yeah. The Mana Burn is potentially quite strong against some of these heroes. Another Doom coming in. Talked about this XXX Blink Dagger, and they are making it happen. Ace realizing that he's completely dead, just going to try and turn around and do a little bit of damage. XXS is relatively low, and Fada might be able to find a turnaround kill here. XXS going to have some fancy footwork to juke this, but with the drum charge, they're going to stay right on top of him. The plasma field is there, and down goes the Doom. So good decision by Ace to just stand there and hit the Doom the entire time instead of trying to run for it. But this is still a very back-and-forth game. Very close on the kills, very close on the metrics. We got the 2 Midases running over on the NIP side, so that's kind of helping them get further and further ahead on those cores. But we do also have XXS with his Devour and his own Midas, keeping Aster afloat.
Yeah, Ursa's trying to go for Roche with the Chakra Magic to lower the cooldown on Overpower. Keeper of the Light is going to be the one tanking the damage, a lot of heal from Urn and Nature's Attendants. It's going to be more than enough to bring him down. Ace should be the one picking it up.
Is this a farming Aegis more than anything, or no? Never mind. MIP immediate smoke up. They are heading down. Looks like they're trying to snag as many of these bounty runes as they possibly can. Mushi is split pushing.
Oh yeah,
on the Queen
this
of Pain.
is. I don't know. They popped the glyph, so Mushi knows something is up. They were just trying to buy time to grab a kill, and they managed to kill Baboka instead of Mushi, which is great for Aster.
And like you said earlier, the only way that they really kill Mushi this game is with the Chronosphere, right? So if he has even the vaguest sense of where Ace is on the map, then he can really play however he wants. And Ursa, all right, spot tech success here. A little bit of chain stun. Can he get his blink off? 33's chasing him, but doesn't have a blink of his own or a basher. Sonic Wave coming through. Is that going to be enough damage to kill off the Enchantress? BPD's pretty tanky. He gets the heal out now. Fenrir getting run down. The Ursa doing good work. The Will-O-Wisp getting dropped. Can they chase down the Keeper of the Light? Looks like they should be able to. The Chronosphere finally coming in. Ace, can he actually kill anybody here? 33's tanking through the Omni Slash. Sylar trying to finish that kill. XXS does get out the stomp one more time. It's on 3 heroes. He buys himself a few more seconds, and it's still a 2-for-1 thus far. Sylar needing to be careful about his positioning here. Ace getting locked down. The healing ward still helping out Aster. It will finally be killed off. BKB from Fada. They've lost the Aegis on Ace, and he needs to be careful. Mushi's got that Orchid back off cooldown. And IP still chasing forward. It's a 2-for-2 plus the Aegis so far. Lots of big ultimates expended. And NIP also using the 10-second BKB charge on Fada. But not that big of a fight win.
Yeah, pretty even game. Doom was not ready in that fight, so hard for them to take it, but they still managed to grab a return kill.
The Void still doesn't feel like he's doing that much damage, right? You look at the Jug's net worth and the Void's net worth, and they're pretty much identical, but in terms of the impact that they're having on these fights, it just feels like the Jug is doing so much more. And Jug's even been nerfed recently, right? This is not Jug at peak strength out of the recent patches. This Faceless Void is still looking a little bit weird, but we'll see. Ace is still farming, and I do think once he gets maybe one actual damage item, things will change a little bit. He did just go for the BKB, decided against the Lincoln Sphere.
Yeah, but I like the talent choice. He went for 70 time lock damage because he has a lot of attack speed, and with the BKB, if he pops it before, he's unkillable unless they throw a Doom on him.
Double BKB timing for NIP. So Ursa's
But the thing about Ursa is that he does not have a Blink Dagger. He's really speedy with this kind of a build. 515, 17 right now. You're still gonna need a Blink Dagger eventually.
Yeah. I feel like he even just needs the Blink to be able to like jump over the Chrono or get into the back lines. It's Ursa's just trying to walk around right now, which is not quite so easy. Like, if he has a Blink and a Basher, there's a chance that he can just randomly kill, like, Quap, right? You jump in, you get a random Bash, and Quap just dies. But without those items, it's just not going to happen. So NIP relying on the BKBs to keep them alive, though Aster still have a lot of damage besides magical. Fenrir is going to get caught out here. It's just the position 5 from Aster. It's not a huge kill for NIP, and their ward is going to get dewarded pretty quickly. That was just planted. And Aster's still split pushing. Actually, Mass Serpent Ward's getting used at top. Baboka doesn't really have too much backup in the area, but he's trying to force some kind of a reaction. Oh, the empty Chronosphere from Ace! Oh no, Mushi was just facing the right direction, was already blinking, and that is now a Chronosphere on cooldown while Aster have pretty much everything up other than the Mass Serpent Wards.
At least they deny a tower, so...
Sure. Gotta look on the bright side.
Yeah, gotta stay positive. If Aster wants to be aggressive, it is good timing right now. I don't know if they have any smoke. Fenrir has one. But the bottom lane, no one is showing tier 1 tower, so they should know something's up.
Poked his nose forward. There's a bunch of heroes waiting for him, and Aster will just take that freebie. 33 is just drifting around here. I guess anticipating that someone from Aster is going to try and take these bottom bounties. So maybe he can get a kill with the invis. He's just waiting there. Just standing completely still. Okay, looks like nothing's going to happen. Aster just going to settle for the top 2 bounty runes and continue to play together as a team. So as I say that, they smoke up. They did split a little bit. The Grimstroke has gone away from the rest of the team, so they don't have the full combination. Mushi's going to be TPing in to join them, but the Grimstroke's still a little bit far away. They might just have to settle for the single Doom. They're going to jump in now with the Will-O-Wisp, controlling XXS. They do finally get the Doom out, but 33 has already popped the BKB. They're looking over to Fada, trying to focus him down. Still not the best combination from Aster, as Fada does actually manage to just get out of there. PPD raining down with the Imps from the high ground. It's taken them a little bit longer to kill him with the Untouchable, and he almost brings down Fenrir.
Nicely done by Fenrir, just moving backwards to not get more damage from Impetus. Strange decision making from NIP once again. They try to go for tier 1 tower. Ace is farming jungle. PPD just came back from the dead. I think Aster could grab one more kill
In that fight. Yeah, that's, or before the Chronos back up. Lacoste? They could have grabbed one more kill?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the spell utilization
I'm
was
not
not
sleeping.
That's okay. Now I get the Hex out. This is a bit of trouble for Fada. He's still pretty tanky. Sylar, though, with the crits. Coming in, 33. Once again, just running into the fight.
Yeah,
what can he actually find?
All of his mana, so he couldn't even use the Yule Scepter.
Baboka's got the blink ready. Actually gets the Hex out, trying to continue fighting this. He could have blinked away, but he's just buying a little bit more time. Sylar's over in the trees, doesn't have an Omni Slash. The rest of the Aster lineup are coming over now. They're sizing up this fight. They found Ace over on the other side. The Chronosphere's back up. This isn't a great time for Aster to be fighting. They're missing a lot of their ultimates, and they will just sound the retreat, though it looks like Fenrir might not be able to get out of here. He doesn't have a TP scroll either, so just going to buy as much time as he possibly can. Ace coming in to try and snag that kill, but it will be 33 who gets it after all is said and done. But 2 supports for the Razor. Not a totally terrible trade for Aster, though I think Baboka could have...
He could have lived. He was just gambling a bit. I think they need either a Force Staff or a Glimmer Cape on Aster's side on these supports, and they're going to be fine.
Yeah, just to kite the Ursa around a little bit more. Don't quite have it just yet. Mushi is just working on a BKB. Sylar is going for a butterfly. What is this BKB on the Quap about for you?
Blinding Light. He can hit Will-O-Wisp. He can jump onto Razor. Time dilation. A lot of good stuff to dispel. That's a full MKB on Faceless Void, so he has a lot of damage right now.
Finally. Took Ace a little while to get there, but yeah, this is definitely a big damage item. Still relying a little bit on the procs. You know, the number of MKB procs and the number of bashes is going to determine a lot of his damage, but should be able to get a couple of
They need to find
kills.
a kill or two with this Invis on Faceless Void.
I don't know if this has been spotted. Baboka is trying to scout. If they could get Mushi, that would be so big. Mushi or the Jug. Ace. Ooh. It's nighttime, so it's pretty dark. Doesn't really see Mushi.
They have a ward inside the river, so they should have noticed it.
Roshan's up. NIP going in there. Oh yeah, looks like they've probably just scouted the edge of it. Aster thinking about coming into this fight. They are coming in from 2 different angles. It might be difficult to get the full Grimstroke ulti combination. They come in now. They're going to jump in. They get the double Doom onto Fada, onto PPD. Omni Slash bouncing around. 33 trying to chase into the backlines. They do get the Chronosphere out now. It's onto Mushi. Can they focus him down? Looks like Ace will be able to. It has enough damage. They're still chasing after Fada. Sylar and XXS finish him off on the other side of the fight. Baboka getting run down by Ace. Doesn't have any spells left, and it is just going to be a 2-for-2. Buyback now from the Shadow Shaman. This healing ward helping out XXS a whole bunch as he retreats from the fight. Sylar also chasing for a little bit more. Ace low on mana, needs to be careful. They get the Hex immediately onto the Ursa. He does have the cheese available. 33 pops the BKB, now looks to just chew through Baboka. Ace jumping forward, that's the last of his mana, does auto attack through Fenrir. Sylar trying to escape, will get the blink up onto the high ground, as now NIP will just take out the Mass Serpent wards. And they did pick up the Roche, get that Aegis onto the Faceless Void.
Yeah, Ursa still has the cheese, so really good fight for NIP. Even with the double Doom, they still managed to take this fight. All Faceless Void needs to do is go for Queen of Pain, and I like what Queen of Pain has queued up. Eon Disc against Faceless Void, so Faceless Void might even need to be prepared for that. Try to go for
Ace.
For the
Battle
spell.
for the Bounty Runes here, pops his BKB. XXS trying to run back. They do have a Shrine if they can get him over to it. He's taking a lot of damage. Ace still wanting to retreat now, though, as his BKB runs out. He finds himself a DD waiting in the river, having just spawned up at 30 minutes. But that's going to be the end of that. You were saying about the Aeon Disc?
Yeah, Aeon Disc, if Faceless Void wants to go for Nullifier, maybe even Ursa to get rid of the Aeon Disc once it procs.
Bushi actually going back and now has the Shivas queued up. NIP go for a smoke. They do have the Chronosphere back up in 10 seconds time. PPD kind of leading the way. The other big thing about that last fight is that they didn't get either of the good Doom targets.
8 seconds on double damage.
Fenrir almost dead, but still walking away. Ace is going to get silenced just before the time walk comes up. Aster, can they find something here? Okay, 33 finishes it off, finally has that blink. Baboka with the Hex, and now blinking back into the base. They do not want to fight this Aegis Void, so they're just split pushing. Sylar in one lane, XXS in the other. Mushi going to try and join the split push effort as he's heading down towards bottom, but he will also need to grab a TP scroll on his way. So heads to the side shop quickly, and looks like he's probably going to take over, pushing at bottom. But NIP are going to force the issue.
Aegis still up and running, 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
Yep.
Cheese still on Ursa.
Yeah, they're doing their best to
She's
clear
still
this
not
out.
on Ursa. Just kidding. It's on Razor right now.
Okay. But this tier 3 is dropping pretty quickly, and Aster are not in a position to really threaten too much. They do have Sylar chopping the base now over at top, so this could end up being a little bit of a trade, but Sylar now just TPing back, deciding that they want to take this fight. What can they actually find? They jump in. XXS is going to be a double Doom. They do have the Aegis and the cheese. They will have life number 2 for Ace. Fada ticking down, still shackled. What can they do about Ace now that he's respawned? XXS outside of the base, just getting auto-attacked, in a little bit of danger. They pop the Chronosphere, but it's only for one. They're forced to deal with the healing ward. Doom's already used his ultimate. I don't know if he's the best target. And now Aster going back in. Can they finish off this Void? The shackles from Baboka. They lock him down. Ace is dead. PPD, the untouchable, will keep him alive a little bit longer. 33 is looking for the TP out, but the Yules is there to interrupt it. And it looks like they should be able to finish all these kills. PPD actually also just TPs in the middle of everything, but they would much prefer the
Man, I don't know
kill.
what's with these Chronospheres. Doom pops the ulti, and
you solo Chrono.
Solo Chrono Faceless, but you need to go for a different target. Even though Juggernaut was really unlucky, he popped the ulti. They've spread for a bit, so all the Jug slashes went onto Faceless Void, who had Aegis.
But even with that, like, you should pop up and just pop BKB, Time Walk on top of the Quap or something and Chrono her. And now Aster pushing up towards the high ground. We are going to have a buyback from Fada to force them back. But Aster looking like they're in a pretty good spot. Just going to come and grab a couple more outer towers. Shouldn't be able to force out too much more. But that really seemed like it should have been NIP's push. I really thought that they were going to get a full lane of racks there. I mean, it's not like the game necessarily gets more difficult for them here, but they had such a huge advantage from the Aegis and the cheese that they no longer have. So all of a sudden, Ace has to be so much more afraid of the Doom again. Oh, they do still have the cheese, but no more Aegis.
Once Queen of Pain gets level 25,
oh man,
that's gonna be so dope. She can blink into backlines, buy a lot of time for his own teammates.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult to deal with. Just that mini fear is so tough. They do have a Hex on the Keeper of the Light.
That's huge.
I don't know when Soxa found all of this farm, but it seems like you don't have to buy Refresher Orb anymore. It's not really worth it, so why not just buy a Hex?
Yeah. Also, Team Aster need to discuss their item builds. Queen of Pain has Shiva's Guard queued up. Same goes for Doom.
Oh, no.
One of them should switch to AC.
For sure. Maybe we'll see them swap. I think Mushi's pretty much got the Shivas. Yeah, just needs to head over to the side trap. He's already grabbed the recipe, so easier for the Doom to swap over. A little bit surprised that we didn't see the Heaven's Halberd that you were talking about. I think that could have actually been a really nice pickup this game. Aster don't really have any evasion, though Sylar is going to be picking up a Butterfly in a second, so. And there is the MKB on the Faceless Void already.
Yeah, he might have gone into different direction with his item build. Vlad's all 3 cores inside of NIP deal physical damage, maybe even Crimson Guard, Heaven's Halberd. So he's going for Shivas as well.
Okay. Double Shivas coming in. Is this a game that Aster can potentially win by split pushing? If they ever get to the point where they're super worried about the chrono, do you think that there's an opportunity here to just have the Quap and the Jug? I guess Quap's build isn't really suited to playing like a full split push game. Mushi's very much a team fight kind of pick-off build for your Quap.
She still does the job though.
That's true.
Shadow Shaman, Jug, Queen of Pain. But the problem is you're playing against Faceless Void who can stop the split push. You have Ursa who has a Basher, soon Abyssal.
Aster have some vision in the area here, but so too do NIP. And a bunch of heroes missing from either side. So it's not going to be a full engagement, just a bit of scatter. And everyone's still content to continue farming up these items. We got a potential Roshan respawn not too far away.
And good for Mushi. He realizes there's a Shiva's Guard on his teammate, switches back to AC.
Oh, okay, wow. So this Shiva's recipe is not going to do anything.
No, it's good to have one Shiva's, especially on Doom, who's trying to search for a target. He blinks in with the BKB, gives vision to his
They're looking
teammates.
for a little bit more. They have jumped in onto Fada. Auto attacks from Sylar. They're not going to expend anything big other than the Mass Serpent Wards to find this kill. Very nice jump, and Fada was just out in no man's land. I don't know if he was feeling confident because of all the vision that they have on the map, or the fact that he saw Mushi over at mid, but Aster will put him in the grave. And now they're running and cutting across the map looking for more. Still have the Doom. And they know that Fada bought back earlier, so this is a guaranteed 4v5 if they can find this fight.
Radiant, they're using Scan in the Roche pit. Roche will respawn in a minute.
PPD, all right, he'll be the next one to fall, but probably for the best that they lose Peter instead of one of their cores. This is tense. Still 60 seconds, no Razor. Ace trying to split push at top, but Sylar's already up onto the high ground. Pops the Manta just for that little bit of extra damage. Soxa will be able to slow things down with the Blinding Light. Ace is back, considering his options. Mushi has the AC, but not willing to move forward and present a good Chronosphere opportunity. And looks like Aster will just get this tier 3. Okay, 33 jumping in. They do get a couple of bashes over onto the Doom. Can they keep him alive? They need his ultimate, and they can't get it. The Soulbind also used. Ace now jumping outside of the base, but NIP don't get any further catch. They just lose the Doom, and that is going to be the end of that.
65 seconds, no Doom. He needs a bit more gold for a buyback. Roche is going to respawn in a couple of seconds, so that's a third Roche.
That's really big for NIP. If they end up getting it, they might just try and go for a push. We'll see if they scout this. It's still fairly early in the respawn cycle. Okay, yeah, PPD's all over it. Oh, that Refresher Shard could be so game-changing, depending on which team gets it.
It doesn't work on Keeper of the Light anymore, but Faceless Void, if he can take it, he needs to get his Midas out of the inventory. I think he needs to use Hand of Midas, sell it, and have another Chrono with Refresher. Does he have enough mana? 300, 600, he's good to go. with the Lincoln Sphere, he has enough mana pool. Usually you don't have for 2 Chronos.
Yeah, it's really kind of tough for Void.
And he decided to go for Backtrack instead of a Chronosphere AoE.
I feel like the Chronosphere AoE might actually just hurt them more than it helps them this game. Like you might randomly catch your Ursa or your Razor, so makes total sense. And also, I think the thing is that you don't always get to 25 on Void, so you're not necessarily used to the bigger Chronosphere AoE. So it's just kind of easier to play with the smaller one. One interesting talent choice is that I think Jug went for the HP at... Yeah, he went for 600 HP at 25 instead of the 1 second Omni Slash duration. I guess Sylar is hoping that he can tank through the Chrono and then maybe get the Omni Slash off if he happens to get jumped.
He just wants to survive through initial burst, either from Ursa, either from Chrono.
This game still pretty close, and GGBet would agree. Fairly close on the odds. Oh, Chronosphere coming out. They've got Mushi. Mushi's dead. He does have a buyback available, but all right, NIP finding what could be that crucial pickoff. This is where everything's going to get set into motion. Aster not going back immediately for the defense. They are rushing over at top lane, and Baboka also pushing out bottom lane a little bit, though these creeps are still surviving. Sylar has a double damage, and it's still got a pretty decent duration on it. They're TPing back now on the Razor. He's going to be the one to try and hold this off, and Sylar, after seeing that, will be sent packing. But they know at the very least that the Razor can't make it to this fight. So worst case scenario, they're facing a 4v4. And
they're just going to lose tier 2 tower on the bottom, that's it.
Yeah. We'll see. Maybe can NIP force anything else? There is also a glyph.
Oh, that Queen of Pain is level 25. Still 50 seconds without her. But Farah is showing on the left lane, which means that they could buy back and take this fight 4 versus 5.
I'll have to see. Aster just chilling in their base. They got to keep the Doom alive. That's for sure. Cannot afford to lose him. He does have level 20, so he's got that plus 40 Doom DPS, and this game is getting tense. The net worth advantage has been so small this entire game. We've been fluctuating back and forth, less than 4,000 pretty much the entire time. Experience also super close. You look down below, like below the graphs, the kills have been back and forth constantly, and it's just going to take kind of that one big team fight at this point. And even the win probability, very, very close. I imagine that a lot of people are still holding buyback.
Everyone has a buyback besides Enchantress and Grimstroke.
Yeah. So when things start, when it hits the fan, it's going to get pretty crazy. But right now, everybody's being cautious. This is an important game for both teams. Like we've said, Group B is a little bit more spread out than Group A is so far. So every single game is going to matter a little bit more. Will-O-Wisp gets used. They're trying to control Mushi. They've also got the Hex. They're going to get another Will-O-Wisp. PPD's down here. Where's the follow-up damage? Mushi with the BKB just blinks towards the enemy base. They're still chasing him, trying to intercept him on the front as well. Mushi just going to go for the TP out now, and he will be okay.
He's just buying time. They do not want to fight into this Aegis. Refresher Shard and Cheese are going to stay, but...
yeah, only one more minute.
One more minute, yeah.
More level 25s coming soon. Fado will have his. And in general, everybody getting pretty close. Except for poor Fenrir, he's still level 15. But other than that, NIP with a very bold move. Cross-map smoke. They don't even have everybody along for the ride on this one, but they're just looking for that potential Chrono or Hex initiation, and Sylar might be the one that they find. Got to be careful of the illusions, but he's running his real hero back. He's in fog, and they will just barely catch a glimpse of him, but he's already out of there. Aster is splitting the map really nicely, gotta say. Like they are waiting out this
Yeah,
Aegis.
good move by them. They just smoke. They're gonna try to make a pick off when Aegis is gone, and it should be gone in 10 seconds.
7 seconds. This is a tense moment. Ace. Oh, what can they find? They've jumped in, they found the Keeper of the Light, and also fought in a little bit of danger, but there's a huge creep wave here, though the Omni Slash is still doing good work. 33 now linked over onto Peter. Can they actually do enough damage to Sylar? Butterfly's helping to keep him alive. Fada coming over will just keep Fenrir out of the fight. They're chasing after him. Mushi reveals himself now. The first buybacks coming back in. Fenrir looks like it will also end up falling. Fada pops the cheese, buys himself a few more seconds with the Yules. Can they actually find this kill? Sylar's getting bashed. 33 doing the work, but Sylar's also pretty fast. Can they finish him off? Looks like they won't be able to. Baboka might lose his life once again. Ace looking for it. Does pop the refresher shot, looking for the Chronosphere, finds it onto 2. This is what they needed. Ace with the auto attacks. 33 can even attack from outside of the Chronosphere. That is a dieback on Doom. NIP now able to head up onto the high ground with a 5v3. No Omni Slash, though no creeps just yet either. So they do have to take a second, but great team fight.
2 diebacks. Faceless Void got really lucky with the bashes on this Doom. He used solo Chronosphere, time walked after and bashed him to death. He bought back. Ace was holding onto second Chrono. Landed it perfectly on Queen of Pain and Doom.
It feels like that fight has completely made up for every other Chrono that we've seen from Ace so far this series. Really fantastic. They're jumping in, they're looking for Sylar. He's being hexed up. Can they keep him alive? The Will-O-Wisp making it difficult. Sylar's dead. He does have a buyback. But they really need these other heroes alive. 1 lane of Rax is not a big deal at this point. Mushi blinks forward into the Will-O-Wisp. Needs to be careful. That forces out a fairly early BKB. Sylar also using the spin. What can they actually do? They're fighting with their tier 4 towers. Mushi laying in with the auto attacks. Needs to be careful. He gets hexed. Do they have any way to save him? Mushi, bad positioning. That's a dieback for him. And NIP
Abyssal,
just playing as a
1
team.
second.
Abyssal Blade out, more bashes than Sylar can handle, and that should be it. NIP a little bit rocky through the mid game, but they kept it together. They got the Chronospheres that they needed in the late game, and they will find the 1 win here in this series against Aster.
If somehow Aster found a better target, or if they approached from further behind in this latest smoke, this game could have been different. They just needed to doom the Faceless Void, even though Faceless Void had a buyback, but still. Just take him down once, then they need to protect Shadow Shaman and Doom.
Yeah, we didn't see a Doom on the Void in like the last 20 minutes of that game.
Because he does not have an item to pop his Linken's with.
Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, well, impressive. Well, I don't know. It's still like that game felt rough the entire way through. There were like a bunch of those missed chronos that came out. Fata was like in the position 3 of farm throughout a lot of it, but they were able to eke out the win. And I think that like that late game decision making still is going to be what NIP need to sort of fall back onto. But man, oh man, I don't want to see him pick Faceless Void again. I'm not gonna lie.
He itemized way better in this game, and this is one of the reasons why they won. I was a bit afraid for them because everything they had was a single target besides some razor spells, but they managed to pull it off.
We kind of talked about confidence leading in from yesterday. Do you think NIP, they still have another series to play today, but how do you think they're feeling after this series against Aster? To me, this is not a huge... They won. That's good. It's not a huge confidence booster, especially given that Aster have started 0-4. They're not looking great, and you're having an even game against a team that hasn't been looking good.
But it's better that they won the second game.
Yes, I was about to say the same thing. Like, I think that if you come into this and that you reverse them, the next game looks really tough for NIP, but you can end on at least a high note. And like, we made the right decisions down the stretch, and we were able to like execute the strategy. And I think that that's one of the reasons why, even if they never pick Faceless Void again in this tournament, it's important to take it here because we were able to execute this strategy properly. You know, in a best of 3, this would probably be another win afterwards for NIP, I would think, because they were able to come up with answers.
Yeah. Or this is a best of 3, and then Aster are forced to ban or they feel like they have to ban the Void in the next game, something like that. It's sometimes it can be important to stick to your draft, right? If you think you did the right draft, but then you lost for some other reason, running it back can be the right call. But we will find out if NIP are going to play some more Void. Should we have NIP up next? Is it NIP versus Chaos? Yeah, NIP versus Chaos. I do have that I remembered correctly. So we
Lock
will
my
be seeing a little
talk.
bit more of NIP. Group B is really heating up, so make sure you guys stick around, and we'll see you back in just a little bit for NIP versus Chaos.
This arena is about ready to explode. Welcome to ESL 1. Let's get this started. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go.
Revving up the epicenter comes in. Oh, it's a big one as well. Look at this damage. The BKB, the Black are ready to go. GG.
Think he can't shine through the dark? Stream a Roshan steal in high resolution? And record a play for the history books? Watch this. Think he can't make a victory go viral? Watch this. Think a support can't be in the spotlight? Watch this. On Intel Core i7, a legend can rewrite his own legacy. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
You're not weak. Your mind is always racing. It never rests. So let the earth quake as you break through.
ESL 1 is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus, and Pay Safeguard. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
The pre-match indeed by Vodafone. I'm Lyrical, joined as well by Lacoste and Baseskip, and you are looking at Poland, where ESL 1 Katowice is continuing on. And it is nighttime there. It's nighttime here as well in the ESL offices in Cologne, Germany. And we're just getting ready to go into our final series of the day, NIP facing off against Chaos. I have some wonderful folks next to me who I've already introduced. And man, NIP, they didn't look amazing in that last series, but they were able to pull out the win in the end. How you guys feeling about them against Chaos?
I feel like this matchup is going to be really interesting. I think a lot of it is going to be decided during the pick and ban phase. NIP's drafting doesn't look good.
Yeah, and I feel like they have.
When I say doesn't look good, it could be better. We saw some downsides of their drafts, and I think PPD should have something else prepared.
I feel like they haven't looked all that great in the laning stage, or at least those last two games didn't look fantastic in the lanes. Like game number 2, they did all right, but then they kind of brought it back by taking good late game team fights and that kind of a thing. And that's where I worry about them getting run over by Chaos, because Chaos are a early game focused team. They're pretty good in their lanes. If there's anything that you could criticize them for, it's their mid game and their late game decision making once they start to lose the momentum. But the way that NIP have been playing, I feel like Chaos could just take the game right in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, this is a team that always been known for their aggressive play style, coming from that region, South America as well. And I think that also it's sort of a little bit of a history there. You know, Misery and PPD is captains against each other. They've certainly had a pretty long history against each other, and so maybe being able to recognize some of the weaknesses of their opponent's draft, what to try and do with it. So we haven't got to see any of Chaos yet on this stream. It's been pretty much all in the mainstream or the third one.
Yeah, they just lost Fnatic 2-0,
okay.
So they could be a bit upset about it, knowing Misery. He expects to win every single game. He wants to win it. I love to talk to the Brazilian part of the team as well. But all of them are a bunch of cool guys, and they're not afraid to admit their mistakes. Every single time they drop out of the tournament, they try even harder to get back online to see what their mistakes were and try to improve what was wrong.
Well, I'm very curious to check out their drafting too, because I've been looking on these ones and been seeing like Sand King coming out, Clockwork, a little bit of Kunkka. These are heroes I like to see when drafting's going on. Also a little bit of an Invoker in there too, so maybe we get to see some more.
There was a Weepo as well. I'm pretty sure they Meepo'd Aster in one of their games. So some interesting stuff that we could see.
Both of these teams love to play Meepo, so we might see some Meepo action.
Well, we do have a quick little look-see. We just saw them in-game, and now we're going to get to see their beautiful faces right down below us. It's going to be NIP, Fata, Ace, PPD, Saxa, and 3-3. It's tough, right? Because I think in a lot of ways, when I look at this lineup, Ace and Fata, to me, still kind of stand out as two of the ones that are struggling. Now, whether that's by design, because I do have to say, like, that rotation over in the first game where Fata was playing Pugna, and then he basically gave up level 6 to the Timbersaw. He gets solo killed, but that was to secure his team the bounty runes. So I'm wondering how much of this is by design and how much of it is just them actually struggling. And I'm not sure.
Well, definitely the talk was not, let's come to a rune, secure the runes so you can die after. But it's just a couple of factors there. You don't expect that you're going to need one more CS to get to level 6. So you can't really do the math on those things. No. You just play by the feeling.
Yeah, that's fair. And then on the other side, I think also some of it is that the heroes that Ace was really well known for, like the Lone Druid and the Meepo, they're kind of niche oriented. And when he gets put on this more traditional carry, it's maybe not quite entirely in his comfort zone on Ace. I don't know, basically, what's your thoughts on Ace?
No, I'm inclined to agree. I think when he was on Secret, right, it was very much all about those sort of niche picks. Doesn't necessarily have the just the stable standard carries in his repertoire. It was always about your Lone Druids, your when he played a Dismember Arc Warden.
Oh yeah,
as well. Like it was always these kind of off the wall heroes, and then those Void games did not look very comfortable at all. I still think Ace is a good player, but I do feel like he's looked since leaving Secret, he's looked a little bit weaker.
His first part of the previous season with Team Secret, he looked extremely good. After that, he's been struggling.
Okay. I mean, I think that also part of it is also like when PPD's played with 3-3 before, they've tended to want to empower him and make these heroes that he's playing like the centerpiece of the draft. And that doesn't necessarily work very well when you have these other cores that also want a lot of farms. So I don't know. We'll see. We also have another team that we can take a quick little look at here. It's Chaos. Hailing from the South American region with a little bit of North American flavor. So I guess actually European flavor.
What?
What? You know, he was there for a little while. Did I offend you with that?
No. You're just trying to take good things away from us.
I mean, he's an honorary North American.
But who's the honorary NA?
Misery.
Razit, really?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
what?
Nah. Maybe all of them.
You can't have him. I'm sorry, Gabe. There's a lot.
You're not European either. You're in Australia.
No, she's just being realistic.
I'm telling you that NA can't have Misery. That's what I'm telling you here. It's not about it's not about EU versus NA. It's about you can't have that credit.
Sanity versus insanity.
Yeah, exactly.
We're not promoting EU versus NA. We should when China is the strongest, we should stick together. EU, NA, we're one region. That's how it works. I'm sorry.
Well, we're going to move on to talking about Tavo because, oh my goodness gracious, I feel like he is one of the heroes that they live and die by, depending on what he gets. And NIP going to have first pick overall here. While also playing on Radiant. This has been the main trade-off that we've seen time and again, and we'll see what they decide to go for with it.
Yeah, one team takes Radiant, the other team taking second pick, so they get that last overall pick. First pick just doesn't feel super useful at the moment. It's not the kind of meta where you've only got... And we've come a long way from only having like 4 opening bans and feeling like you have 5 OP heroes, and then first pick is super valuable.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The new drafting structure actually means that even if there are OP heroes, they're just so much less likely to warp the meta because you've got room for both targeted bans and like respect bans, and then also meta bans. I don't know if we're going to be seeing any more changes to the structure of Captain's Mode. It's always something that's kind of weird to think about, like, what should they do? But for now, it seems pretty good.
One important thing that I notice about Chaos is that the picture on the banner and on the team profile is not the same.
Oh, interesting. Very interesting. It looks a little bit more high res on the flag. But yeah, I would agree.
A bit more. The second one looks like someone drawn it in a paint.
That's true.
Well, Batrider getting banned. This hero is picking up steam. Well, I mean, it is because we're seeing NIP multiple games in a row and whatnot. And Lifestealer coming in. Okay, well, Lifestealer not nearly as complicated as Faceless Void. So... That's look, and he's also looking like a really good hero, even with the nerfs. The Radiance build looking really solid, and Chaos. Okay, they like the Bane as a response.
Immediate response. I love Bane in this game. You can save the target with Nightmare, or you can just grip the Lifestealer during the Rage, and Pangolier. This hero.
This is Tavo.
This is Tavo. Even though it could be V's hero as well.
Yeah, that's true. But I think that if you're looking at a Chaos game and they pick Pangolier, you're thinking Tavo. And certainly they could switch things up if they wanted to later. But where are you going to go if you're NIP now? Like, is Pango... enough of an issue that you need to start thinking of like the counters for that?
I mean, they could just straight up pick Puck here if they wanted. If they want Puck, then they have to take it sooner rather than later because I think Chaos will just ban it.
Yeah, Tavo has been complaining on Twitter about leash against Pango.
Really?
Yeah.
It is a weird interaction.
All right, incoming Slark Puck ban. That's what's going to happen. So they take the Shadow Shaman. I think NIP, obviously recognizing that this is a strong hero, potentially based off of, you know, just the last game, but also what you've seen in this hero. I think it's a first pick worthy hero in some games even.
The Shadow Shaman is still looking super strong. I don't really see too many problems with it. I kind of wonder somewhat if we might see some more adjustments to like his base stats and stuff like that.
And there is Puck.
Yeah.
Puck ban straight away.
It's such an easy ban, right?
Yeah.
You've got Lifestealer. Lifestealer Puck is a good combo. The Puck can just hunt the Bane in the back line, so he's never going to get the Fiend's Grip off. The Dream Coil is super annoying for the Pangolier to deal with. It's just too obvious. It's like Chaos have to ban it. There's no point in like trying to do anything fancy. We're like, oh, we're going to let them pick Puck, and then we'll just pick Tiny or something and kill it over and over again. Just ban it.
And for NIP, where do they want to go? They take out the Ursa, the Lifestealer, counter. What are other ones that we've kind of seen? Beastmaster's really fallen off as an answer to Lifestealer. What else do we normally have? Like BKB, Piercing, Disables. There's Legion potentially, but they already know what the offline
They already have
is.
Bane. I don't think they need to overcommit to this cause.
Yeah. Yeah, the Fiend's Grip should in theory be enough. If NIP really want, or if they're really worried about the Bane, then there are lots of different ways that you can go to try and interrupt that Fiend's Grip or get up in his face. You can look at stuff like Silencer, Rubik, Earthshaker, Clockwork. None of these heroes sound particularly amazing for NIP's lineup, but if they do want to protect the Lifestealer, then one of these picks could be a decent option. But right now, Chaos just have to decide on their next ban. What else has NIP been playing that looks good? I feel like they should ban a 33 hero here.
I mean, his heroes haven't really been like the game changers as much though. Like there's been that Tidehunter, right? And then what else? I mean, I don't know.
But like we said, I feel like he gets a lot of priority, and I do. I guess I hesitate to call him the star player for the team, but out of the games that we've seen so far, I think he's looked the best. So to me, he's the most ban-worthy. Chaos seem to agree. They banned the Tidehunter in this spot. That is another hero that the Bane could potentially struggle against, right? The Fiend's Grip comes out on the Lifestealer, and then Tide just presses R, and Bane can't really do anything about it.
What if he's playing with Legacy Keys?
There you go. That's
what's Fiend's Grip on Legacy Keys?
F.
F? Okay.
Yeah.
Press F.
I played with QWER in Warcraft 3, so.
Wow, you were so ahead of the time. You need to have a program, right?
Yeah. You had to have what was it even called?
You guys heard it here first. Basecamp Scripter. Even way back then.
No. It was legit.
It's
back
not
in the day.
It's not a script. There's like a text file that you had to have updated properly.
It sounds like cheating to me.
Playing
right
some
now.
Skywrath. What the heck's happening, man?
I've been exposed. Oh well.
So the other thing that I want to watch for is, we sort of touched on it briefly, but how do you deal with the fact that you just lost the first game in the last 19 games? Chaos haven't lost an official match. They won through all of their Dream League qualifiers. They won in every game that was up to here, and then they get 2-0'd by Fnatic. Got to show some resiliency coming into this one, and they're going to take the Tusk. So it's more BKB Piercing Disable, but as you guys mentioned, they might not have necessarily needed it. I guess the other thing is now it's double save.
The save is also nice
save.
against the Shadow Shaman and the Lifestealer even. Like Lifestealer is going to try and latch onto one target, and Tusk is going to make that more difficult. On the point about being resilient, this team, Chaos has been together for a little while, or at least this 5-man roster. They changed orgs, but these 5 players have been together for a little bit. And I feel like they're no strangers to adversity. Like we were saying before, there've been plenty of tournaments where these guys have been knocked out and they always kind of pick themselves up, brush themselves off, and get right back to it. So I don't think one series is going to affect them
Well, and
too
even
much.
like leading up to this one too, you think about even at TI, Misery was with them through that as a coach.
Yeah.
So like they've got a ton of time together, definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
Undying taken now.
It's going to be hard to fight into Shadow Shaman, Undying, plus a Life Stealer once he gets his items up. So many summons, so much damage basically from nothing. Overtime damage.
And a couple
They need a hero that deals well with the Life Stealer, someone who can deal damage. Juggernaut is still in the pool if they want to go for it.
What do you think about like a PL for Chaos? There is some lockdown, but
sure.
It's okay. I can see where you're going. It's a really good answer to the Undying. I feel like the Radiance Lifestealer build it's not a counter to PL, but it is like Radiance as an item is always a little bit annoying for PL to play against. Is Dusa still okay against Lifestealer, or is that just not a thing?
No. I'm not the biggest fan.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily Chaos's pace of game.
The classic
either.
answer would have been like a Terrorblade, but I don't know if you can run that into Undying Shadow Shaman.
No, that doesn't seem super good. They need someone who's at least a little bit durable. It feels like they need some like real siege.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they get Pagna right now.
For Ninja's Pajamas.
For NIP, yeah. I don't think the hero could survive. Most of the time, this hero is just banned in the last phase or 10th picked.
Can I also say that I don't think many people say Ninjas in Pajamas. As I said it, it sounded weird coming out of my mouth.
Everyone just says NIP.
Or NIP. Yeah, it's like...
you wouldn't call them NIP.
No?
It sounds wrong.
Okay. Sounds more right than Ninjas in Pajamas to me.
Ninjas in Pajamas.
There's so many like syllables in there.
I think I read a
pajamas.
tweet about it's not pronounced NIP, it's pronounced NIP. I think the Counter-Strike team is also, most of the people call it NIP.
I'm going to call them Ninjas in Pajamas this entire cast. Actually,
that might get difficult.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah. Is there any incentive to pick like a Lina? No, Lina, TA, sorry, in this position for NIP. No, not going to go for it. Just
All right.
That's a lot of summons.
That's the ace hero, right? I guess 3-3 has also played it in the past.
Yeah, well, I think Ace is going to play it, and then 3-3 just plays the Lifestealer, right? They put 3-3 on the safe lane a lot anyway, so...
Ace is now the off-laner.
Yeah, Ace is like become the off-lane player somehow.
But it's a core Lina. That's what they know. It's not necessarily a mid Lina. They could swap Pango to a mid lane, Lina to a side lane. You have a Bane, you have a Tusk. They could also tri-lane it if they feel like it.
Man, very little reserve time left for these two teams. Where do they go now? I'm still on the train for the PL. I guess the Lone Druid kind of makes that a little bit different. You need a way to deal with the bear, I feel like. Although, is this going to be the bear build?
I don't think it's going to be the bear build, because I think Lifestealer is not going to change his build too much.
That's true.
Lifestealer is going to build the Radiance. And
yeah, I picked first. Like, I can't change my item build.
Yeah. Two Radiance is too much. Tiny is the ban. Morphling getting banned out.
Nice.
Chaos do need a relatively hard carry that can somehow man-fight this Lifestealer Lone Druid. I don't know what the answer is. Trolls in the pool? Night Stalker. Okay.
That's 33's hero.
Yeah.
Okay, so what, is Lone Druid going mid?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, do you think Ace is playing it? Or is
Is it Fata Lifestealer then?
Does Fata play Lone Druid?
It doesn't matter.
Is Lone Druid good against Lina mid?
Yeah.
You can get rooted, I guess.
It's okay. Lone Druid's good in like any 1v1 situation, really. Yeah, we do get the Phantom Lancer.
Phantom Lancer it is. It's good against Undying, and to close the gap, they don't have any kind of AoE. Lifestealer is probably going to build into Radiance. All right, it's going to be Fata on Night Stalker.
Oh my gosh, Night Stalker mid-back.
So, no, it might be Fata playing the off lane and have 33 play the mid. Yeah.
Ace
Because
is like
30, I think
playing.
33 has the best micro skills in this team.
Dude, Ace plays Meepo.
Yeah, well, he plays Broodmother. I don't know.
Okay, that's fair enough, I guess.
Lycan.
Ace is looking there. He took forever to pick his hero. He's like, are you really not letting me play Lone Druid? What the hell's happening here, guys? Come on now. It's my hero.
This is your punishment for your void performance in the last series.
Sad. Well, regardless, it is going to be a very interesting draft. I personally like Chaos Esports draft a lot more. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
Yeah. I like Tavo Pango a lot, so let's go.
There's going to be so much stuff to focus on NIP. I would say Chaos is a better team, in my opinion, 60-40. But NIP has a really good draft. And with the Night Stalker, Phantom Lancer can't Manta out of this. He can't Doppelganger. I like what they have. It's going to be a lot of confusion coming out from all these summons. Once Lifestealer gets Radiance, I think they can actually close the game.
Okay, well, we'll have to wait and see. Base Kip, your thoughts?
I am...
Once again, Base Kip, your thoughts.
Did I ask him before? Did we do that? Is that what happened?
Kind of. I mean, I kind of talked about the Tavo Pango. It's okay. I can...
It was not good enough. You need to
We
say
had to
more.
wait to load into the game. We're going to solve this by just
gotta say
actually
more words.
loading into the game here.
Look, I like the... I like the support duo from Chaos, though at the same time I'm looking at it. NIP's support duo is also pretty strong in the early game. Tough call. I like both drafts, but I think I'm going to go with Chaos.
Can I tell you the reason why that I asked that a second time? Because Basekip has been talking about how much he hates Night Stalker every time we see it picked.
That's
and
true.
I was waiting for him to say something about it.
That's true. Don't try and bait me, Gabe. I'm gonna get flamed some more. If I flame too many more heroes and players, then
oh, it's true.
Yeah, I got to be careful. I don't believe in Night Stalker, but I believe in Fata. So
Okay.
maybe the Fata Night Stalker. He's gonna have a good lane. They've got two really strong supports to make sure that Night Stalker gets something in his lane.
It feels like Night Stalker is going to be alone on bottom.
You think so?
You definitely want to secure Lifestealer's lane. They might throw one of the supports on the bottom, whether it's Shadow Shaman or Undying, but they're going to start at top. You don't want to try lane against Undying. That's the thing. So he's might get a couple of stacks, TP bottom, and just secure the lane for Night Stalker as well.
The timing of that laugh. Back and forth. Ha, 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 ha. It's great.
Tavo's an expert Pangler player.
Yes, he is. Uh-oh. Mr. King Owl caught here for the moment. Shackles leveled up, and he's in a little bit of a problem here. Is going to eventually go down, and they're going to save the kill to Ace. All right. He's got the Midas in his sights.
He didn't even have to use open wounds to secure that kill.
Yeah, that's really nice. Meanwhile, mid lane, gonna see how this bear does against Lina. Already 2-0 versus the 0-1. But kind of an interesting matchup there. I guess is the kill potential there if there's roots maybe? Or is it always just gonna be Lina sort of just able to farm?
I think it takes a rotation to kill Lina. I don't think she dies just to Lone Druid. She's always going to spam out the wave with her nukes, and even if she's like kind of low HP and threatened, she can just stand back and use Dragon Slave to CS. It's not too bad. The one question I have is, do you guys think that Lina might go for the magic damage build this game? Like, get the the like Yule's Aether Lens Aghanim Scepter that we've seen some people going for instead.
Aghanim Scepter is really good. Pure damage against the Lifestealer, against Bear. You can pretty much erase Shadow Shaman from the game with the one shot.
Tavo down here against Fado, 1v1. He's kind of going to have his way with him, it looks like.
It's just 9-2 against 4-0. They do have a couple of creeps coming under the tower now, but still really, really good.
In the meantime, they are still going to run this straight up tri-lane versus tri-lane, which is normally where Undying loves to live. But I think it does get a little bit more problematic when you have HFN that can just sort of, you know, kill off that tombstone if he decides to use it. So maybe gonna have to go for a different route.
Yeah, I imagine he's just gonna get more points in Decay and Soul Rip.
Yeah.
Chaos also have a pretty good tri-lane. Like, tag team is strong. Bane's pretty decent at just trading hits.
Do you want to play a tri-lane against Undying? He has 3 mangoes, so basically unlimited mana, has a magic stick to work with.
Oh, Weehaw. Oh, getting testy there. Going for that rune, but just going to solo kill 3-3.
Oh, and he couldn't even pick up the regen with his bear. So now Weehaw gets the regen. Oh, man.
That's a lane winner right there. That's a lane winner.
For sure.
That's also 50 seconds with no bear because he resummoned.
Oh my god.
That is abysmal.
It's a really low CS mid lane. Can I just say that as well? 9-2 against 11-7. It's not a whole lot of farming going on there. Lots of damage being traded and lots of harassment.
All right, well, 2-1. PPD getting ran down here. Gets caught in the shackles for the moment. They use the tag team, but now it's going to be turned on to Ace, and it looks like this Tusk is still going to die regardless of that. The shackles catching on to PL, and he does not have Doppelganger right now. Needs to be a little bit careful as they have another Soul Rip and the Decay. Decides to turn on to Misery instead. PPD looking for the grudge match kill instead, and they are going to instead try and turn this one on to the Shadow Shaman, and maybe they'll just get all 3 of them. Because HFN is going to go down.
I don't know what this decision is. You're fighting 3
versus
3 against Undying, and he just suicided. This is
sick.
Perfect.
And they instigated all of that, right? They didn't have to go on the Undying. He still had, they were going on him. PPD was just standing there. He had 5 stick charges, a Decay, and a Soul Rip up his sleeve. That was just a totally suicidal move from.
And now he has Boots of Speed. He can play this game for 60 minutes. This hero doesn't need items. They changed his talent, so level 15 is swapped with level 20 talent, so he's not that strong in a mid game anymore.
Okay. Silence on the lucky shot, and Fata just gonna die with that rotation.
Tag team plus Swashbuckle is pretty nasty.
Plus he has a Javelin.
Yeah.
They do have the Nightmare out here. Misery not deciding to punch him, but we'll just take the Bounty Rune instead. And it looks
it's gonna be 3 for 1.
Nice little combo there. But this lane swap now, we're seeing that there is a reaction coming out from NIP. They're bringing in Saksa on the Shadow Shaman, and it is nighttime, so Fata ready to lay waste to this Pango. No way out for that one, and only level 2 on this Tusk also needs to be careful, is not going to be able to walk away with the shards, and, well, the tip comes out from PPD. Oh,
nice.
Spicy.
Night Stalker is really high level because he was playing the lane alone. Instant reaction, good timing. First night they want to grab a couple of kills. Double kill for Fata. He has Gloves of Haste. Hand of Midas queued up. I love how my boy IX Mike just joined Dota and has a profile picture of Midas.
I saw that one, actually. It's what we're doing. It's what's happening.
That's where we're at.
Couple tips come out now, HFN, giving him back the business. I do say that in spite of those couple of kind of rough-looking kills, it's not a significant lead in spite of the 7-3 kill score. NIP not really pulling that far ahead just because of, I think, what was going on mid.
Yeah, that and the 3-1 bounty split helped out Chaos a little bit.
Level 6 on Night Stalker. Pops the mango, runs in. They see themselves a Tusk and realize we can't really do all that much here. Snowball trying to get the walk away. Tavo seeing if he can get the slowdown. And actually just going to go for the Rolling Thunder onto that Shadow Shaman. Hits onto the tree, the stump, and Tavo needs to get out of here. He's going to eventually be able to go for the walk away. And another Crippling Fear here, but Fada does not have the mana as of yet. Crippling Fear used, seeing if they can chase. Silence is there. Not quite enough of the punches as of yet. Tavo still trying to run away. And it looks like he is maybe going to be able to make his way out of there. Shackles, no. No way out.
Dark Ascension, very strong. And I like.
Did you flame Night Stalker? Sorry?
That was on me. That was on me.
All
I
right.
baited him in.
Strong, very long cooldown.
There it
very
is.
obscenely long cooldown. But I love the way that they're playing around the Night Stalker. Like the way that the Shadow Shaman is just coming down here and really enabling the Night Stalker to do something with this first night. Because I think a lot of the Night Stalkers that we've seen, he just ends up using the first night as catch-up. He doesn't actually get any kills, but this is the total opposite.
Oh, shards missed. That's the thing about the core Night Stalker. He can't really rotate if he's playing the solo lane. If he suddenly goes missing, you know something is up. But if someone else rotates to his lane, then it's a different thing.
Weehaw spotting out the Shadow Shaman. The Shackles come out. There is nobody that's really in position to rotate for this kill. So Weehaw's just going to take it solo. It looked like he used the Laguna Blade earlier to kill off the bear as well. As Ace turning to fight here, realizes that they can't do it as the PL was moving closer. So the trade-off is PPD is just asserting dominance in this top lane. And Misery and the rest of them keeping back Ace. They show up with the Night Stalker though. This is the big bad man. They'll still kill off Misery, but can't quite find HFN.
That's 8-minute Midas on Fada. He's level 7.
Great. He's the most farmed hero on the Radiant. He's the most farmed hero in the game.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go. Like I said, I don't believe in Night Stalker, but I believe in Fada, and he's actually really good at these active kind of space creation heroes.
Oh, stand connected.
Doesn't matter, though. Okay, yeah, it does. We's going to disappear.
Yeah, he's heading out of there. So still, in spite of those early kills, 10-5, less than 1,000 gold lead. We do have Shadow Shaman that's been able to take this bottom lane for himself. And does have wards up now, pre-10 minutes, so does not have to take the tome. Always good things. Probably give that one over to PPD.
Yeah, they should be able to use the Lone Druid push plus the Master Serpent Wards to go and get a free tower somewhere. Looks like they want mid.
And Weehaw just going to find the kill there onto the Shadow Shaman. But this is a lot of pressure onto the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. And if Weehaw shows up, Batman might be coming for you. Misery is here as well. They're going to end up losing this tower. No glyph used, but the roll in coming. Oh, the fear! Great play from 33. Is it going to be enough, though? They're going to pull him in with this snowball. The chase forward coming from Tavo as well. They want to kill off this Lone Druid desperately, but it's not quite happening. And in the meantime, just going to try and TP away with Lina. Doesn't get out in time.
Oh,
yes!
no root.
Barely happening. And Misery, he is going to go down, but they got out with the Lina, and also Tavo is able to escape here, it looks like. Although, Fata, he's chasing for this one. Bounty rune there as well. It looks like that is going to be enough to get him out.
It's going to be daytime, so Night Stalker does not want to chase. Phantom Lancer trying to farm as much as possible on the bottom side of the map. Lone Druid even has Helmet the Dominator right now, so even one extra creep on top of Tombstones, on top of Serpent Wards.
I like this. It's very proactive. NIP really looking to just force the issue, keep on making plays.
Tava needs to be careful here. Yeah. Swashbuckle away, and this is going to be another tower taken for NIP. Meanwhile, the trade is looking to happen as Weehaw is pushing in the mid lane and HFN and Misery are pushing in bottom. Weehaw hits the stun as they walk into this, but the bear has come back in. And that is going to force the Lina back. Or is it? Lina? to be careful. PPD is here also heading down to the south. This is not quite where she wants to be, although maybe with Misery moving in, they can turn this back around, but Fata shows up as well. Nightmare out. Weehouse still running, able to escape. And, well, Misery is going to be left with the bear.
Weehouse just using his move speed to get out of there. It looked a little bit weird, but actually quite good that he forces all those rotations. They end up losing Misery, but still a nice play from Wii. But this early game is not going so hot for them. I feel like we haven't felt the impact out of the supports too much. And still waiting for items on a few of these cores to really get things going.
Maelstrom is going to be coming out for Tavo. 3-3 shows up top lane. Tavo does not even want to take the chance of getting rooted there. Particularly with that Helm of the Dominator online.
So who has the better team fight? Neither team really has a huge amount of it. So the 5-on-5s...
NIP for sure. Crippling Fear,
yeah.
Serpent Wards once you drop down the Tombstone. Phantom Lancer does not have an item yet.
But they have to keep them at like that area as well, right? If they just kite away from the Tomb and the Serpent Wards, then that's going to be difficult.
Wait, what happened? How did he miss?
He missed what?
The last hit of the Observer
Ward.
Ward.
Hit on that ward.
Yeah.
I have no idea. That's really
like he hit twice for sure.
Yeah. That's super bizarre.
Looked like Scriff
you can't miss on wards anymore either, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well.
All right. Someone tweet at me. At Lacoste Dota, what just happened?
Don't worry, they're gonna tell you why you're wrong. So it's just what happens. But 1,000 gold lead right now for NIP. Still just the 12-6 score. And Midas online for Mr. Lifestealer. Ace getting his farm on.
I don't see any sentries from Chaos, but I see sentry from NIP.
The vision for both teams, they got some observers up on the NIP side. Chaos got nothing, really. They're just looking for something. I think they want to use this Fiend script. Sox is not the best kill, but they'll take it.
This is at least something for them. I always want to get a type of kill like that, maybe transition into tower getting taken, although top is sort of being pushed up by the Lifestealer a little bit anyways, so it's not the fastest rotation up there in the world. And, well, PPD holding on the creep wave there mid. Been a fair amount of tips early on here, but they're just going to continue to farm out their own side of the maps. Those procs from the Javelin. Maelstrom doing a good bit onto that Undying. And we're getting close to nighttime. Gonna pop the Dark Ascension immediately. Use your Midas. Who wants to chase instead? Crippling Fear is out.
Chaos.
Tavo able to run out of there. Tavo feeling pretty good about it.
All right, so what happened? PPD killed the sentry. I didn't even see PPD there.
Ah, okay, gotcha. Oh, well, it's a ward trap onto several. And still in the Dark Ascension here. They've already killed off that Shadow Shaman. I mean, it really feels like not much has happened. Like, NIP were off to a really hot start, and they're good in the laning stage, but afterwards, they don't really do all that much, any of these heroes. Night Stalker is the ganker that tries to make stuff happen, but if you just run away from him, like, he doesn't do all that much.
They need to play together, gather in front of the tower, put the wards, take objective, and just go back.
Do you think they can take tier 2s at this point? Like, they could definitely go and take the last tier 1 at bottom, but I don't know if they can actually take any of the tier 2 towers into what Chaos have. Is Ice Shards plus Rolling Thunder still a sick combination as well? Is that a thing?
You bounce off of it.
Yeah, you can, like, if you angle yourself just right, you just get trapped inside.
I thought that you got stuck, but maybe.
Yeah.
Or I thought it ended it, but I could be wrong. The roll in immediately into silence. This is a 4-person silence for a second there. The root comes out as well, able to catch on to this PL that Pango is trying to walk away. Tavo on absolutely nothing will be killed off by Fata, and Weeha not able to hit on the LSA either. Nobody from NIP has gone down yet, and HFN will eventually be killed off as well.
They're so much stronger if they play it correctly. And now they're going to continue to farm to manage to defend Tier 1 tower. All looking good. Once Lifestealer gets the Radiance, they're going to be 3 times stronger.
I mean, that's the situation where it feels like, okay, they used wards, they used Dark Ascension, we should be able to make something happen. But they just don't have the same type of like team fight capabilities without those even.
The PL is not ready to fight, and the Pangolier didn't get any spells off. So they completely lose the team fight because of that. We is going to be going for that sort of spell damage build. Going into the Aether Lens now, so we'll have obscene range on his stun.
Dark Ascension, the silence, you can't get away from it here. He needs to find a target to get close to, but the slowdown is going to come. They have the fear afterwards. HFN trying to run, is rooted, going to be killed. And now King R also in trouble, going to snowball forward onto Fata. But I don't think that that's going to save his life as eventually they turn and just beat him down. Misery also trying to run. These heroes from NIP do not care about Bane at all. That is going to be a kill onto Soxka in the meantime and just going to TP out afterwards. But they lose 3 on Chaos in exchange for that Shaman kill.
I mean, think about Night Stalker. His crippling fear, no, it's AoE silence, so Tusk can't save you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to hope that you like can run to the snowball or something.
Yeah, he has to have the snowball like already running. Get in! Just like he's got the car already started.
Yeah.
Getaway driver.
Light Strike Array and a couple punches gets themselves a bear. And a 3,000 gold lead right now for NIP over the past couple of minutes. Tavo just deciding that he is going to walk away and give him the taunt afterwards.
Yeah. It's like, all right, Ace, you don't have any damage.
PPD goes down to HFN.
They're getting the supports, but it doesn't really feel like Chaos are getting too many other kills. It feels like Soxa has died a bunch of times, and PPD has died a couple, but the majority of the kills, yeah, I mean, what do we have? The Shaman's 2 and 5, and the Undying has 3. So 8 out of the 10 Chaos kills are all just the supports.
Yeah. But likewise, it's not NIP pulling significantly ahead. The Chaos is staying with them pretty well.
No, but
in spite of those kills.
There's a huge timing coming up for NIP, like Lacoste was saying. Like
yeah.
the Radiance on the Lifestealer is going to be so difficult to deal with, and the BKB on the Night Stalker. Oh my God, they're so strong.
Yeah, and Lone Druid has 3,000 gold, so he can buy whatever he wants. Also, Phantom Lancer, his power spikes.
This is a weird gank though. I think they should have waited for the Radiance and Lone Druid to buy something. They've only got a little bit of nighttime left.
But if they find him right off the bat, Tavo just TPs into hell. It's blown up.
Even with Guardian Greaves, it's not gonna help you out against Night Stalker's silence. It's a good team fighting item, but I've seen Juggernauts buying Manta style to try to get rid of that silence. It's not very effective.
Just about 12-1 odds right there. Ain't looking good. A 5,000 gold lead, and this is the beginning of that timing you were talking about.
NIP really just taking control of the game. And we is kind of the only bright spot for Chaos, it feels like.
Oh, cast range, Etherlands.
It's so insane. It's ridiculous to play against.
They could go to Roche right now. They have Mass Serpent Wards, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. Free Roche for them.
Fata looks so weird, just like flying up above Grimsby's head. Shards goes out. That does mean that Fata can just fly over here and hover above that Tusk.
Is it a plane? Is it a bird? It's a 721 Night Stalker.
It's an ominously hovering Night Stalker.
They actually are feeling kind of uncomfortable going for this right now, but the crippling fear, Tavo's still going to be able to turn. No, they get the fear interrupting the ulti. Tavo, he needs to get it off the shield crash, getting that extra damage mitigation. Lena's going to be back up in 4 seconds. If they can survive for that much longer, this might work out for them. And Roche is going to go down by virtue of chaos now if they're not careful. It's all in absolutely nothing. All right, the sleep, they buy back in the Undying. They feel like they have to fight this here, and it looks like Chaos are prepared to defend.
I think they could have just sacrificed one hero and finished the Roche with the other 4, even if it's a Night Stalker.
Radiance Burn, this is so deadly. If Chaos are able to get this, it's huge for them. But likewise, if NIP walk back in, there is no nighttime. Trying to walk into this one. The catch, Light Strike Array, it's not quite on the mark. The Snowball trying to take down the Undying at the start of this fight. The PL is going to start to burn through all of their mana if they can make it work. But the Radiance Burn is also going to start to stack up. They don't have Rolling Thunder again for 25 seconds. A DD spawning right in the midst of all this chaos. He manages to get the Swashbuckle off while being shackled. So
all right.
There's like no mana. But still, it looks like Chaos are able to keep NIP away long enough. They're going to have to get their mana back up again. Rolling Thunder can sometimes be the big determining factor in these fights around the Roche pit. We'll see if Chaos want to continue to contest. Nighttime, back up again in 4. They're going to TP the bear away to try and get the split push. PPD, the one that gets initiated on right at the start, and Ace is on top of them as well. Raged up and with that DD, might find the kill. The Nightmare save, but only for a moment. They eventually take down Tavo. They're going to take down the PL, and this fight is over. Misery is going to be the last one left, most likely to die, but Chaos just have to get out with everybody else here. You can't afford to take this fight at this point. Although maybe Weehaw can try and find some type of a pick off now. It's not going to happen.
Now it's time to finish the Roche. Lifestealer, level 14 with the Radiance. They don't have the answer for this Lifestealer.
No. There's no way to kill him. They're not kiting him successfully. The Night Stalker is creating so many problems in the fights too. Fata is making this hero look amazing. And I don't know, Chaos just can't seem to put anything together. The poor Tavo is struggling so much in these fights. The Night Stalker just gets on top of him and he can't do anything.
It feels like they're going to need 4 staffs, but like, who do you buy it on?
Wee's buying one.
Okay. But that also doesn't necessarily feel great to have to
he was.
God, that's a weird looking 4 staff for sure.
He had it queued up.
He can Yules at least now to sort of like...
I don't have a computer, guys. Come on. I can't click on things.
So what do we got here? Misery. He's just living his life. Got the windlace and some boots in a dream. It will be nighttime again in just under a minute. The natural nighttime. Bottom lane, Weehaw. Throws out a stun and then backs away. So is there at all for you guys this impending sense of doom of PL being farmed if NIP don't take advantage of this timing?
Nah, they have better late game, in my opinion.
Really?
Yeah. Lena's not going to scale with this kind of an item build. You can't really just rely on Phantom Lancer to carry the game.
Yeah, and
Lone Druid is the hero with 12 slots.
Yeah. And the only thing that's weak about, like, Night Stalker is... Oh, hold that thought.
I mean, he's running into all of them. Has Fata gone too far, or is he just going to find more food?
Okay. The thing about Night Stalker is that he's similar to Slardar in that he's not necessarily a good carry because he doesn't scale well with items. He's not a great like carry hero because he doesn't farm very well. But Night Stalker is actually amazing with items. So,
yeah, he's level 20 talent, plus 50 damage if you get him to level 25.
Yeah.
Hunter in the night attack speed. He might even go for Dark Ascension cooldown, actually, because that's a new one.
Yeah. And getting that bonus damage from Dark Ascension is like so good anyways that having that back up over and over again might be better than the attack speed. You can itemize for attack speed. Fata chasing.
He's going to catch Wii.
Got him there. The punch is going to have a light strike array afterwards, but no angle. Blinks away. Last second tries to TP out. Fata not finding. Now instead is going to head towards the top lane.
All right, Chaos still trying, still making the plays, taking some buildings, dragging NIP around the map. But that's kind of all they can do. The last few team fights have shown very clearly that NIP are the ones with the superior fight.
Both Lacoste and I hit our cough button at the exact
Same time.
That's what he's laughing about.
Ah.
Looks like Tusk is going to go back for a Force Staff as well.
It's going to take him a little bit.
Gotta stay positive. Whenever you're playing a game, when nothing is going well, you put two expensive items in your quick buy. That's the PMA.
Just motivate yourself?
Yeah.
How is that motivational, actually?
This game's gonna last. We're not gonna lose in the next 5 minutes.
Ah,
There you
okay,
go.
gotcha.
I dream of a world where we can maybe win. That's what's happening.
33 just building auras here.
I mean, again, they're doing the right things. Chaos, keeping the lean lanes pushed out constantly, not taking fights that they know they can't win.
Yeah, they don't want to fight the Aegis. It's kind of
Right.
obvious. Oh.
Silence, slow down. Fata in the BKB does have a grip if he can get away from the silence, but it ain't happening. That light strike ray ain't hitting either. The shackles interrupting the rolling thunder. Tavo has not had the game that he wanted. And 3 are dead from Chaos as Weeha is going to TP away.
Here's the thing. They could have just given them the Bane.
Yeah.
Did Chaos need, like, we were just praising them for doing the right thing and not fighting the Aegis, and then they run 3 heroes into Night
Oh,
Stalker.
HFN gets the courier near the side shop.
Whatever they can do.
All right, nice. Some money.
And just chasing underneath the tower. Lena dies. Yeah, this is getting ugly.
All right,
this
game's starting to look pretty over.
Yeah. Going up high ground. Weeha does have buyback. If you use it at this stage, it feels real bad. Fata caught there by the Enfeeble, but they do have to use it if they want to defend their buildings, and I'm not sure if it's going to happen. They have the sleep there as well. Light Strike Ray going to connect onto 3-3. They throw out a little bit of the swashbuckle, get the disarm onto the bear as well. Misery walking out of there. They did just lose the Aegis as well. The Fiend's grip on absolutely nothing. The Light Strike Ray, Laguna Blade, everything, killing off that Lightseeker. Ace goes down. Can they find anything more, though? It's a BKB TP away. They can't break that secondary TP, so everybody except for PPD gets out.
That was really bad timed, Aegis. It just ran out. He should not be that deep.
Yeah, there's no way that NIP should lose that fight and not get the full lane of Rax. Like, it's only a minor setback. They're still very much in control of the game, but it is a little bit sloppy. Oh.
Well, good thing that Phantom Laser killed the courier there. It was a full Manta style from Lifestealer, I think.
Fata. Oh, they can't quite get him. Yeah, that would have been a nice little win for them. The resummon. And he got stunned as he got resummoned. Did you see that?
Yeah, that was weird. Just Dota things.
I wonder, does that mean if you Fiend script the bear and you resummon, is he going to be Fiend script? Questions for another day.
I mean, you can't resummon if it's taking damage.
Oh, there
right?
you go. Good call.
So. Oh.
See you later. Nope, not happening. Shadow Shaman making the plays needed. And this Radiance Lifestealer with the Manta that's going to be coming out as soon as that courier comes back to life.
The distance between the Night Stalker and the... I mean, not just in terms of farm, but the impact difference between the Night Stalker and the Pangolier this game is ridiculous. I feel like we just really haven't seen a whole lot out of Tava. Look at this, he's 1-6-5. Like, so it's been a very quiet Pango game for him, but I think that's just because he has... he's got Night Stalker in his face every fight.
Night Stalker just bought a tome for himself. So he's level 20. Give me that damage.
He's got to Google it real fast. What's the...
All right, movement speed it is.
Which one has the higher win rate? Gotta go to Dota buff real quick. It's going to be impossible to escape from now with the Crippling Fear.
I like the item choice. He switched from Basher to Mjolnir. He wants to be prepared in the late game just to deal with the Phantom Lancer illusions.
And PL also had a Basher queued up, but he decided to go back for the Heart instead. So HFN becoming a tanky PL. And while yes, there are a lot of ways to deal with it in this game, it does feel like at bare minimum, you need to be able to survive in these fights and hope that you can burn through that mana for PL to be relevant in the later stages. So 31 minutes in, it's a 10,000 net worth lead, not insurmountable, but as we've said time and again, it does feel like the heroes that NIP have deal with what Chaos is bringing to the table. The change-up could be maybe this Aghanims on Lina. You burn one hero through the start of the fight. Maybe that's something you could turn the stuff around.
It only stays strong for so long, though. Like if the Night Stalker and the Lifestealer feel like they're just getting killed by Lina with Ags, they can just tank up. They just buy a heart.
Just buy a heart, man.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
All right, smoke now coming from NIP.
So it's not the best smoke in terms of the lane position, but they're trying to make it. They're going for a less obvious play. Fado was still showing top for a little bit there, and now he's TPing to rejoin the team.
Oh, and running into Misery again. We'll see if they decide to leave him to his fate this time. Yeah, King R is just like, I don't want to be here anymore, but Sock's able to find his target. They get that kill, and those illusions are just illusions. So NIP just take the supports.
It's a good play. They made it seem like they were playing behind Fada and that they were playing the top side of the map, and so Chaos decided that they needed to come in there and put some vision down over in the Radiant jungle to try and set up for like a map swap. Swap sides where one of their cores would be playing on the bottom side of the map, but they just got baited. And NIP find the 2 quick kills. Just the supports, not a huge deal, but still a nice play.
They need to clear the waves and then group up in front of the towers, drop everything, go for objectives, but they might be waiting for a Roche, and Roche is up.
I think NIP should buy, if they don't have one already, they should buy a gem at this point. It's like very important item for just kind of closing out the game.
You know, one thing that does need to be a little bit concerning if you're NIP is this Lina Aghanim Scepter. A lot of the itemization that 3-3 is going towards is not going to make his hero tankier. And right now that Aghanims does more than half of his HP.
He's just carrying a bunch of auras, though. He's not the important hero anymore for NIP. I don't think it really matters.
Misery. They have Fata. No Sentry Ward down. These 2 supports are caught. Silence for the moment. Weehaw looking for a way into this fight. And Tavo just going to try and roll around through all of it as well. Doing at the Rolling Thunder damage. Can they find any more? Snowball saving for the moment. They're getting the long duration shackles onto Tavo, but nobody's hitting this Pangolier at all. Nobody has died yet. PVD is very low, and Misery able to save himself as well. Still nobody dying. BKB comes out from Fata. Tavo, Hex, they're trying to focus him down with these 3 heroes, and that might finally be enough to kill off this Pango. But he will be the lone casualty as this fight is sprawled out to the other side, and it looks like Chaos are going to have to call it good from there, although they don't get out with Lina as she runs into Fada in the trees.
Oh, he's going to fly over them.
This is a problem. They find themselves this snowballed Tusk who is going to try and escape to the creeps. And Fata has bigger things in mind as he has found HFN, but HFN turns the fight now as well, drain away all the mana. Doppelganger to try and walk away from this one. The fear comes out as well, and now they found the real PL and are gonna take him down. Double kill for Fata. This guy is a monster.
Yeah, give him the tips. Fata's playing fantastically.
They're gonna grab 4 bounty runes on top of that. 16,000 network lead. Lifestealer even has Shiva's Guard to deal with the PL illusions.
There's only one hero left that they really need to itemize against. That's the PL. It's making PL's life really hard.
Speaking of which, he is back up again. And they are trying to clear through these Serpent Wards, but NIP came to play in this game at #1 and have come up with all of the answers. And after losing 1 game, now Chaos are looking like they're going to lose 3 more, or rather 2 more in a row, and 3 total, as 21,000 net worth lead. 36 minutes in, they are going to probably lose all 3 of these barracks.
Dire's bottom tower is under
I don't see them coming back.
No.
They don't have the tools. With this kind of a build on Lina, even if it's some kind of a damage dealing build, they still can't take a fight. This Night Stalker is just way too strong right now. Plus the Life Stealer, Lone Druid building all the auras. Once they gather in front of your tower with the Tombstone, with Serpent Wards, your axes are gone.
Glimmer Cape to save the NS there. He does not go down. Nobody from NIP has died in a very long time. That's not looking like it's going to happen anytime soon unless they can find this kill onto Ace maybe, but he's walking away, still holding on to stick charges as well. He's baiting them out deeper and deeper. They might find this kill onto Shadow Shaman, who's silenced and in trouble, but it's only a Shadow Shaman, and in the base, NIP is laying waste. Misery goes down. They buy back on the Shaman. Gonna chase, and GG is called.
Just a really solid game from NIP. Fada and 33 looked great. Ace did his job. Nothing to really criticize on that front.
Much better draft from NIP in this series. They had
it was cohesive.
Team fighting. They had good laning stage. Fada just blow up everybody at one point. The decision making was also good. The rotations, they managed to rotate the Night Stalker's lane, then gave XP to Shadow Shaman. Night Stalker was the one who was rotating, just buying time for Lifestealer to get his Radiance. Once the Radiance is up, there's really no way they can fight. His Radiance comes way faster than the second item on a Phantom Lancer, even though the second item on him is not that big of a deal.
22-1 and 13.
That is a scoreline.
I mean, this is the thing, too, right? Like, you look at what happened in the last series, and so many people were flaming Fada, so many people were flaming Ace. This guy comes in and just dominates the game, showing up in a big way, definitely, in this one. And sort of, as far as, like, the way that they go forward now in this tournament, do you think that you try and prioritize Fada a little bit more? Because the other one was not looking as good.
I think you try and pick supports with stuns some more as
fair.
well. I think that look, I mean, it's not just about the drafts. I think Soxa played pretty well, but so much of what Fada did that game was enabled by the rotations from the Shadow Shaman early.
Yeah.
Shadow Shaman came to his lane, set up a double kill, set up an additional kill after that, and because of that, Night Stalker had this 8-minute Midas. And from there, the Night Stalker was just able to keep running around the map. He stayed on top of Golden Experience because of the Midas purchase, and all of that was set up by the Shadow Shaman at the beginning.
Yeah, if you compared these two drafts, when they played against Aster, the second game and this one, you have Enchantress and the Keeper of the Light. You can't really make any movement. Even though they won that game, you're playing from behind. You can't really make an action with these two supports. This is why I don't like these openers where two supports end up with no disables, no stuns, no way to initiate a fight, and suddenly you feel like you're stuck in your own base, either trying to play for a super late game, try to win game from there, or just completely useless.
Well, hopefully they're not going to be completely useless again in game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, NIP finding their groove in Chaos. They need to find it themselves. Maybe they need to talk to Stella. That's a 90s joke, and we're going to be back in just a little bit with game number 2.
This arena is about ready to explode. Welcome to ESL 1. Let's get this started. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go.
Grabbing up the epicenter, comes in. Oh, it's a big one as well. Look at this dummy. The BKB, the black are ready to go. GG.
Think he can't shine through the dark? Stream a Roshan Steele in high resolution? And record a play for the history books? Watch this. Think he can't make a victory go viral? Watch this. Think a support can't be in the spotlight? Watch this. On Intel Core i7, a legend can rewrite his own legacy. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
Absolutely stunning! They are the champions!
You're not weak. Your mind is always racing. It never rests. So let the earth quake as you break through.
ESL 1 is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus, and Pay Safeguard.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to ESL 1 Katowice. Today we are here taking a look at our final series of the day, final game of the day. It's day number 2, even though we're looking down this very spooky-looking hallway and now onto a highway. Never fear, Dota 2 will be here. Lacoste, Lyrical, and Mr. Baseskip.
Did you notice that every time it's a different shot of Poland?
Yeah. I've never seen that place
They haven't
before.
reused any of them?
No.
Oh, okay.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Okay.
Check the VODs.
Everybody go rewatch this and make
Yeah.
sure you click on all the ads and then everything will be fine. But yeah, you guys, we saw NIP kind of dominate in game number 1 off the back of Fata just owning fools on Night Stalker. It was crazy. How you feeling about the game number 2? Anything you'd expect to see?
Hard to say exactly. Maybe I don't know what exactly Chaos do. I don't know what they change about the draft necessarily. That's the big kind of question mark for me. I would say maybe you don't let the Lifestealer through, but was the Lifestealer really the problem?
Yes,
no.
it was. What?
It was part of the problem, right? The inevitability of that Radiance really enabled a whole bunch of stuff, but I don't think you point to that game and say that.
Yeah, if Lifestealer was a different hero, I think NIP would still win the game.
Yes. Yeah.
But it was way easier with the Lifestealer.
But I think they should. Yeah, I think they should ban out the Lifestealer this time around. Is the Night Stalker worth a ban?
Second phase, maybe?
Second phase, maybe. Yeah, I don't think first phase.
I think the lane setup from Chaos was bad in the previous. You leave Night Stalker in 1 versus 1 scenario. He comes online way faster than Pango, and you're playing a tri-lane against an Undying. It's never going to work out.
And then they made all these weird decisions, like trying to go on the Undying and then just got triple killed. Like they 100% instigated that fight. That was not something that NIP forced. It was just handed to them on a silver platter, and they gobbled it up. That was very easy.
We just ate some dinner, which is what the analogies are about. That's at least for me. I got to eat some yummy pasta. It was very great. But yeah, we are getting ready to hop into this draft right now, actually. To me, the thing that stood out was the Shadow Shaman. I feel like he did so much in that game. He was owning.
Yeah, if they don't have first pick, I could see them banning it out. I would definitely. I think NIP would be well served by just picking the Shadow Shaman early.
Just pick the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah.
I love that, like, for me, my favorite form of analysis, I think Lacoste talked about this yesterday, is anything that starts with just.
Just X. Yeah, just TP
Just
out.
get better at the game.
Yeah, just don't lose. What?
It's amazing.
Why would you lose? Okay, there you go. Night Stalker banned. Lifestealer banned by NIP, but that's mostly because Chaos have the first pick, and they respect that hero a lot. And now Chaos have to decide.
You know, for any other team, I would really not like this set of bans from Chaos. Like, literally almost any other team. Because, literally almost. That shouldn't say I said. But
a team that they're playing against?
No. Chaos themselves be the ones that do it. Because to me, it's a mentality thing. Where they thrive off of feeling in control of the game. They thrive off of having fun and, like, you know, doing what they want. Doing, like, dumb little things that are fun, right?
Yeah.
They're like, okay, let's just get this hero out of here. We don't have to deal with it, and then we're going to move on to the next game. Like, that's the mentality that I want to see from Chaos going into this game.
Yeah. AoE silences are not fun. Having to buy BKB is not fun. So, if you want to have fun, you better ban that AoE silence.
Yeah.
That's probably the strongest silence in the game right now, besides global silence.
And then that's not even a hero, the global silence hero.
Yeah.
No. What hero is that again?
Actually, is it stronger than global silence? Because you can Manta global silence. You can.
Yeah, you can dispel.
Lotus Orb. Yeah.
Guardian Greaves. It might be stronger than that.
Yeah, this hero is actually worthy of a first pick.
Yeah, I think so.
I think maybe Doom is a stronger silence, but it's only single target, so. There you go. But yeah, Shadow Shaman just seems good, especially in light of other primo supports getting nerfed, right? Grimstroke got nerfed, Lich got nerfed. Shadow Shaman is somehow still just A-okay, even though this hero is one of those heroes that has the potential from the support position to just win you the game all by himself. If he gets Ags and his bonus damage talent and a refresher shard, and you just bomb all of that on somebody's buildings, what can they do? It's completely game-winning.
Is NIP just like, man, Aster beat us with this stuff. Let's run it back at other people.
No, it's their hero.
You still think so?
Batrider
Okay.
is also their hero.
Fair
yeah,
enough.
it's not just an Aster thing.
The thing I was going to mention about the Shadow Shaman too that I really like is he's really an underrated laner too. Aethershock is a ridiculously value spell. For
Is he
standing
underrated?
out. I think so.
He's being first picked. How is he underrated?
I think that is
Yes.
that
Yeah,
is an
this-
element of
nice.
his game that is underrated. Is how strong of a laner he is with Aethershock.
He has like
early.
70 damage or
I
something.
know. With I'm saying Aethershock itself. This
Okay.
part of it.
All
Like,
right.
Everybody talks about the right clicks. Everybody talks about shackles into like spin or something.
Yeah.
I don't think enough people talk about Aethershock.
It is really good. It's very efficient damage.
This is HFN's signature hero, Weaver. There are a couple of heroes that are great against the Batrider. Weaver is one. You guys did not let me talk, so I'm talking right now.
There
about
hasn't even been another pick. The cost, come on.
Well, there was Brewmaster and Batrider. You just kept talking about Shadow Shaman for a couple of minutes. Nevertheless, this hero is great. I think Weaver received a huge buff. So you can actually build into survivability items because you have enough damage with your third spell.
But can he buy Midas?
You can buy Midas on anything.
I was just letting you talk again because you seemed really upset when you weren't talking earlier.
No, it's just the way I talk. I'm not upset at all. Back to you.
Just wanted to see how long you go with that.
We tried. Anyway,
This is right.
Undying Band. We got the Void Band. All right. Just getting rid of carries that are kind of annoying for the Weaver, I suppose. Doing the appropriate amount of setup for this hero. If you're NIP, how do you think you counter this? Like, counter the Weaver? Need a little bit more lockdown, probably. Just any reliable stuns would be good. I guess Lion looks all right. What are they doing with this Brewmaster, actually? Do you think the Brewmaster is playing in maybe more of a supportive role, or is this going to be offlane Brew?
I could definitely see PPD trying this one out. I think he's been messing around a lot more recently. Like, ever since the Optic days, he's been messing around with more high-skilled heroes. I think he's been playing a lot more Dota since then. And I think that Brewmaster would be one that I could see him trying to play.
That's true. Where's the PPD tree?
Dude, I'm telling you.
Where's that at?
PP3?
Yeah.
We still didn't see a single tree, at least not on our stream.
I have no idea if it's actually being picked. We can have a look.
Yeah, you do that.
That's my job.
No, your job is to order food for us.
Oh, remember? He said that wasn't.
Yeah, but he did today. He arranged everything.
So you did it the first day.
Yeah.
He did it the second day. I have to do it next day, right? That's what's happening here?
Yeah.
Okay.
We all know what you're going to order
Yeah,
for us.
we're eating kebab twice tomorrow.
We're eating kebab 2 times in a row tomorrow. That's what happens if Gabe gets to order.
To anybody out there that visits this magical city, it has in it kebabs that are just so good. Chaos Knight taken. Oh, this hero.
Is that a hero that's just so good?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so, actually. The Chaos Knight was getting first phase banned in a lot of our other series, and it's managed to slip through into phase 2 for NIP, which I'm going to be pretty happy with. Gives them another stun against the Weaver, absolutely turns Shadow Shaman into just a cloud of red mist once he gets reality rifted with the phantasms.
And it's sort of like that light ban where you can take the Brewmaster yourself, and then it doesn't necessarily put Chaos Knight in your head. Versus, like, if NIP banned the Brewmaster, then they might have banned out on Chaos the Chaos Knight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Are they going with red mist strat. They're playing Dire. So far, 3 red heroes.
I think they're doing the Knight strat. They got Troll, CK.
Unfortunately, but Chen's banned.
Or not Troll. I called him Troll. Oh my goodness, it's because he's Troll Knight. Auto chess is actually infecting me.
You need to be quarantined.
I know, this is dangerous. Oh goodness.
You better calibrate your ranked mister when you get home. No auto chess for you.
I'm taking it off the table.
Okay. That's good. What we're looking up was Tree picked? That is the question.
I don't think.
No,
well,
it hasn't been picked at all.
Oh, that's too bad. I think it is still pretty good, but regardless.
Other unplayed heroes for this event: Abaddon, Alchemist, AA, Arc Warden, Axe, Brood. Wait, Dark
Willow was played.
Why is it here?
No, it was not. It was EG who played it.
Different tournament.
MDL, yeah.
Different tournament. Okay. Earthshaker, Gyrocopter, Huskar, Wisp, obviously. Lion, Ogre, Omni, Pudge, Ricky, Sniper, SB, Techies, TA, Terrorblade, Tinker, Treant Protector, Vengeful, Venomancer, Viper, Windranger, Wraith King.
I can't believe no one picked Io.
They would if they could.
That's for sure.
By God, they would.
All right, they stole their red hero.
That's right.
Okay.
Legion Commander.
This hero is just so great against the Batrider. You can dispel everything. Lasso. You can dispel CK stun.
He is. Well, Legion's probably going to get Brewmaster Cycloned a decent amount this game, but should still be able to get quite a lot done.
So I think this game does start to become pretty important too for the obviously the matchup between these two teams, because they're sitting right now, both of them at 4-2. If you're NIP and you're able to win this in a 2-0, then you don't have to potentially play tiebreakers against Chaos, because that will just be dealt with if they end up with the same score. So vitally important for both of these teams. I would argue probably more so for Chaos. Like if NIP are able to squeak out a win here, particularly because they're still going to have to play against Fnatic, I guess, whereas Chaos still have to play against Alliance. So it could be a little bit tough for NIP trying to move forward here. But they're going to take the Troll Warlord for NIP.
Red Mist strat, told you. We artifact now.
There you go.
The Troll, so I guess the idea here is that it's good against the Legion Commander. Probably not as good against the Legion as it used to be since the loss of his bash, but still all right. Like
if you can press your ulti while he's jumping on you, you can't die.
Yeah, that's certainly good. But I think it used to be the fact that like Troll's damage takes a little bit of time to ramp up. So if you were hitting something else beforehand and then you get dueled, you're starting with slow attack speed and you've got the bash potential to shut down Legion Commander's damage. So
well, and also Troll has like decent armor too, so even Blade Mail wasn't as big of a deal.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think this is fine for Chaos to go for the Pango here. I think that with the Night Stalker out of the pool, that just felt like such an impossibly hard counter to deal with.
One of the few red heroes that are left in the pool, Dragon Knight for mid or Ember Spirit. So I'm cheering for these two.
Ember could be a tasty treat. I like that.
Yeah.
They banned out OD. Is Timbersaw still in? Yep. He's kind of red, isn't he?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yep. Depends on the set as well. A lot of people have
the basic one.
Basic one's a little bit red. But most people have that like molten one, which is very red.
Couldn't Chaos just take it themselves? I mean, it would switch over the Legion into a weird position, either that or the Weaver. But it does feel like it would be a pretty solid Weehaw hero.
Yeah, and then what, you have to like support Legion or something?
Yeah.
They can have Timber mid, Weaver safe, Legion offlane, and Pango 4, just kidding. Pango 4 is garbage.
Pango 4 is so bad. I don't understand how you can look at a hero that doesn't have a slow or a stun.
He does have a slow.
Now he does. That's true.
Right.
The lucky shot is, he's got something, but it's still not a good roaming hero. Not good position for. I don't like seeing it.
It could be Legion Commander support. All right, they stole another red hero.
I like this guy, though.
All right.
Oh, Fatal Bonds with overwhelming odds. That's the real hotness.
Yeah, it's cute.
Fatal Bonds with Swashbuckle.
Now that's something actually. The Upheaval got buffed pretty significantly, so watch out for that this game. I also like the idea of just having the Warlock, because the Legion Commander can be the primary initiator, go in on somebody, and then the Warlock can follow up to prevent any counter initiation from NIP, which is really, really nice. They do have good ways to deal with the Golem. It's not going to be too much of an obstacle, but...
They could grab Int Hero that builds into Yule Scepter as well. It's extremely good against Legion Commander. Lena still in the pool.
Do they need another stun, do you think, for this Weaver?
That's why I was thinking about Dragon Knight, but they're kind of limited because not too many red heroes are left in the pool.
Yeah.
There he is.
All right. There's a Timbersaw. So Fada they gave Fada the last pick in the previous game. He had an amazing time on good old Night Stalker, and this time around they're also going to be giving him the last pick on the Timbersaw. So there you go.
Well, I'm not sure how I fully feel about this game. The offlane
it's weird.
Chaos Knight has been seen a couple of times. I think it's mainly Gambit that was running it on Afterlife. But I think it could be good here. There isn't like an immediate... I guess probably Legion is going to be the best thing against it with overwhelming odds. And maybe Pango once you get to the later stages.
I don't think you need to be thinking that much about dealing with the CK illusions. I think they have enough tools for that. It's more about how the heck they deal with this Timbersaw. I think that's the big problem that Chaos are gonna have. They got it's Pango mid. Yeah, this will be interesting to see the mid Pango. It's getting pretty popular actually.
Yeah.
We're seeing mid one played a decent amount. The hero is really on the rise.
Yeah, they don't have anything against this Timber, so it's a free Timber game, and the rest of the team looks really good, even though Chaos has better lineup than what they had in game number 1. So it's going to be, I think, a more even game.
Okay. We'll see how it goes. They at least have ways to control the Timbersaw, if nothing else, with the Shadow Shaman, but that's also predicated upon the idea that you're not getting lassoed, which is potentially going to be a bit of a problem. And I like the idea of like mana burn on Weaver, just trying to shut him down a little bit as well. Because we've been seeing a lot more of the Timbersaws go for like the big tanky, strong Timbersaw items.
And a little bit less mana regen as well. This Holy Locket first is people aren't getting into an item with an actual Void Stone in it for a little while.
Which Lacoste loves.
Yeah, Holy Locket is the item for Timbersaw. Just disassemble mana boots and...
he's the only one that buys it. It better be an item for somebody, because nobody else in this game is buying Holy Locket. It's like, feels like we never ever see it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our final game of the day number 2 here for ESL 1 Katowice, and a big one for these two teams that are sitting towards the top of Group B and are looking to make it through in the top 2 as they head out across the map. And, well, War dropped down early there by the Bat Rider. Are they gonna? They're gonna go. Tavo playing Legion. It's a classic.
Well, looks like we also has got the Pangolier taunts on lock. It's fine. Don't have to worry, even though Tavo's not playing it.
I mean, he only has a bronze level though of Pango. This is a little bit of a concern. That's what you get after playing it like 1 or 2 games. What's happening here?
It's fine.
Yeah, the taunt is really good, though. The taunt makes me happy. So we got some solid... Oh, my goodness. Look at him go. He spins around. He does some handstands. Now he's going to block some creeps. Chaos looking to try and secure themselves. These runes off to the side is PPD. Moving over as well.
Weaver, he's going to grab one.
Yeah, that's 3 for Chaos. And do they get a 4th one down bottom? No, NIP is going to be able to get that for that.
Those are some nice punches on the CK, though.
HFN, run away. I'm just going to get healed up by Misery. This is Misery's life now.
I press heal. And upheaval later, but for now, heal.
Trading hits with this troll, I don't think is going to end too well for Misery, but with HFN there, it's a little bit of a turnaround.
Yeah, Bat Rider's on his way over. We'll see how the support Bat does. I like the fact that they deprioritized the Bat after seeing like the Weaver pick and everything coming out. With the Weaver and the Legion, they were never going to get that much out of a core Bat Rider. So may as well just play its support and let Saksa struggle. He'll do some damage. He'll be annoying, but they're not going to rely on like Blink Lasso.
No, that's a lot of slow. They should change the target to Misery.
That's really dangerous. And they're actually going to go now onto Ace. Misery in some trouble. That's what they want to do. Can they kill him off? Not going to happen. I'm not crazy, right? If you're troll, you should be switching over to melee form for the Stout Shield procs, right? Am I crazy?
when you're being harassed, yes.
Okay.
Also, you have more armor.
But obviously wants to be able to trade hits as well there.
Well, you can't do it if you don't skill it.
Yeah, good point. That does cause some issues. So right now, looks like the Timbersaw is having a pretty good time. So too is Weehaw, although he has taken a bit more of the harassment. Does have the couriers going out for both of the mid players. And then bottom lane, it is 3-3 with only 4 last hits versus Tavo's 7. But PPD is going to pull the creep wave past.
Grand Theft creep wave.
Got some punches maybe here. Hasn't skilled anything. Could go for a shackle or just trying to pull the creeps over to the large camp, and that's pretty nice.
Nicely done.
Give him the clap. Can he get any denies here? That's the other big test mark.
What he really needs to do is he needs to tip PPD.
That's right.
For giving him that pull.
That's right.
Actually, yeah, Chaos are slipping on this tip and taunt meta.
I think they're all business right now. After that last game.
Maybe if they start winning.
There you go. But Pango there, able to pick up the regen rune and keep it moving. So he's going to be back up to full HP and mana just about. As he's trying to contend with the pressure coming from Fata in this mid lane. And, well, still, Tavo having a nice time. A lot of damage out there. The Ether Shock as well as the overwhelming odds. Needs a couple more punches onto PPD. Can he get it? The slow, it's not going to be enough. And PPD salve in the walkaway. Meantime, Fata drawing first blood, killing off Weehaw solo in the mid lane, and HFN up top also in some trouble. Does he burn down? Doesn't look like it's going to happen, although he walks back into the fire! Oh, not what it's supposed to be.
This fire is so easy to spot. It's pay to lose cosmetic. And Fata with the Orb of Venom build on a mid lane.
Yeah, just ran him down. Looks like maybe, maybe an unexpected point in the Timber Chain. We getting chased?
Yeah, that must have been what it was. Now, PPD in the meantime is going to get ran down here. The shackles come through, and looks like Misery is coming to claim his kill if he can find it, as PPD not able to get lucky with the mischance.
Okay, fairly, well, relatively even early game, though all of the NIP heroes are now finding pretty good farm.
Ooh, Fata. I need to find a kill. It's an Arcane Rune down bottom. Misery gonna give him the heal as he passes through, and
the Brewmaster is gonna be there.
Now wrapped around on, but that heal is gonna be enough to keep Weehaw fine and dandy. And an Arcane Rune for the Timber. So far, so good for mid, where he's up a decent amount there on that Pango after the solo kill.
I feel like we've been seeing so much of these teams putting their position 3 player / hero in the safe lane, and then having the carry play in the off lane, like the Astra series and now this as well. People looking for some crits, but doesn't get any. Couldn't get the auto attacks off.
Oh, King RD already has mana boots. This is gonna win them lane. Fata chasing between tier 2 and tier 3 tower to grab a kill, and he's not even level 6.
My goodness. Yeah, they're giving Weehaw the tips right now. I mean, again, not normally the Pengo player for this team. You do have to sort of wonder.
I don't think this is like a particularly inspiring matchup for Pango either. So.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to what I was talking to again, that this is not normally the way that Chaos love to play, where they're sort of, you know, feeling themselves and making a lot of tips back and forth. It's definitely feeling like a different team than what we've seen previously. And Fada's just tanking the tier 1 tower right now, keeping that siege creep alive, and Weehaw can't really do much to stop it. Tries to break it, needs to be careful. Level 6 there for Fata. They're gonna actually use the glyph at this point, while up in the top lane, they're keeping these stacks onto HFN. Trying to kill off Soxta. Can they get it in time? He's underneath the tower. Trying to run still. Another sticky napalm stack. HFN, seeing if he can find himself that kill. Looks like it's not quite going to happen. And Sakuchi, they need to be careful here. HFN going for the runaway, but it's Misery who will eventually be ran down by Ace. It's the slowest chase in the world, but they make it happen.
Ace has a lot of farm. 29 last hits, 10 denies.
Is Weehaw dead again? Disarm? He's thinking about it.
Oh. All right.
This illusion.
The illusion
nice.
silenced him. Yep. Pretty nice. We also have a wraparound coming in from PPD, but 2 supports waiting for Chaos.
Refill his bottle. Yes.
All right. Cow chasing, but Fada moves into position. They have the Hex out there as well. And it looks like that's going to put the kibosh on the gank. And Weehaw just going to try and farm up while he gets a little bit of the lane to himself. So both mid and top not really going the way that Chaos want. It's going to be a lot of weight for Tavo to carry in this game, it feels like. Oh, just shows up for the duel, all right. When they kill him off in time, though, they will have to use the
Life
shackles
steal
here afterwards, and they bring in the Bat Rider, but that's not going to be able to save him. They should have another overwhelming odds soon. 2 seconds left. Can they keep him alive in time? Not going to happen, and Tavo's going to have to use it for himself. And in fact, Fada shows up for this one, and now press the attack, trying to run away. The Timber Chain not quite on the mark. We'll have another Chakram in 1 second, and PPD moving in for the slow. One more punch. And the Bat Rider gets the kill. When it was going good down there bottom for the Legion, they bring a couple and make it stop.
Yeah, I can understand why Chaos felt the need to go for that kill, but 33 very tanky. And just diving Weehaw.
I mean, he doesn't have mana. He doesn't have anything. He's going to be able to get caught, though, underneath the tower. So Chaos Knight 33. Popping the ulti, now trying to turn and run. We have thought about going back in with the Rolling Thunder, and they need to beat down on these illusions, trying to find the kill, but it's not quite there. And now the shackles coming from this Shadow Shaman. We are still thinking about going in on this one, and is finally going to decide to go the kill off PPD. Now running into this one is Fada. He's going to try and take down Misery. Should be able to find that kill, not too bad, but Fada is here, and Fada is mad, and Fada is finding kills. Tavo also in the area. They throw out another Chakram, but they can't dive any further. Low on mana. HFN shows up on this Weaver trying to do what he can do. He is going to go down. A triple kill for Fada. 8.5 minutes.
Somebody stop this man.
Somebody stop this movement around the map. You don't attack Timber, so you play away from him. And Fada built all these small items. He bought a lot of mangoes, magic wand, which you usually don't see on Timbersaw, Soul Ring. He even has a bottle, so his mana is gonna be there to cast the spells. Most of the time, you see Timbersaw is running out of mana.
Silence. Tavo shows up. They get another silence afterwards and want to find the kill on the Timber.
24.
If they can make him held down, he's getting the mischance keeping him alive. Fada lives, able to get away. Ace coming in to save his buddy, and Weehaw trying to run away now. Oh, dear goodness. They're going to try and see if they can find this kill on a PPD, but NIP is just not dying.
What is this game? There are 8 heroes mid.
All right, Rolling Thunder, they find the Bat Rider. Now gonna try and bounce back the other direction, but he does a little okey doke and Tavo cleans it up.
Yeah, I think everyone should just take a chill pill and not attack Timbersaw.
Yeah. HFN definitely needs to just go and get some more levels and just farm up. He already had a slow start. He needs a lot this game. And the Troll Warlords, like, sure, Troll came and participated in mid as well, but Ace is farming really nicely and getting a lot of space to work with. I don't know why he's still mid, but...
I mean, everybody's mid, right? That's the new place to be.
Apparently, yeah. It's a happening spot in the mid lane.
This is insanity. So the Earn Legion Commander, rarely seen, but they need somebody to build into a Spirit Vessel this game because Timber is just getting out of control.
All right, this is a little bit better. Chaos coming in, putting their master points down, but as soon as they see that Timbersaw coming in, they just have to run for it. I don't like this like flirting around, thinking about going back in. They just throw an overwhelming odds and then back themselves out. But
That's the correct play.
Yeah.
This Timbersaw, he's a beast right now, even though he has basically no tanky items. The only one that gives him tankiness is a Soul Ring, a Magic Bond a bit. Has possibly a Crimson Guard queued up for him. A lot of physical damage on side of Chaos.
Yeah. All right, they pull back in Weehaw, who will be stunned, has another swashbuckle in a second, but I mean, at least he can laugh at it. You miss on those ones. Well, overwhelming odds. Going to be out there afterwards. Should be able to find the kill afterwards. PPD just turns it back around though, like you said, no chance for the kill. They get the lift up onto Shaman as well, and now chasing forward, Ace finds the kill onto Tavo. From bad to worse to terrible. Misery is going to go down, did not have level 6 yet. They're going to lose the poor old Shadow Shaman, and Chaos is completely falling apart here at just 12 minutes.
So many unforced errors from Chaos in these two games. Like, just making moves that they have, it feels like no business making, but they feel like they need to be aggressive and be making plays constantly, and NIP are just punishing them.
Those were some aggressive, that's for sure. They need to chill a bit, get some levels. You're trying to make a move on Panda. Shadow Shaman was not even there to finish him off. Even if you get that kill, it's not really worth it if you trade your core for a Brewmaster. But if he gets the split off, that's gonna be a problem.
I mean, the Brew only has 1k net worth. Like, he's not even a good kill.
They show up again, they bring in a couple of cores, but can't really do anything that Timber saw. A smoke up coming from the rest of Chaos. They immediately run into 3-3, who just heads to the north, and that smoke is doing nothing now.
Pincer, Batrider coming in.
Oh, and they take out the hero that has the save for the Batrider. Tavo under fire, in control. They get the pushback as well. Fada, another round of spells. Doesn't hit on that Timber Chain. Does have the Chakram, though, to pull him back in, and looks like they're going to think better of their push, as mid lane is being taken by Chaos. So they respond to that instead. And up top again. See some more action happening, see if they can take down 3-3, but guess what? Fada's still here and gonna be able to find the stun. So much damage coming out. They decide to go for the duel. Bold as brass, they do find the ulti down as well from Misery. They're keeping 3-3 under control and maybe gonna be able to kill him off by just punching Fada, as they have the wards down as well, so they take down 3-3. They hit into this Timbersaw, and now Tavo under fire as well. Needs to run away from this, has another press the attack. Just running away from Ace. So the trade so far is 2 for 1, but it's looking like it's going to end up being 3 for 1. So it's a triple kill for this Troll Warlord.
Oh god, this Troll is so farmed now.
Chaos needs to call their math professor and check if he actually has a license. Like, these are some really bad calculations.
Man. And Weehaw tries to go for the big snipe there onto Ace, but he just walks away. Does take down PPD. Got a proc and a half. All right, and that's what they needed right there. They give each other the little tip and back out. You know, it's crazy. You look at this game and it's like, man, this team just looks completely lost. Yesterday they went 4-0. They were beating everybody. It does feel like just somebody slept on the wrong side of the pillow, and Chaos have not been able to come up with an answer today.
They don't seem to be... I think a part of the problem is that their lanes have just ended up being weird in both of these games. So they haven't had a good start to really catapult them forward. And that is 100% their style.
No.
So.
Position 4, Batrider, Boots of Travel, first item. What up?
Doing it.
Sure.
I'm not a big fan of that. Not even a big fan of Boots of Travel on core Batrider.
3-3 pulls in Misery again. 1 second stun. PPD running into all of them. Also going to get Hex. Still has his ulti if he wants to use it. Use some abilities on him, and then he pops the ulti. They take down HFN. That's their carry, who is in the dirt. And now they find the lift up onto Shaman. Misery also going to get controlled and eventually taken down. PPD looking for more, gets the Dispel Magic, but they can't lift up Wii, who's already away. But on the other side, they're actually doing a lot of damage onto NIP. They've gone in deep, overwhelming odds onto 3 heroes, but they don't have an answer for this Timbersaw still. Just finished off his Vanguard. So they managed to find the CK yet again, but it still cost them 3 heroes. And now Weehaw misses onto that jump, and Shieldcrest try and run away. Looks like they can get out of there. Right to the side, Weehaw. All right, he made up for one of the other ones earlier. Takes down PPD.
All right.
They're scrappy.
Very nice team fight from Chaos and Weehaw, especially. The one thing that I thought about in that fight that we hadn't really mentioned previously is that the Brewmaster is actually a really good hero to have against Warlock. Like the level 1 Chaotic Offering, the Dispel on the Storm Panda, I think still does some damage, so it's like half health on the Chaotic Offering, and you can purge off Fatal Bonds from everybody on your team, which is super sick. I think the support Brewmaster, even though it was picked earlier, the Warlock is actually kind of a questionable pick with the Brewmaster being out there.
Yeah, Farah needs to start building towards some item that can dispel, because Tavo has full Spirit Vessel right now, and he has a charge.
Speaking of which, they got one, and this is looking to be a quick and easy kill on the Troll Whirler. That's what they need. And NIP turning this back around, but the Rolling Thunder through it all. They catch them all as well with that Fatal Bonds on top of the Chaotic Offering. But is it going to be enough damage? PPD, no ulti to get away from this one for the moment. Ace bought back to try and run back into this kill as well. Tavo's still chasing, trying to kill off 3-3. He's taking that damage over time. Should have another overwhelming odds in a second if they want to turn and fight there.
Ace,
but if they can get the dieback onto Ace, this is even bigger. He turns now to try and fight with the ulti as well. Weehaw, the one that's being under fire. Chakram goes out. Tavo trying to turn. They get the overwhelming odds. Find the kill onto Ace, and now running away with the rest of them. HFN wants to clean up if he can. This Misery Golem has done so much work as well, and Soxa going to die to the right click coming from Weaver. They find another, and Chaos, creating chaos and beauty up in their jungle.
That was sick. 3-man Chaotic Offering plus Fatal Bonds on top of Swashbuckle. If anything procs, if Maelstrom procs, that's going to be a ton of damage. Yeah. And suddenly Viha's back in the game, back on the net, top of the network chart, and he's looking good. He missed a couple of spells at the start, but
the Rolling Thunder
we're agreeing. He's looking good, and he's not afraid to stop Rolling Thunder just to finish them off with the Swashbuckle. I think you made a good point yesterday about people getting better in using Pango. They're not letting Rolling Thunder for full duration, 8 seconds. They realize it's better to just use the Shield Crash or Swashbuckle to finish them off instead.
Well, he's going to stick around for this one, and we'll find the finish again. It's the 3rd time we have been able to pick him off in the past 2 minutes, it feels like.
All of a sudden, Chaos are up 3K gold. They've won the last couple of fights. Weaver's starting to get some farm. And Ace, that dieback has completely set back his entire game.
And that was so much of why we were saying NIP was in the commanding position, because Ace basically had a free game, it looked like.
Yeah, no longer. He made his own game very difficult. I don't really understand his motivations for buying back there. They were missing some crucial spells like the Primal Split to actually be able to fight, and very weird decision to my mind.
And this also solves one of the other problems now. HFN going for this Diffusal Blade.
It's finished.
More mana burn there. You've got Timbersaw, who will have like Soul Ring and Arcane Boots, but he's also built into this Crimson Guard. So mana regen not high on the list of things that Timbersaw has.
once he runs out of mana, this hero is completely useless. And he finished the full Crimson Guard instead of getting a Yule Scepter. Man, I love players who think out of the box. Tavo, Spirit Vessel, Phase Boots, Bracer, just tanking up, maxing out, press the attack. That's perfect.
It's like, what does my team need me to do this game? Because I'm the one that had the good lane. And he made so much of that happen for them in that last fight.
Yeah. What item is the most useful for my team? It's 100% the Vessel.
A Diffusal Blade used. They've caught themselves the Bat Rider.
Man, this Bat Rider with Boots of Travel as the first item is extremely greedy. Plus, he has a bottle of his own.
And you can feel just the change in energy that Chaos is playing with now. It felt like before, like nobody was talking, it felt like, and everybody was just kind of running towards mid lane and seeing if they can kill the Timber. Now...
Yeah. You need to disconnect Gabe from their TeamSpeak.
Get out of here.
We got production in one ear, you got chaos in the other ear.
Yeah.
Gabe's not finding any time to listen to us, that's for sure.
I've got the third ear open with NIP's comms. It's very quiet there right now. You guys suck. The 21 minutes in, it's a 4,000 gold lead, 17 to 21.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Guardian Greaves done for the Pango now.
All right, so how do NIP bring this back? They need more items on the Troll. Some more items on the CK would also be pretty nice. They're just waiting on his Midas to really kick in so that he can get his Shadow Blade for some initiation, which is going to be important. Because right now it feels like initiation and counter initiation is all on Chaos. They have a pretty clear advantage in that metric.
Regen rune for Weeha. Everything has slowed down in the past couple of minutes.
Yeah.
So NIP just trying to lick their wounds. He is building towards a Blink Dagger soon for this Bat Rider, but you can see that it's Chaos sort of controlling their jungle.
I don't know if I even like the Blink against this Chaos lineup. Like, you blink in, you lasso, it's either going to get purged or they're just going to rock you.
And the jump forward duel comes out, but the BKB was there in time, and the response from Troll Warlord just wins the duel. That was not how they saw that one going.
He had a DD.
All right, that was not impressive.
Now the Fatal Bomb's connecting the disarm onto both of them. They have the silence also onto the Troll. They're kind of away from this DD as well, able to find that Shackles right in the face of the Troll Willard, but is it going to be enough? They've already lost 3 of their heroes. There is no more battle for Chaos.
Well.
And suddenly, NIP are in the lead. That's going to be a full team wipe. This also opens up the Roche for them.
NIP haven't even taken any damage. They're all pretty much on full HP. Oh, man. What a disaster.
Oh, yeah.
Did it even matter if Troll popped BKB?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm not convinced.
I guess that they maybe thought, again, like, that's one of those things where you think your team is going to back you up at that point with, like, the Rock or something, but I don't know. It definitely felt dubious.
User joined your channel. What's happening on their TeamSpeak, Gabe?
Yeah.
Are they silent again?
Yeah, there's some quietness going on. Affirmative coming from Mr. King Ao. He's hearing you too, actually.
Oh, okay.
That's what's going on.
That sounds like cheating.
Yeah, this is even worse than Baseskip's Dota 1 legacy keys changer.
Yeah, Gabe is piping the caster audio directly to Chaos.
What's happening?
They can hear every call, and they're still apparently losing this game. So
I mean, it's been so back and forth, though. That's the thing that's crazy about it. Like, Legion was the one that was sort of top net worth and doing everything for Chaos. Now Weaver's inhabiting that spot. The battles have gone back and forth. Net worth lead. Pretty big differences for the past couple of minutes. And it feels like Chaos sort of slowed down a little bit during that time. I guess you sort of have to and play around your ultis.
I think is the next round of items bigger for NIP than it is for Chaos? It might be. We'll see it, Misery. Like, the Shadow Blade for CK is big. The Blink Dagger for Batrider is big. It fixes a bunch of initiation problems.
Yeah, there is that Blink reveal, and Weehaw trying to escape. Lift up by the Yule Scepter, roll and thunder, shield crash, need to get out, and guess what? That guy's gone. Has the TP2 if he wants to use it. HFN also here, seeing if they could help out his buddy. Slow down Fada, doesn't have mana. He has the Soul Ring back up in a second, but they find the duel first. Can they kill this guy off though? The taunt, the Maelstrom proc, it's trying to get it, but it's not quite enough. Finally, they take him down. HFN just beating into him the whole time. The dust there to try to turn it, but now they have the War Trap on a Brewmaster catching PPD. He does have his ulti though, so they needed that silence from the lucky shot, which finds the kill. And back we go on the wild ride of Game 2 of NIP versus Chaos.
Have you heard about Synergy? That was not it. Like Chaos Knight using Reality Rift, then Timbersaw missing all of his spells because of it.
Yeah,
Dota is fun to watch.
It is fun to watch. To me, it's always actually heartening to see that the pro players kind of make mistakes.
Another DD. Is Legion Commander gonna blink in?
Just thinking about it. There's the DD.
Saxa has Invis Rune.
Thinking about dropping that rock. Gotta be careful. And Rolling Thunder just to get away, it looks like.
Okay.
I mean, they can't see Batrider while he's Invis, but they can see his fire.
That's true.
And NIP just gonna chase now though. Without the Rolling Thunder, it's a pretty significant cooldown for Chaos not to have. Oh, and Tavo.
You know, you can see that stun coming.
The Chaos Bolt projectile is so slow.
Everything is so slow on the CK.
Like
Reality Rift animation.
It looked like Legion was running faster than it. It's like, it's pretty rough there. Phase Boots pops, but now they catch that Legion. Can they bring her down? I think so. They are saving the stun from the CK. And we'll throw it out now. 3 seconds for the win.
Fada comes in, just presses one spell, takes the kill.
Yeah. Just waiting to try and kite out this Aegis, which is still going to be sticking around for another minute and a half roughly for Ace.
Oh man, Troll has this Basher now. That's so rough for all of Chaos's heroes. Like a Root or a Bash on the Pango's gonna mess him up, or same thing for the Weaver. And I think at this point they can't really duel the... Well, you saw before they couldn't really duel the Troll Warlord. They certainly can't do it now.
Misery has ulti, but we'll see if he decides to drop it. Actually, they could maybe now with the Fatal Bonds out there as well. Trying to heal himself, the turn, Ace coming, trying to take down the Pango, drops the ulti onto 3 Fatal Bonds afterwards, but they're still gonna find what they came for in Weehan. Maybe they can get more. Shackles. Off cooldown a second, but it's a blink away as they decide to disengage. So 2 big ultis used for Chaos. It might be time to go for NIP.
Oh, for sure. No reason not to. They've got some decent current gold on a couple of heroes to buy some items, but nothing too crazy. Yeah, so they've got the top 3 current gold, so might be worth it to wait for 1 round of items before making anything happen, but they do seem to be taking control of this game back, and they're about to get a whole lot tankier. Satanic being queued up for the Troll, Heart being queued up for the CK, and Shiva's for the Timbersaw as well.
And HFN is so farmed. With the XP gain talent, he's level 22, full Butterfly on him. On top of Dragonlance, Midas Diffusal Blade.
He's caught up really well. His early game was not great.
No.
So.
They made enough space though. I mean, I always feel very... like Weaver is such a strange hero to gauge what his late game impact is going to be. What do you guys think of him in this game?
This game is tough because I think they have enough lockdown for him.
Okay.
It totally depends, I think, for Weaver about... Oh, hang on.
Yeah, they get the Hex out just to disengage.
Yeah. For Weaver, it totally depends on whether or not he can just go into the back lines and like instantly kill 2 heroes. If the supports have no counterplay against him, he looks amazing in the late game. But there are so many heroes that he struggles to man fight, and then that's where he can struggle.
Yeah, he can't really man fight the Troll. Now he has a Butterfly, so it might be a bit easier. He's gonna need MKB to pierce through evasion for him, for Brewmaster as well. Even getting a Lincoln Sphere at this point might not be too bad, considering that they have only few single target spells.
Yeah.
And it's the only way they kill him. CK stun or lasso.
Yeah, it's only going to block something valuable.
They find one, press the attack off though, and Mr. King Ao will eventually die to Fada. In spite of that save coming out. And Fada is actually low on mana, so I'm not sure if they can take this fight. And they decide to buy back on that Shadow Shaman. Misery though, the 4-second stun, and he does not have buyback. So now you have the Pango that's isolated away from the rest of his team. He's got to hide away in the Roche pit while PPD gets the lift up onto Shadow Shaman. Looks like Weeha just trying to run away as the Timber will chase. But they don't decide to fully commit there onto the Shadow Shaman. Instead, Weeha just going to go for the TP away, and he does make it out. Duel? Turn? Okay. They kill off Ace. That's huge. PPD trying to TP out of there. They do manage to escape. But that kill onto Ace, reveal of the Blade Mail, makes it work.
That fight split in some really weird ways. Like, PPD was primal split, and he just ran after the Shadow Shaman south, and then Wee goes north, and the rest of NIP chase after him, and Ace just gets left on an island, it looks like. And yeah, that Blade Mail doing 750 damage. Yikes.
Another round of shackles, another jump forward coming from Tavo, and seeing if they can take down this Bat Rider.
Oh, no, it'll be take damage.
He does get eventually killed off by Tavo there. But yeah, 2 heroes dead, 60 seconds gone for the Bat Rider. What can Chaos do with this?
They have a lot of heal. Warlock, press the attack, and Weaver is gonna deal a ton of damage. Brewmaster split is gone for 40 seconds. Guardian
Hex.
Greaves on top of that.
They've got all the control in the world. And now Duel, can they bring down this Timbersaw? He does fall, does have buyback though. Ace back up in 4 seconds. Can
That's
they
a dieback.
keep him alive? So no Bat Rider. No, Timbersaw is coming back into this one, but they have another Hex. This Shadow Shaman is doing so much, and Troll's TPing in the middle of all of them. He pops the BKB preemptively as he comes out of this one. Will find the kill onto Misery. Can he find any more though? HFN just gonna try and kite away for the moment. The Diffusal Bait is gonna slow down the Troll while Weeha tries to shield crash to the low ground. He gets out of there, and if this Troll dies back, NIP are falling completely apart. Tavo is chasing, he has PPD and Fada in his sights. They're missing their chains, they're missing their spells, and they might lose a set of racks here.
Troll needs 90 gold for buyback. They're missing 3 heroes. They might go for tier 4s.
They're calling it Chaos, recognizing this opportunity, and they're immediately going to go for the glyph. But that was so many buybacks. All right, going now for these sets of barracks. Do they still want to tempt fate? 20 seconds until CK, and it looks like Chaos are going to take the safer option, drop wards up top, and get the second set of racks.
What a zany game. This has been a roller coaster ride of like not knowing who is actually in the lead. In 5-0 team fights for NIP, now Chaos swinging it back, taking some fantastic back-to-back kills, and can they just get Mega Creeps here?
I mean, it looks like it. And again, this is hypothetically a match that could determine the placement for going into the upper bracket. Weeha just going to go into the Rolling Boulder, and PPD trying to micro around with his abilities, but that is a Lincoln Sphere.
That's a Lincoln Sphere just delivered.
Nice stuff coming out from them as well, and it looks like they're just going to all try and TP out of there. The Troll Warlord has buyback now, but it's going to respawn naturally. They only lose the Shadow Shaman.
Roche is up. It's being pinged out. That's the second Roche. Cheese and Aegis.
HFN just going wild on people, and they really don't have great answers for him. He can do whatever he wants at this point with that extra 200 Sakuchi movement speed. Tavo has a man in his sights going for the kill. They're going to get the lift up there. This might have been a bit too bold for Tavo, as he's eventually going to get killed off.
Get the Rax. Go. No, don't take the Sax. Okay, Sax to kill first. Now the Rax. Go.
He wants to do it.
Midas. Oh no.
TP away.
He didn't Midas before he TP'd out. Oof, efficiency.
He's fast though, he's fast. He can get to the creep camps.
We'll forgive him. Double damage, spawned on top. Who's gonna grab it?
Oh, Ace.
Ace, be careful.
It's a dangerous time. And they go into the pit. HFN should throw bugs in a second here, most likely.
All right, well, Ace has made his decision against the upheaval, yeah. He's not walking out of this pit.
He needs to be careful now. Hops the BKB. He's not hitting anybody with this BKB. He needs to get out. Weeha, in the meantime, is keeping the rest of NIP under control. And the potential to fight this fight, I think, is almost gone for NIP. This is so hard to take this engagement.
Their tier 4s are getting hit as well.
Chaos doing what they need to. The slow fight in this area. They're able to get the time lapse and the Yule Scepter lift up. They're able to find the stun as they jumped in with the Legion Commander, but everybody from NIP is starting to fall low. The Troll does not have any mana left either. Caught, killed, and this one is going in the books potentially. No, wait, the buyback comes out from both the Troll and the CK. They need to fight this one.
Duel is ready.
Chasing forward, Tavo, gotta run, gotta hide. Fata is big, large, and out of control in the Glimmer Cape, keeping Tavo alive. He runs away from them. They do have the lasso and the kill onto the Shadow Shaman. He does not have buyback as they pull back in another 3-3, able to find another kill. Have Chaos gone a bit too far here? They could just run up and try and take down the base, but they're instead gonna turn on to 3-3. HFN still trying to play around with them. Another Yule Scepter lift up. Can't find the duel, but that is going to be a kill onto 3-3. No buyback for him, no buyback for Troll, and GG is called. Chaos take it.
Man, what a performance from HFN on this Weaver. That's his signature hero, and that's how you play it. Man, Fatal Bonds with Swashbuckle, with Weaver, at this stage focusing someone, that's a lot of share damage.
And the Troll Warlord just looking like...
Yikes.
Troll feels similar to me to Jug, where like either your ultimate is amazing and it wins you the fight all by itself, or you latch on to like some random hero and do nothing. Like we saw him TP in on that tier 3. He had BKB already popped. He used his ulti and he just latched onto Warlock. And Warlock had already used his ult, he'd already used all of his spells, and all that the Troll ulti does for him is it drags him all the way out of the base so that he can get shackled and die.
I mean, that was tough. And we saw, again, the strength of Shadow Shaman. Like, to me, this hero feels like it's first pick material all the way to the point where you're probably going to start seeing it banned out. It just does so much.
Yeah.
Lacoste?
What about some item builds on Tavo? Man, this Spirit Vessel did so much damage. Just canceling the Blink Dagger, forcing Fata to get a Yule Scepter, even though it was not very effective at that moment. The Troll could not lifesteal during his ulti.
Yeah, that was really noticeable, actually.
Just such a great pickup.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at like also Weeha, who I think had a really, really rough early game in laning stage.
I mean, he died at level 4. He died at level 5.
He died at level 4 twice. that was a rough time there. But he comes back and is able to have the most damage dealt in the entire game. I think he had a really good performance on this Pango hero that, you know, it's really easy to sort of fall into a hole when you're playing Dota and then not be able to pull yourself out of it. But he did it.
It was weird because for every like completely whiffed Swashbuckle, there was some amazing Rolling Thunder or like a perfect 3-hero Swashbuckle. For Weehaw, it was just completely boom or bust the entire game. But I don't know. That's kind of chaos as a lineup.
I think that,
I like it.
That kill on Troll and the dieback was really game-changing.
That was really bad, yeah.
Because that, like,
he was #1 net worth.
It didn't matter what was happening the rest of the heroes because he was just so farmed and left completely alone, and then kind of dropped the ball there in the end. So very tough stuff there for NIP, and it does mean that Chaos is going to be holding on to that second spot in this Group B, which is really important too because that's probably the team that they would need to play the tiebreakers against or need to have the tiebreaker rules enforced on. Man.
The mana break also looked amazing against Timber.
Yeah.
Like Timber, as soon as they got the mana burn talent and the diffusal blade on Weaver, it felt like Fata stopped being a hero.
Yeah, itemization on their side was perfect. Pango with the Guardian Greaves to keep them alive. Every single heal that they had, if they don't lose anyone, suddenly heroes full HP. The mana burn, the blade mail. This Troll died a couple of times on blade mail.
Now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is day 2 of ESL 1 Katowice, at least here on the B stream. Across the 3 streams, we've had 48 best of 2s played so far, and we got a few more that are going to be continuing on tomorrow, as well as the beginnings of the best of 3s. So be sure to tune in tomorrow, same time, same place. You're going to see our lovely faces here as we continue our coverage. Look at that. That's just great. And we'll be back tomorrow with more from ESL 1 Katowice.
This arena is about ready to explode. Welcome to ESL 1. Let's get this started. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go.
Grabbing up the epicenter, comes in. Oh, it's a big one as well. Look at this damage. The BKB, the Black are ready to go. GG.
Think he can't shine through the dark? Stream a Roshan steal in high resolution? And record a play for the history books? Watch this. Think he can't make a victory go viral? Watch this. Think a support can't be in the spotlight? Watch this. On Intel Core i7, a legend can rewrite his own legacy. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
Absolutely stunning!
They are the champions!
You're not weak. Your mind is always racing. It never rests. So let the earth quake as you break through.